Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tembe TV. This is your favorite open forum political discussion show that seeks to give you an opportunity to express what you think about the latest development on our political front. A lot has taken place. The Speaker of the National Assembly, MUTURI, joins Kenya Kwanza Alliance. He says ye pia hapangwingwi, and of course Kenya Kwanza defies the NCIC directive about phrases that should not be used because they are viewed and perceived to be hate speech. Well, how far will we go with this? And then today we'll spend time discussing about the Azimio la Umoja constituent of parties, and of course Kenya Kwanza, their party coalition, and which one gives us a better deal in terms of providing proper leadership for this great country. Also, of course, Baba was on the front line quelling the fireworks in SIAYA between GUMBO and OWINO. A lot is happening. We would love to hear what you think about the same. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be here for us to discuss face-to-face what is the matter and how do we deal with the same in the prevailing circumstances. Thank you so much. We appreciate all of you that are joining us. We salute Salome Mbone, asante sana. Gladys Akala, karibu kwa show. Fatma Nasimiyu, good evening. Following from Saudi Arabia, thank you so much. Kuna Rajab Hamisi, asante sana. Hi to you. MC Smollett. It's called what, Simled or Smod, whichever the case. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Rajab Hamisi, we are Asha Salimiwa. Kuna Simba Omar Said, asante sana. Sijambo hapa, nashukuru kwa wote ambao mna join sasa. Angela Sindani, asante sana. Karibu kwa show. We appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for making time to join us into the discussion today. Abdisen Hassan Ibrahim, you're welcome. Dominic Leisa, asante sana. Hannah Mbogwa, karibu kwa show. Abdul kwa anaitwa wanani huyu, Katitu, thank you so much. Dankano Conte, karibu kwa show. Mweu Madiba, we appreciate you. Morris Nyaroto, karibu kwa show. Anderson Neta, asante sana. Kevin Oladwe Olwande, karibu sana. Kuna John Kenywa Kiirfi. Hey, wow, John, we are Joan, Georgina, nice. Thank you so much. Daniel Lusigi, we appreciate you. Gloria, asante sana. Everine Anyango, we appreciate you. Thank you. We believe it is that time again when we need to voice out what we think about our politics and what must we do in order for us to remain on the cutting edge and be informed in ensuring that nobody makes a mistake and nobody follows the political rhetoric blindly. It is time for us to assess everything and be able to make informed decisions. Well, the link once again is on the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be added to the studio for us to begin the discussion in earnest. There is a lot that has transpired today. Of course, RAILA meets GUMBO and OWINO to quell the SIAYA fireworks. Azimio coalition party versus Kenya Kwanza coalition of parties. Which one gives us a deal that we can bank on? Get the difference. That's what we'll be looking at in depth. Of course, Speaker MUTURI pia says no kwa kupangwa. He joins Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And as Kenya Kwanza lands the first NCIC hate directive by banning some phrases and some use of those phrases because they are perceived to be hate speech. I don't know what you think about the same. Would love to hear what you feel and think about all that is happening today. It says MUTURI has a right to whom to support. In fact, it's supporting the incoming government, bro. We are anaitwa Kipto Sam. Thank you so much. Kuna Kevin Oluwade says, what is the topic for today? Is scrolling right now on your screen. You just read it out and be able to, prepare yourself and come to the studio and let us discuss in depth. Kuna Malaika Gabrieli anasema following from Bungoma. Asante sana. We appreciate all of you. Jackton Ogutu, thank you for remaining locked. Kuna Jimmy Paul, thank you so much. We look forward to having a great night of political discussion, getting to the bottom line of everything so that nobody's left behind in that which is being done at this point in time. I want to appreciate all of you that made it into the studio. I believe it is time for us to begin to look at it in depth. Caleb, you are hiding. What is the matter?
Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
Kuna kitu namalizia, I will be joining you later.
Okay, thank you. Collins Webby, how are you? You unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. Yes, you click on the mic beside your name, just before your name. You click on it once on your screen and you'll be able to speak and we hear you. No, Collins, sorry. Collins, where B? Are you able to get me?
Yeah, I'm able to get you.
No, Collins, how are you? Karibu sana. Collins,
yeah.
Where B? Are you?
Yeah, I'm able to get you.
Able to get me?
Yes, I'm able
to get you.
Yeah, my name is Collins Webby from Kitale, but currently I'm in Nairobi. Yes, I'm able to get you. Yeah, my name is Collins Webby from
yes, Collins, you have feedback. You should mute the other open forum. Huh?
Okay.
If you're following on YouTube or Facebook, you mute that so that you can hear from the studio only. You should mute the other open forum. Huh?
Okay.
If you're following on YouTube or Facebook, you mute that so that you can hear from the studio only. You should mute the other open forum. Huh? Haya, samahani, ni mitambo na shida za kwake. Mdhama namna gani?
Salama sana.
Yes, karibu.
Asante sana.
Hali ya huko Bwana Mdhama, umekwama nini?
Niko. Unanipata sasa?
Yes. Endelea, nipatie maoni yako. Unafikiriaje masuala ya leo?
Masuala ya leo, mimi naitwa Mudhama from Ukambani. Huko tuko locked kabisa na Azimio. Hiyo haina maneno mengine, but I'm currently in Nyeri. I will still get married and have my own children.
This is Lord. Hello, Junior. How are you? Banamdama, children are not allowed on the screen on this particular channel, please. Sort that out. Samuel, namna gani?
Mimi niko salama kabisa.
Aha, sehemu gani ya dunia hii?
Niko hapa Oklahoma.
Ehe.
Yeah.
Haya, tuambie maoni yako. Unaona siasa inaendaje?
Siasa inaendelea vizuri. Naendelea kuangalia kila siku kuona vile mambo inaendelea. Yeah, and it's my hope that we'll have the best leaders.
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you going to get these best leaders among what we have?
I think we have a lot to do in terms of civic education. We need to try as much as possible to look the background of each and every person to see what he or she has been fighting for and standing for. And I'm still for the, because we are still developing. That is, we are still young democracy. Right now, we don't expect the best leadership. Sasa ni kuangalia ni saidi gani, vile Karua anasema ni saidi gani kona wakora wachache kuliko wengine saa hii kwanza. Kwa sababu saidi zote nikiangalia kila mtu na maono yake na venye amekuwa akifanya na historia yake. Kuna wenye ni wazuri na kuna wenye wako na they have some spots, dark spots. Yeah.
Okay.
Bernard.
Yes.
Huyo ni wangu, nimemsukuma mpaka akaingia leo, nimemwambia ingia sahi. We went to school with this guy kutoka Ukambani, mwache kunigonga. Ameingia sahi, tumejuana kutoka kitambo sana.
Asante kwa kuniletea mshirika.
Yeah.
Sawa, thank you Martin. So, Bwana Samuel.
Yes.
Wewe unaona wakora wachache wako sehemu gani na kila nani hao?
Kusema ukweli nimekuwa nikiwafuata your discussions, lakini sikuwa najua siku moja naweza ingia. Leo ndio Martin ameniambia niingie kwa sababu nimekuwa tukichapa na yeye. Lakini kusema ukweli wakora ni wachache pale Azimio. Ukiangalia ile historia tuko nayo kutoka wakati tulianza kupigania mapinduzi ya Kenya, hizi rights zote watu wako nazo za kuongea vile wanataka. Hata hii blogi tunafanya saa hii ni kwa sababu ya the political tolerance which some people have died, some people have fought for it. And we need really it's time for us right now to appreciate them and give them an opportunity to see what they can be able to do to us.
Okay.
Yeah. Hii pande ingine iko sawa pia, lakini niko naongopa sana wakiingia, sijui venye serikali itakuwa. Ni vizuri tuangalie saa hii. Ningekuwa na uwezo ningesema saa hii kila mtu atoe cabinet ministers na government appointees wake saa hii kabla elections, ili tujue tuweze kuwa na maono kabla tuchague, tuone venye serikali itakuwa.
Sawa, asante Bwana Samuel kwa maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Collins. Bwana Collins, the mic is beside your name. You click on it once and you are able to speak. We hear you. Don't panic, just relax. Don't panic, just relax.
Hello.
Endelea.
Hello. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello. Okay, my name is Colin Suebi from Kitale, but currently I'm in Nairobi. I would like to say that so far so good. The election is going on well, and I'm happy the progress that we are making. What I've noticed is the hypocrisy among one of the coalition, specifically Kenya Kwanza.
Collins, there is an issue with your connection. You are listening both to the broadcast and broadcasting at the same time. You can't. That one creates a delay. There is a delay to the people who are following. So you must mute YouTube so that you get the feedback through the studio only, not the other feed. Sijui kama unanielewa. Uko sawa? Basi endelea. Unmute uendelee. Bwana Collins, the broadcast is allergic to silence. Okay, wewe so tutakuja baadaye. Nicholas, namna gani? Otinda. Yes, namna gani? Otinda. Hey, Bwana Nicholas, umekwama nini? Hey, leo ni ngoma. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Those of you on the comment section, thank you for keeping it right. Please, let's keep the respect and make sure that we don't, get into each other's neck. It's time for us to see to it that we do the right thing, to help Kenyans do the right thing in ensuring that they have an informed, right information to make an informed decision come 9th of August, 2022. Rono, namna gani?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm from Nandi County.
Yes.
Sehemu za Kapsabet.
Okay.
Unajua huku sasa ndio bedroom ya naibu rais.
Okay, na mimi nikija huko sina pa kulala.
Au kuna mahali utalala kabisa. Huku hatuna shida kabisa. Huku tumekuwa machua.
Mnarudisha sang ama mna replace ye?
Au mahali utalala kabisa. Huku hatuna shida kabisa. Sang ni nyumbani kabisa. Huku tumekuwa machua.
Mnarudisha sang ama mna replace ye? Kijana huyo mnapeleka nyumbani mapema namna gani?
Tunapeleka nyumbani kwa sababu hakuna kitu ametufanyia kabisa. Nikikuja kwa mambo ya siasa ya nchi sasa.
Yes.
Mimi naona hakuna shida kabisa tukienda kwa njia hii. Upande wa Azimio sina shida naye. Naona kazi yao wanafanya vizuri. Na kitu ambayo nataka tu tuepuke ni hii maneno ya matusi, vita. Ndio tuende pamoja. Unajua sasa hizi tu ni wanasiasa hawa ndio wako na shida. Wao watu sisi wananchi ndio tunaumia. Tukichagua viongozi ambao wanafaa, ambao wako na future. Hawa wote hatujajua nani yako na future mzuri na sisi. Hatuna shida na aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga, na hatuna shida na huyu pia naibu rais. kwa sababu tunaona kila mtu ako na agenda yake, na agenda ya kila mmoja ni valid. So kitu yenye mimi naomba Wakenya tuchague viongozi. Kama tumeamua ni Raila Odinga, tuchague Raila Odinga. Kama ni naibu rais, tuchague naibu rais. Tusiangalie mambo ya ukabila, tusiangalie nani yako na pesa kuliko mwingine. Tuchague kiongozi ambaye anafaa. Kitu ambayo mimi naomba pia viongozi wetu hawa, kama venye Samuel Kasuni alisema, kila mtu apange ministry yake, ndio tujue nani amepanga vizuri, nani hajapanga vizuri. Ndio tukichagua tujue ni nini inaendelea katika serikali, tunajua ni nini ambao wanatuletea. Nikikuja kwa mambo ya matusi, mambo ya matusi katika siasa inaweza tuletea shida katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. So naomba viongozi wafanye kampeni zao kwa amani, wafanye kampeni ambayo hakuna chuki, hakuna ukabila, kwa sababu viongozi hao wote wanatoka kwa mama ambaye ni mzazi. Kila mama ya kila kiongozi ni mzazi, hakuna mama bora kuliko mwingine. Mama wa naibu rais ni mzazi, mama wa Raila Odinga ni mzazi. So tusihusishe wazazi katika mambo ya siasa. Nadhani inaeleweka vizuri. Mambo ya siasa za chuki ambayo inaweza kutuletea, hatutaki hasara kama ile ya 2007 ambayo ilituletea shida. Watu waliumia sana, mambo ya njaa, pesa haikuwa wakati huo. So vita ni kitu mbaya sana katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Niliona kuna vitu ambao waliban kwa mambo ya matamshi, kama sipangwingwi, kama kimurgeldet katika lugha ya Kikalenjin, na zingine ambayo kwa Kikuyu. Si kuona wakiguzia tialala na tibim. Si kuona tialala, si kuona tibim hapo, na hiyo yote ni matamshi ya chuki. Sijui ni kwa nini si kuona mambo ya tialala kabisa. So wasiegemee upande mmoja. Hatukatai kwamba sipangwingi ama hizo zingine ni mbaya, lakini wangeongeza tialala hapo, ama ni kwa sababu kwa upande wetu
Wanarondo.
Yeah.
Tialala inakuaje head speech kwako?
Hata mimi nataka kumjibu hapo, nimuelezee.
Na hata sipangwingi itakuaje head speech, mimi pia niulize.
Spangwingwi it's advocacy for anarchy and rebellion. Uko na mtoto?
Niko na mtoto.
Mtoto ukimuita akwambie mimi spangwingwi, utafanyaje kama baba?
Ukweli utakasirika, lakini utakasirika kweli, lakini sio hate speech. Haiwezi leta chuki katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Hatuwezi linganisha na mambo ya mtoto, kwa sababu lazima akuheshimu, kwa sababu
bwana Rono, sababu ya kuwa na constitution na kuwa na sheria ni kuwa na muongozo na wanaoongozwa. Okay?
Yeah.
So wakati wewe unaoongoza alafu anakuambia spangwingwi, eventually kila community itasema spangwingwi and then the country will fall apart.
So ukweli uwezi, hata kama mimi niko na kura yangu moja na siwezi pangwa ni nani nitapigia. Nani atanipanga kwamba
hakuna mtu anaingia kwa booth na wewe akwambie pigia huyu?
So ndio maana tunasema hatupangwingwi, tuko na uamuzi wetu.
Bwana Rono, wewe umeanza kunichanganya. Wewe wakati unapiga kura huko Nandi, kuna mtu unaingianga naye kwa booth?
Hakuna.
So nani anakupanga wakati unapiga kura?
So ndio maana kila mtu unajua wakati mmekutana katika mkutano fulani ya watu hivi kidogo, kuna mtu ataanza kukuconvince kuambia tupigie huyu, wewe hujui kitu, wewe hujui ni nani kiongozi anafaa. So kitu yenye mimi naweza mwambia tupangwingi.
Bwana Rono, hayo ni maoni ambayo kila mmoja wanasema, Waswahili wanasema mwamba ngoma uvuta kwake. Okay?
Yeah.
Mimi nakwambia Azimio ndio real deal kwa sababu ABCD. Wewe unaniambia Kenya Kwanza ndio yenyewe kwa sababu ya so if you have convincing reason you win me over. If I have convincing reason I win you over. Hakuna kulazimishwa. So sababu ya kudai uhuru wakati tuko na uhuru tayari wa kupiga kura, kuna uhuru wa kusema, kuna uhuru wa kutembea, kuna uhuru wa kufungua biashara kila mahali. So uhuru mwingine mnatafuta ni upi ambao mnasema mpangwingwi?
Sasa unaona Bernard?
Yes.
Sisi kama Kenya Kwanza hatuwezi pangwa jinsi ya kuendesha serikali yetu, na sisi hatuwezi panga Azimio jinsi ya kuendesha. Wako na right ya kusema hatupangwingwi, hawapangu. Sisi hatuwezi wapanga na hawawezi tupanga. Unaona?
Okay, subiri Martin akona swali kwako.
Sawa.
Bernard, unajua jana tulisema sipangwingwi, ndio pia hao waliruka hiyo kusema kitu sipangwingwi. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Niko na rono kwa hiyo ya kusema sipangwingwi. Really, I mean, come on, that's a song. Mtu wote anaweza sipangwingwi. Lakini swali ile niko nao na rono kama na kusupport hata kwa hiyo. Nataka rono aniambie tialala inamaanisha nini? Unajua sipangwingwi tunajua kitu inamaanisha. Tialala na hizo vitu zingine zinamaanisha nini? Ndio unataka pia zifichwe.
Sasa unaona na word kama tialala siwezi elewa kwa sababu labda ni neno la Kijaluo, lakini ukiona venye wana express wakati kiongozi anasema vijana tialala, unashangaa hii tialala wanamaanisha hii tufanye nini? Ati vijana ria. So unaona hizi itakuwa sasa wangeweka tena pia kwa list. I think hiyo tialala venye wana express inaonyesha ni kwamba
ndio watu watatusumbua hapa.
Okay, Bwana Rono, nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Nasema hivi. Kama ulisikiliza huyo chairman, huyo reverend, alisema vizuri kwamba walifikia hayo maneno sio kwa kusikiliza tu, lakini walifuata speeches vile zilianza kutumika na wanaona kule zinalenga na kule zinaweza kuishia. So kama Tialala na Tibim haijakuwa kwa hiyo group, huwezi peleka tu huko kwa sababu Azimio wanatumia hii, mbona sisi UDA ndio tunaonewa? That is not how things are judged. But all the same, you are free to express what you feel and think about the judgment by the NCIC. Lakini pia uende huko kutetea hiyo jina yako kama unaona inafaa. Kama huwezi kuruhusu kwa nyumba yako, sioni kwa nini turuhusu Kenya. Asante. Lakini Mama Selina, uko ready? Okay, Martin, come in.
No, I'm not Penat. I will come in later. I'm in a phone, please, with Kenya.
Okay, sawa. Thank you, Mami.
Bernard, ni mimi ama?
Ni wewe Mato, endelea.
Asante sana. I always start this show by saying thank you to Mutembe TV, thank you to Bernard, Wewe and the panelists, and mostly the moderators, Wewe, Themba. You guys do a lot of work and you're always on time, and we appreciate that. And like today, I want to introduce Mr. Kasuni. He's my friend. We've gone to school together. Nimemsukuma leo nikamwambia ingia hapa, wacha kuniambia hizi vitu kando huko. You know, go in there and talk. Akaniambia, I always watch you guys. Lakini nikamwambia, you watch and you don't want to be there. Get in there and be a panelist, because some of us, we are known over here and we do it, just don't listen to us, but come and bring your idea, because your idea is what makes us grow. Because Mutembei TV is such a big TV. If you don't, sometimes if people don't, I don't know, if people don't look, you understand that Mutembei TV is always in all the big things happening in Kenya. They are there with Raila, they are there with Uhuru, and these are people that understand. So I believe we're being watched, and we are an international TV, and our diverse opinion over here always shapes our society, and it's an international TV. So mi ya kwanza sina maneno, unajua nani Bernard, unajua mimi ni mkora huku, nitakuja kidogo nianze kusumbuliwa, dhamba akiingia pia asumbue. Unajua, so you know, I'm not new here. For now I'll just say it's good Saturday. I'm happy to see everybody here. Welcome for the new guys, welcome for everybody, and let's have a decent, thoughtful and respectful conversation today as we converse. And then also watu wa comment, tunawajua nyinyi mnapenda kuchokoza huko chini, saa zingine nakujanga na chokoza, but leo tukue wapole kidogo, tusifanye Bernard aanze kusimamisha show ati wewe wacheni sijui hizo vitu mnasema huko chini. So anyways, I just wish for a good conversation today. Bernard, maybe saa zingine nitatoroka ikifika saa zingine, alafu nitarudi, ama network itaweza fanya ifanyi. You know, we're also doing something as we're being a part of this. I appreciate everybody. And Bernard, I think that's my opening conversation. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Martin. We appreciate it. Karibu tena. Honorable Bundi, vipi?
Mzuri sana Bernard, how are you?
Niko salama.
Nimeona mwote na wakaribisha pia. Karibu Kazuni, nasikia wewe ni mgeni, karibu. Hapa ukupari kuchemuka, kuna mahali utachemuka na utapoa.
Siwezi chemuka.
So Daniel, Rono, Rubia, Jameson, Wycliffe na wale wote, Martin, karibu sana wale wote wako pia nje. Now I've seen what is there today, but Rono, you have something before I start? Nilikuwa salamu. Okay. Before I start making my comments, I want to go outside kidogo, kitu sichaona hapa. I'm so sorry today. Everybody knows that Nairobi is our capital city, whereby we expect coalitions to have their stake. I was shocked to see UDA is going to have a governor. It's going to have in fact, Sakaja is not going to start from NCIC. It's going to start from UDA. Mama Margaret is going to carry over senator from UDA. And then we shall have women rep, who is Mama Miradi, Mama Millicent Omanga is also going to go with UDA ticket. So I was wondering, where is these two parties, Mudavadi and Ford Kenya? I wished for them to accommodate them fully. They should have at least given them even senator, even for Kenya, for them to feel appreciated and being in a coalition. So I wish they should see that they are not accommodated. Wanachesewa kwa umbali. Na I don't know whether, and I'm so sorry because you see Mudavadi everywhere making statements. He's very happy with what is happening, but he's not happy. He's happy, but he's not seeing what's happening. I don't know what is happening, but I wish somebody may wake up somewhere. Yes, another thing is all about NCIC for the whatever they said yesterday, wale machina walisema. It is true, as Bernard said, before they reach there, kuna vile walipanga. For example, hiyo ya KUPANGWA, you see now, like IPC inaweza sema kitu, and then usimame hapo, uambie watu no, atupangwingwi. That is already a kills. I don't know why Mr. Rono analinganisha mambo ya Tiara na Tipim na wamama wa sasa. Hiyo kweli shwari, that is let us be very sincere and very sober on this sopa. Na saa hii iko na uwezo, wacha hali siwaome vile wamepiga kifua, wamesema they will keep on using that word and every word they feel like they have to use. And I wish police should be there. Vile anamaliza kuongea analala seli, akiamukia kesho akioga akienda kwa mkutano tena analala seli until tumalize election. So it's up to them. If they feel they want to sleep cells every day, I think police are there, because this is hiyo ni huduma imepewa mamlaka ya kisheria na imepewa pesa na serikali ya mwananchi kufanya kazi yao. If they are seeing that's how it should be, I think they should go ahead and do their work. About MUTURI, I was so shocked because MUTURI is one of the guys I respect a lot. I never knew whether it go that way, but I think ameambiwa kwamba atapata speaker, wacha aingie kule. Lakini kwa vile mimi najua this is the worst speaker Kenya have never had. Kenya hajawahi kuwa na speaker kama huyu. This somebody is sleeping on the job. I miss Marende times 20. I wish Marende should wake up and be ready to take over National Assembly. And there is pliant guys out there than MUTURI. So MUTURI pia yeye amesema leo apangwingwi. Sasa mimi nashindwa, wakati ameenda kwa Ruto akupangwa hapo ama uka alifanya aje? Si alipangwa. So cannot stand on a national TV you are in somebody kama apangwi, you should have gone direct paka kwa depend ndio tumuamini, hata kama ni namba 5 ashike, lakini tusema alijaribu lakini alishindwa. Then because the friendship of National Assembly, you should have come back and say, you see guys, I tried sikupata, please I would like to go on with my speaker seat. Pada sangine ange make more sense than ya sasa yeye kutoka UDA akuje kusimama speaker. Yeah, another thing I've seen here, I've seen Raila met GUMBO, which was a very good thing. I wish they could agree, because GUMBO is not a joke. He's a serious guy with his own people. Everybody knows with independent what he did last election, and you see now, I even said here the other day, him having OWINO, it is not a joke. And my own views, if I was one of the guys who make decisions, I would say no, let these people be given an ODM ticket. Let Orengo get something to do in national government. I wish they should have not done that, or else somebody like Raila Odinga brother and Kando, maybe OWINO ama Ugumba apewe senatorial, brother yake atoke Kando, because you see now we are giving the brother a president, and then you cannot go in there waanze kufight na watu. Ni vile sasa tusikie kuna brother ya Ruto anang'ang'ana pale Eldoret North. Hata sisi wale watu kwa Azimio tunaweza sema surely hii ni mambo gani? The same thing, we have to be honest. Raila's brother honestly angekaa kando, and everybody knows pia mtoto wa nani pia anasimama, kijana yake pia anasimama MP, the brother pia, the sister pia anasimama Kisumu. Those are the people should have actually give other people space, because there is a lot of work they can do out there. There is presidential advisors and many more. So I hope wataangalia hiyo, wachue pia they should give other people a chance to read. Going back to Ruto, what is doing? Ruto is smart, is very smart. Wherever he's going around, amesema atasimamia yeye mwenyewe nomination. But I know after that many people will cry, because he anataka aweke wale watu ambao atagavan. Because you see people like Nyamu, they are now out, watakuwa naongelea kwa dresa awachui ya kesho. So amepanga vizuri. It's like kile timu alikuwa naye pato ndio iko. And if I'm not wrong, Sakacha and Marara ndio walikuwa wanatumwa, ndio walikuwa wa mtu wa mkono kupanga mambo ya Mudavadi joining Kenya Kwanza. And you see now they have given 30 chance because they did their work. So I don't see where Mudavadi coming from. I know somebody may get a chance to speak about it more, but for now, because it's an opening remarks, let me my speech end it there. Thank you.
Okay, asante bwana Bundi, na swali kwako tu moja.
Yes.
Wewe uko na ndugu wangapi?
Wale wa kusaliwa naye ni mmoja, alafu kuna wengine wengi wale naita mandugu.
Sasa wewe ukiwa kiongozi, ndugu zako wanazuiwa kutafuta uongozi pia?
I really don't mean that, Bernard. What I mean is this, and I know anybody may understand what I mean. Or it is not the first time Oburu is standing as a senator, as he has been an MP. Oburu is a respected person on the area. But now, because there is language between Orengo and the GUMBO and others, the person to step down to give these two leaders to agree between GUMBO and Orengo is Oburu. That sort of was my suggestion, that Oburu should give us space, because you see, even ni watu wengi sana walikufa na Raila, ni watu wengi sana walipoteza hata makazi yao juu ya Raila. But Raila watu hao kupinga, alichaguliwa kama mbunge wa East Africa. We hope hata hiyo somebody, lakini unaona amekuwa. Now back home, Raila is going to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. As you know, as I know. I wish. It's not a must. He can go on and nasimame, but I wish he should have given that space. That's all.
Unaona watu wawili wanazozana, alafu Oburu hayuko kwa hiyo group inazozana, alafu namwambia yeye akae kando ili wamalize mzozo katikati ya watu wawili. Oburu anaingilia wapi? Oburu ana support GUMBO ama
is to bring a cohesion between GUMBO and Orengo. Yes.
So if Oburu leaves, the fight between GUMBO and Orengo itaisha.
Is a father, is a big brother, can give an alternative by stepping down. And it's not a must, ni maoni tu.
Okay, sawa. Asante.
Yeah.
Nilikuwa tu nataka tuklarify hiyo kwa sababu tukianza kutumia hiyo kama sheria, basi itakuwa mtu mmoja wa jamii peke yake ndio anapata uongozi, hao wengine wote waende kulima shamba.
Sio sheria penalty, ni ile nilikuwa nasema kwa uwiano na kutokatakata na and you see now SIAYA is the bedroom of Papa. Yeah? We need also a good picture from that side. If we can't get a good picture from that side, how do we get a good picture from Mombasa? Hata mtu wanasemanga ukiwa mwanaume na uongozi bora, you start from your home. Anza kutoka nyumbani. Uwezi enda kwa soko, uanze kuambia wamama kwa nini mnapigana soko na bibi yako ni mmoja wao anapigana kwa soko.
Wewe Bundi wewe, waachia tu hapa, asante. Wycliffe.
Good evening. Good evening, Bernard.
How are you? I'm
fine, thank you.
Yes, you're hiding.
I'm not hiding, I'm here.
Yes.
You can see me now.
Yes,
I just wanted to... Okay, sawa, niko hapa. Now, I just wanted to talk something about Azimio. Today I saw Kalonzo and Baba somewhere, I think in Kitui. Is it in Kitui? It was in Kitui, if I'm not wrong. Kalonzo said he's willing to, he's ceding grounds, he's willing to take any position, which I'm happy to hear that. However, isikuwe ni kama mchezo anatuchezea pia, because we really feel disappointed, because it should be, we need to work as a team, as the way I've been saying before. Then for MUTURI going to Kenya Kwanza is something which I anticipated to happen, because the way he has been saying his things. So to me, it's not news. Raila meeting GUMBO and OWINO, I think it's a good suggestion. It shows he needs to bring it shows there's something which is going on, as much as people are saying, oh, there's nothing which is happening in those sides. But there's something which I also noted when I was watching news this night. I discovered that in Mombasa, for example, there have been donations have been going on, but I discovered we had some challenges today. There, people were fighting left, right, and center, and I think it would be fair enough for something to be done. If someone is kama ni kuchukuliwa hatua, if kama anaweza disqualify both candidates, if kama kuna chaos, for example, I think a discipline has to be enforced across our political parties. The moment you find yourself doing such things, it makes our opponent look so much organized, because you see, like today, nimeona our DP saying nani anatosha, naito nani Sakaja is he can, and then at the same time Margaret Wanjiru. So at the same time, as much as we are complaining about nominations, also we need to, if something which is going to work for us, let's sit down and see it's a give and take. Si kila mtu atashinda ikita. At the end of the day, it will be only one person who will be the governor. At the same time, one person will become a senator. So we shouldn't allow infighting between ourselves. Then there's a rumor which I've heard going around about the Nairobi gubernatorial seat, that Azimio is planning to bring in Irade. Is it Irade? Irade, yeah, Irade and team to deputize him. I don't know how factual is that, but I've just heard a rumor somewhere. So if that could be true, I think it could be also a good combination, because at the end of the day, we need someone here in Nairobi who can deliver, because 70 or 80% of our working lives is here in Nairobi. So it would be fair enough for them also to give us a good candidate whom we know very well that they are going to deliver good services for us Kenyans, especially Nairobians, because Nairobi to see Bahatisha, because like the way we did last time with Sonko. So I have nothing personal against Sonko, but you see, at the same time, we need good services. I think that is that for me today.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wycliffe. We appreciate it, and the infights, when they are well managed, they should be a good demonstration of a democratic way of dealing with matters, because this negotiated democracy seems to defeat the whole purpose of healthy competition between aspirants. There are areas where negotiations should prevail, but when we make it a uniform standard, we'll eventually end up negotiating everything on the table, other than letting the free air of aspirants fighting it out on the ballot. The only thing that we should separate from our nominations is the chaoticness. Mtu akuje kwa box akipata kura yake 5 ashukuru aende nyumbani, sio kuleta fujo kwa sababu fulani anafanya nini na nini. All these claims of being rigged, or somebody already has a certificate, that's what needs to be controlled properly. Tukuwe na one source of certificate. Hii story ya watu ati chairman wa party ndio wanapeana ticket na tuna National Board of Election. ODM needs to come out clear and give the roadmap. Otherwise, I'm in support of negotiated democracy, but it should not be the standard. Let's also allow room for healthy competition. And when the ticket is hot, it will be pitted for by all by all stakes. So we should not demonize the healthy competition, but we should manage it so that it doesn't spill over and become chaotic. James Blue, unasemaje?
Okay, excuse me, Ben, before
Yes.
you go, Bennett,
Yes,
how about the rumor which I've just asked about the government?
Yes, it's just a rumor. It's yet to be confirmed.
Okay.
It as at now, it's just a rumor, and probably, you know, nowadays the wherever fake news is and propaganda is on the high. So it is suggested that he joins Tim Wanyonyi and becomes deputy, but it's yet to materialize. Let's wait and see the stakeholders, because the Azimio ticket for Nairobi is high stake.
Bernard, 1 minute.
Hold on.
Let me confirm.
Ngoja honorable. Sijamaliza sentence, wewe unataka kukata. Sasa wasikilizaji watakuwa wamesikiliza nini? Nimesema it's high stake because one is on the presidential negotiation desk. Secondly, the people wanting that ticket are not simple. Some are really, you know, they have already spent a lot in terms of wanting to get that ticket. And so just dismissing them is not as easy as it looks. And then bringing in this and bringing in that, it is high stake on the Azimio side. I hope they get an amicable solution that maybe they will assimilate everybody into the county government. But sahi kile naona ni itakuwa ngumu kiasi. Yes, Bundi sema.
No, I was already confirming the rumor our brother is talking about. Yeah, it's rumors you are saying, but it's a true rumor. A reason being somebody somewhere, I don't want to mention name here, who has been going around the city. Kila mtu anaona kama alikuwa anashinda. Only to realize that he has papers from River Road, which shows that he come from university.
Who is talking now?
Who is talking is Bundi.
Bundi conclude tena kuna mtu akona makaratasi ya River Road.
Yes, somebody somewhere and that akona makaratasi ya River Road, and you see now hiyo imemweka kwa tight corner. He have no option. He must step down. Another thing which will bring Igate in is when Akikuyu will not give a number 2. If Akikuyu get number 2, Igate will not come Nairobi governor. But if Karonso come number 2, then Igate will be deputized with Wanyonyi. If Kikuyu get number 2, then Igate may deputize Wanyonyi. That is the stand. But so far, Wanyonyi is the leading next governor of Nairobi. On that part, that's my opinion. On that part.
Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Nashukuru. I hope.
Is there a network problem?
No, Samuel. What do you mean? You can't hear us?
Any network problem?
No. Why? We can hear you clearly. All the people behind the curtains, I'm getting rid of you. The screen is dark and the viewers are complaining. So kama lazima ukae nyuma ya curtain, tunakusukuma nyumbani kwanza, utajiandaa alafu urudi. James Blue, toa maoni yako.
Hamjambo.
Hatujambo, namna gani leo?
Salama sana.
Rupia, mute your mic kwanza. Wewe ndio next, lakini mute your mic.
Kama kawaida tunashukuru Mungu. Yeah, but I want to dismiss immediately what Honorable Bundi, my friend, is actually trying to talk about. Ukiingia Nairobi, rafiki yangu, ulisikia Sakaja alisema shida ya maji ni ya kila mtu. Shida ya nini, barabara mbovu huko suburbs touches everyone. So bringing issues of sijui Kikuyu, blah, ABCD, I think it is not healthy for this forum. I actually understand the dynamics of votes. Kupiga kura kweli ni kusema ukweli. Nairobi sidhani kama it's so that tribal like huku nyumbani. Watu wa Nairobi wanaangalia sera, wanaangalia how people actually are smart. Kama mtu ukatae ukubali, my brother, Nairobi actually, I can say 90% of the residents of Nairobi ni watu wako sober, si watu wa 50-50, si watu wa nini kumira. I think this time they know what they are going for. Sio kama ile ati sasa tupatie Sonko, then at last wanakuwa embarrassed. So this time stop talking about tribes. Ilikuwa I think Nairobians actually know what they are going for. Tuachane na hayo. Somebody actually was talking about Siaya Kababa. OWINO was so bitter. Nilimuona asubuhi akiongea morning show. Akasema sasa unajua mtu mwingine alipatiwa lakini he is not actually content, ani hajaridhika. And that is why kuna kitu ina nikujianga, mimi nasema tu mbona mzee Oburu kweli asitulie, say that kama baba sasa anaenda kuchukua, si kwa ubaya, lakini sasa sisi tunasemanga where I come from, my brother and I, we cannot, hatuwezi oa kwa nyumba moja. So kwa sababu tunaenda kuleta msichana I'm the eldest, na mimi sasa kama nilishabahatika kama Oburu amekaa sana, amekula chumvi kwa siasa ya Kenya. Wacha manage maneno yani behind the curtains. Akuwe tu anasukuma maneno kama Muhoho, akuwe anasukuma maneno kama nani, kama Jimmy Kibaki. Hajakuwa na tamaa ya kuingia kwa siasa kwa sababu baba alikuwa rais. So naomba sana mzee, hata hii maneno ya Iyala, pia niliona kijana Kalonzo. You know, these politicians at times pia wanatuangusha. They push their personal agendas so hard that we can feel what they have inside their hearts is not all about people. Saa zingine what they speak and what they do, they don't tally at all. So nilikuwa naomba tu mzee Oburu, jamani, Jacob Oburu, umekuwa mzee, si kwa ubaya, we respect you so much. Hii kiti ya Senate naona tupatie moja kati ya mzee nani, former spokesperson, kwa sababu mtu ametoka bwana a very big rank in the police service. Ameona sasa waacha aenda ahudumie watu, just like where I come from in Rift Valley. Watu wanakuanga na we shelve ideas. Ambo sasa wewe unaona vile unapitwa, your brother is running so fast. Alikuwa anasema mkutano itakwisha, akaambiwa sasa mkutano ya nani itakwisha? You see, in a homestead, hata leave alone the birth right. Kuna kijana tu hata kama ako pale nyuma, baba anaona huyu kijana ataoa mapema, bila anaanza kuongea na wasichana village, huyu sasa ndo napanga mahari yake very soon. So tulipanga ya Ruto, naona amekuja hapo, lakini sasa unajua experience ya baba nayo bwana, this mzee is so much that haezi shindwa this time. Bado tunaambia kijana yetu atulie kidogo, 2027 tujui kama baba atarudia ama ni mwingine. So some years to come, vile Murathe, Atuolis have not dismissed completely that Ruto will become president in future, but for now it's baba. So I see that wrangles in Baba's home or backyard. Mtu mmoja tu kama mzee Oburu angeshuka alafu tupatie Owino ama the other guy Senate, it will actually quench the thirst na hii maneno ya mtu kufeel hii ni kama nimenyang'anywa kwa sababu ya hivi na hivi na hivi. So hata nilikuwa naona if we have a negotiated democracy, Orengo is also old. Anaenda tu term moja anamaliza shughuli yake alafu anaachia watu wengine. That is the meaning of democracy. And finally I want to speak about hiyo kura ya Nairobi. Unaona hawa watu wa Kenya Kwanza wanajipanga panga sana, and they want to benchmark our mistakes as Azimio. Unaona Mombasa kuna people actually want to show the might. Utai kubali umeshindwa, hata kama unaona umeshindwa pia. Abdul Swamad nilikuwa naona kama ashachukua hiyo kitu, lakini some other guys are not, they don't want to listen to, hawataki kusikiza. Pia nimeona issue ya Kalonzo akikuja Azimio
James Blue, ni kama network yako imekataa. Pole lakini. Rupia, are you ready?
Asante sana, Bwana Bernard. First of all, I would like to greet our viewers. And secondly, as you can see, my camera is so poor. That's why I was behind the curtains. And first and foremost, I want to contribute on the issue of party nominations. And party nominations is a very tricky thing, a tricky exercise. It has not gone well with most parties in Kenya and elsewhere. There is the negotiated democracy that, or the consensus that we are seeing right now. And it has, and so ODM, I think ODM is in the front line doing the consensus thing. And they are conducting polls, opinion polls. And some people are not happy with it. But it's a tricky exercise, as I've said. Even if you go for elections or for nominations through balloting, you find a lot of challenges. And our parties in Kenya cannot handle balloting in terms of nomination. There you will find a lot of chaos. So I think the parties, they tried this time round, because I had some of the aspirants were refunded and they were told that they were called and they sat at table and discussed. Some of them refused to go and some of them actually went and they agreed. So you see, when somebody has refused to negotiate or to sit down with the fellow aspirants, then there's nothing you can, and they will get out of that place and announcing a lot of bad things about the party or what. So at the end of the day, it is that ugly. So it is not an easy thing. And I think we are still going to get a lot of problems in terms of nominations. The best thing that other aspirants who are not settled on can do is to run as independent or join other parties. Because if for example, if you come to Kisumu today and you give Professor Nyanyo the certificate or the ticket for ODM, I don't think somebody should treat that as a do or die thing. You can run as an independent or you can get another party and run with. Then life continues, because at the end of the day, we cannot have four aspirants with the same ticket from the same party. We will only have one aspirant. At the end of the day, we are only going to have one governor per county. We are not going to have 2 or 3 or 4. At the end of the day, we're only going to have one president. So that is how challenging and how tricky party nominations are. I don't think anybody or somebody somewhere has a better method of doing it. People just give suggestions that even if you know, right now there are people who are making noise. If you went for the ballot, they would still make noise. So you cannot control people, or you cannot direct them on what to do. They will do what they want. That is why some people say sipangwingi. Anyway, sipangwingi si mbaya sana, but I think the context in which the term was being used, and the term has been used together with all the 23 terms that were listed by the NCIC, I think they have been directed. Like if you are in Uda and you say Sipangwing, it is clear that you're referring to, and they have actually referred to the president and the so-called deep state. I don't know whether this deep state exists, but they refer to the president Uhuru Kenyatta and the deep state. And on my side, I just want to jump a bit because personally, I support Kalonzo to be the deputy, to be the running mate of Baba. I have my reasons for that. Because one may say that we need youthful leadership. You need what? You need what? We have been in this country for quite some time, and we understand the dynamics, how politics is done, and how what politics has done in our lives. You see, these young people that they run around, that they're energetic. These people are idealized. I'm a young person, but I'm not against young people. But I'm just saying a fact that young people cannot run this country at this time. And in most cases where they have been planted or appointed, they have messed up completely because their needs and their wants, and they are a bit more self-centered, to be precise. So I think even in this country and in leadership, we need people who are experienced, people who have seen it all, people who have invested, not people who are going into leadership to steal money to invest. And that is why we get problems in this country. You saw when Kibaki was president, Kibaki did not have a lot of, he was not that ambitious, he was not that over ambitious, and he could handle one case, could handle things step by step, step by step. And then you see, we had a very good country, even though we could not appreciate that time. But in the regime of Jubilee government, we are actually seeing the grandson government that was led by President Kibaki and Raila Odinga. So these young people that you see running around, these are people who want to make well. Trust them with our money. We cannot trust them to run this country. The next thing you will see is that people will be stealing money from the government. They will be stealing our taxes, like it has happened in the Jubilee government. And then again, the country will be broke, and this country will be a failed state. So we need those elders. Another thing is that I come from SIAYA County, and the issue that has been mentioned here, I don't want to talk about that of Oburu so much, because it is something that we have actually discussed. We talked about it, and you see, even in 2017, I think Oburu Ginga ran for that MP. I don't think that these things he makes decision together with his brother. No, he makes his own decisions. And at one point, you will see that his brother will insist that Uhuru should drop, or the family members. In 2013, he made them to drop their bids. A lot of them, I think Ruth was talked to and she dropped. I think even the outcry that is in the media and in the public, I think that thing will come, and that guy will be talked to and he will drop, because it is a concern everywhere. So again, that one is there. Then we have hate speech. Somebody was talking about Tialala and Tibim. You know, actually Tialala and Tibim, they don't have any meaning. They are just emphasis that you can just say Warembo High, Warembo High, or Wama Tialala, Wababa Tibim. So it is just an emphasis, and it is not even a bad slogan that is inside. After all, if we can put it in its context, it is a Tanakali za sauti. So you emphasize something that wamama wako, they have attended. So you say wamama Tibim. So akongangari ni kuchangamsha mtu. It is not an inciting term like the ones that were mentioned. And then the one I always believe that this Kenya Kwanza, there is something that Ruto is using that is unique, because imagine Uhuru Kenyatta is the president, and Ruto has managed to even the National Assembly Speaker, Justin Muturi, who is a very close friend of the President Uhuru Kenyatta. He has also managed to take a lot of people from Mount Kenya, from Uhuru Kenyatta, who is a sitting president. I heard some people say that Ruto has deployed the dark forces, that he is now using the dark forces, and he has created some sort of a cult around him. These people are joining him blindly. Even they say that what the term that he uses, the Mganga term, I think this thing must be, Ruto knows something about Uganda, and these people are just following blindly. I'm not personal, but I'm giving a statement that you will hear somewhere else. Ruto maybe has gone to dark forces and is using these dark forces to lure these people, and these people are even going to an extent of insulting their own son, who is a sitting president. And that is a very serious thing to do, even if it is democracy. I don't think it's a very, very good thing. It's a serious thing to do. More so when somebody is a sitting president, Rais ambaye amekalia kiti. So on both the coalitions, they are preparing, and I can see Kenya Kwanza, they are really preparing hard. What I would urge them to do is that let them just prepare without Uhuru Kenyatta, because the president has decided that he will support the Azimio side. So let them just exclude the president and stop hurling insults at the president. It is a wrong thing to do. Even if somebody has done you wrong, and is a president that is a symbol of national unity, and a lot of people are looking up to him, just give him that respect. Because if you now insult the president, and the president has got powers, he has decided to keep quiet, then what if you get that power now, you are the president? It's I don't see, sioni kama vitu zinaenda vizuri hapo, because these people are just insulting the president, who is a sitting president. And then what if they will get that seat? What will they do? And what will they not do? So that is a sign from the Kenya Kwanza coalition. Let them do their clean politics. Let them not insult people, because if they believe they have numbers,
then they should just be there now and even try and lure other people to get into their fold and have more number. And the way I see they are operating or they are conducting, they are targeting other people, they are targeting their rivals with insults and abuses, which is not good. That is why even if the NCIC is coming in, NCIC has come in just because of the words that come from Kenya Kwanza. And they even after the announcement, they went ahead to even call on NCIC that what you have given us is nonsense. So that is very wrong for this country. We still need this country even after August 2022 this year. We still need this country after elections. We still need to be united. We cannot afford to be divided, because right now you see there's very high cost of living. There is no food. I don't know what is happening in this country, my friend. So let's just unite as Kenyans and let us just work together, because at the end of the day, and there's only one funny thing that I've heard you people talk about Nairobi governorship. You know, politics is also about interest, because somebody has dismissed the ethnicity kind of, because you know Nairobi, this ethnic group is this way, this one is this way. So people are looking at their interest. People, you know, when somebody you are close to gets power, you can talk to that person. If you can talk to somebody who is in a powerful position, it means good things can come your way. So that is I think that is the driving aspect when you are supporting a political fall or a political side. Because if you are next to power, you are next. That is why even we as Luela gets the presidency, we feel that it is our own, and we will be next to power, and we things like that. Not that we will discriminate anybody, but if being next to power makes you feel good, make you can access, you can access a lot of things, and that is the advantage that our brothers from the mountain, they have had that. And even other Kenyans, we are not saying that it's only Kikuyus who have benefited. After all, who actually he worked in all these counties, he went everywhere, and he was very warm, he was receiving everyone. I think that one we should give credit to him, because he is a man of good heart. He has really loved Kenyans, and that is very good from him. That is what we need. But the only part that we feel that has not been done correctly is in this government. We have had the highest number of corruption cases and cartels.
Rupia, conclude time.
And that is something that we are looking for, that the next government that will be come in August will fight these two issues. One of them is cartel, and this cartel is closely related to corruption. So let me end my comments there and allow other people to also give their views.
Okay, thank you, Rupia. We appreciate it. Let's bring in Mama Selina before Andrew comes in.
Okay, Temba. Habari ya leo kila mtu, usiku, asubuhi, masaa 8 ama usiku.
Tuko salama mami, karibu karibu.
Asante. Mambo ni mambo. Tunaelekea hapo tu, si mbaya. I think by Monday next week kila kitu itakuwa imetulia. Naona Temba umeongea kuhusu mambo ya coalitions, Raila meeting with people from SIAYA, So anyway, nikienda vile mpango ya nyumba, Azimio iko na watoto wengi, iko na nyumba mingi, na I want to be careful nisitumie ile maluka nasema naelewa saiti alafu nijipate kwa shida. Vijana wanataka mambo direct. So Azimio iko na watu wengi na nyumba yenye ina vyama mingi ndani penat si rahisi, kwa sababu mwenye kupiga hiyo, mwenye kuserve, mwenye atatengeneza hiyo chakula ni baba.
Can you
Na
please
at least,
adjust your volume? You are too low.
oh, okay, thank you. Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay. Continue.
Unanisikia? Okay, najaribu kuongea kama unajua zingine sauti tunatoa alafu tunapita mpaka, so nilitaka leo at least kuongea kidogo kama wamama. So anyway, Temba penalty ya kwamba si rahisi upange nyumba kubwa mpaka iende laini, but watakuja pamoja. Huyu anasema ingekuwa mimi, ingekuwa huyu, na nashukuru, nafikiri leo wamefunga mambo ya parties, wamefanya hiyo registration, na nashukuru, naona wameweka Ngilu, wanasema wanaweka Kifuta Kibwana, na niliona baba akiwa Kitui, wapi alikuwa Kitui na Kalonzo. So yes, KKA wanatuonyesha ya kwamba mambo ni rahisi, wanapangwa. Tumeambiwa tusitumie hiyo China. Anyway, wanapanga watu yao, wanakubaliana. But Bernard, ukiona kila kitu iko rahisi, usifurahie mambo yenye unaona inaenda nywee. Kwa sababu moja, saa zingine pengine mtu alikuwa ni moja, lakini unataka create ya kwamba labda hiyo ya Nairobi, hiyo ya Margaret Wanjiru na Sakacha, hiyo ni kitu tulikuwa tunaona maybe ilikuwa ukweli, ya Kalwale na ule wa Kakamega, but most of this inaletwa watu na kusema wamekubaliana. Wengine wanajua hata hatuendi mahali, so kama umewekewa yako mfuko na ujaenda nomination, hakuna campaign umefanya, so ukilipwa kitu kidogo uende kando na unajua mwenzako aendi mahali, unajua penalty ni rahisi sana uchukue, kwa sababu unajua after all hakuna mahali wanaenda. So tunawaambia sawa, hiyo ni mzuri kupanga nyumba yao, wacha waeke mtu moja moja ikiwezekana, hata ya councillors watuambie, ya county assembly watuambie vile wanapanga. But always kama unapangwa, chua mtu kama hiyo ni hatari sana. Eli mahari hii wanakurusana, alafu kila mtu anajua at least mkikubaliana, hata huko chini watu watakubaliana. MUTURI imenishangaza. I thought hii urafiki yenu ya wababa ni ngumu sana. Everybody was thinking MUTURI ni rafiki ya Uhuru, ndiye alimulete akamweka kama speaker, but I don't think kumbe hakuna urafiki. MUTURI was the last person, but mnakumbuka alienda akajiapisha, akaenda akafalishwa hiyo nini, kukua Njerunjeka ama kukua mkubwa ya jamii ya Kema, lakini watu walikataa. So I think yeye alitaka kukua an elder, lakini wase walitoka wakapinga. So I think pia hii watu yote unaona Temba ni watu wako na uchungu. Unafikiria mtu anakupenda, lakini kumbe ni kiti yako anaotea. So nafikiri especially kama hizo ya kina MUTURI ni vile walifikiria Uhuru ataenda retire, alafu waense kuinherit hiyo nyumba ya Mumbi ama nyumba ya Kema. So lakini ni sawa, kura imefika, leo tuko tarehe 9, so tumepakisha masiku ndiye tufanye uchaguzi. Ile kitu tu tutaomba ni kwamba wacha Kenya iwe na amani, wapige kura ya amani, na watu ya hawa ya SIAYA wakae chini, kama vile nilisema jana. It will be so bad for watu ya Nyanza kuanza kupigana, ama wanataka baba batala aenda aombe kura Kenya, baba jikoni ya nyumbani yenye wenyewe wangemaliza. So I don't think Nyanza ni mzuri wapishane, kama wangekubaliana, kwa sababu hapo ndio pila ya baba. So kama nyumba ya baba inatingisika, ataweza kushikilia Kenya namna gani? And I think people are very wrong Penat kufikiria Raila ndiye anawahitaji. Ni sisi ndiye tunahitaji baba. Baba can say today I'm not running for it. What will you guys do? Unajua mnafikiria mnatisha, amwezi tisha chuma ya ametishika mpaka amepita hiyo. So I hope people wangejua what they want, ila amani wanataka nchi yetu, na wachipange. Mtu kama Kalonzo anataka kukua rais, anapigana na watu yake ya Ukambani. Who will support you when you want to need those votes? I think people are not serious. Wewe unataka kuwa rais, Raila akuachie, unang'ang'ana iandikwe kwa kitabu Raila niachie, na bado unasumbua Raila. Raila anaweza enda vile Uhuru wameenda, walikubaliana na Ruto watawachiana. What happened? Uhuru wameenda nje ingine na analia. So Kalonzo pia, kama mimi ni yeye, ningekuwa loyal kwa baba, kwa sababu najua what I want. Lakini ukimsumbua na unatarajia akuja aseme wewe tosha, agreement inaweza kuwa kwa vitabu, agreement inaweza kuwa hata kwa bank, hata will watu wanaandika, isipokuwa will ya wasungu ya huku mahali tuko nje ni genuine. Lakini mawili zingine za Afrika, wasee wa nyumbani wanakuja wanapomoa, wanasema hata ilikuwa hivi na hivi. So Penat, wacha nisiende mbali sana, wacha nisikize vile watu wanasema, lakini tuombe. Na mambo ya wamama siwezi sahau. Watu wanasema ati tukipatia mama, niliwaambia Martha Karua ako na constituency inaitwa wamama yenye iko na milioni 4 tayari kutoka maendeleo. Hawa ndio walimwamusha, na chama ya maendeleo tangu Kenyatta hawachai kuwa opposition. Maendeleo wanakaa na mtu anatengeneza serikali. So wakati ya Moi, maendeleo ilikuwa kwa serikali. Kibaki akiingia, wamama ya maendeleo yote wakaenda kwa Kibaki. Uhuru wamekuwa, wamama yote ya maendeleo wamekuwa hapo na kura yao. Wamama ya maendeleo wako na grassroots kutoka huko chini, sub location wakuja location, wakuja wa county. Election yao ya kina mama inakuja mpaka national, na wako na live member. Mimi ni live member ya maendeleo. Wamama wako na kura, wako na card. Uwezi kutokea tu na kusema mimi ni mama ya maendeleo ama utoke uende laini. Ni watu wengi pena tu wajajua. Chama cha maendeleo ni chama iko na wafuasi 4 million wale registered members of maendeleo. Tunachuanga kutoka sub-location uko kwa ward, ukuje juu, wakuje mpaka division, wanafanya election mpaka wapate national chairperson. Na wakiamua kitu moja, inaendanga. Kuna kama leo tunasema tunaenda serikali, wote wanaenda kwa serikali. Wakiamua tunapigia mtu moja kura, wanaenda. Na maendeleo wasemi uongo. Maendeleo wanafuata vile national office imesema. Vile walitangaza ya kwamba wako na baba na walikuwa na Uhuru, that is how it is. So mimi nataka tu watu wachue, mimi na support Martha Karua akuwe running mate ya baba. Na constitution yetu ya Kenya inasema kama kafana ni mama, running mate yake ni baba. Kama sasa Kenya baba ni president, na constitution our right says chenda ya mama lazima akuwe running mate. So kama constitution inatupatia hivyo, kama kingesemekana baba anatakana kuwa president na running mate ni president, sisi kina mama tungeenda hiyo viti mumesoea kutuambia ya chikoni. But as for now, tunatimana our right, Penat, tunataka mama akuwe running mate. Na si mama yeyote, wamama milioni 4 wameona Martha Karua anafaa. na tunataka Wakenya ama wasee watuambie kama kuna mama mwingine ametokea chama ingine yenye si ya maendeleo na anataka kiti ya running mate, then sisi wa mama na huyo mama tunaenda kupiga kura, tunamwambia simama hapa, na yetu ni ya mlolongo. Sisi wa mama ya maendeleo yetu tunakuanga mlolongo, so tunaenda KICC, tunasema kuna Njeri na Martha Karua ama kuna Chepkemboi na Martha Karua, tunaenga mlolongo, nani anafuata nani, tunahesabu yetu saa hiyo na tunaenda. So musing'ang'ane kutafuta kusema wanaume wachukue kiti. Penat ni mama running mate tosha, hiyo tu.
Asante Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Lakini swala la constitution kusema hivyo alijapitishwa bado. Kulikuwa na hiyo proposal kwa BBI. So kwa vile BBI iko kwa pause mpaka itekelezwe, ndio hiyo itakuwa kisheria, lakini hakuna sheria pia inazuia mama kuwa running mate. Kwa hivyo kulingana na mambo vile yanakaa, inafaa sana mama akiwa running mate aswa kwa urais. So I'm in support of that, for one, to get the women constituency, avoid voter apathy, and be able to be part and parcel of the decision of this 2022 elections. But all in all, we appreciate it. Let's keep moving. Kelab, namna gani?
Poa sana Bernard.
Yes, umekuwa on hold since you came in. Sema kitu kabla Andrew akoje.
I think hapo kwa mama there is an issue. You know, pia mama pia unapatiwa kiti on merit. Kenye unaweza fanya, not just because you are a woman. Because pia tukianza kusema wanaume wapewe vitu because you know, agenda balancing the gender, no, the 2/3 gender rule itakuwa inafanya kazi. So I think women kupata kiti, let them prove their worth. Acha mtu ang'ang'ane so that hata akipewa kiti anapewa on merit, sad because she's just a woman. Ni hayo tu. Kwanza malizi.
Okay, thank you, Caleb. Andrew, before you come in, let's listen to this.
Whatever formations they come up with, whatever political formations, this is the time for Brother Raila to be president of Kenya. And I commend him for resilience, for ability to stand strong.
Aidha, Kalonzo amewataka
Okay, one more, and then you come in this video.
Salia, the party leader of Ford Kenya, our brother Moses Wetangula, and the party leader of Democratic Party of Kenya, my good friend, a man that I have worked with for now 9.5 years. I can speak for the party leader of DP, and I can speak for the leadership. But it's very interesting that the key leaders who worked with the President Uhuru Kenyatta are here today. Very, very strange. The two majority leader emeritus, 3 are here. Honorable Kindiki, Honorable Duale, and Honorable Murkomen. His deputy is here. His speaker is here. The other speaker is in Kenya Kwanza. And this reminds me of 2002 when leaders led by George Saitoti walked out of Mzee Moi. So you see where Kenya is heading. The president has been left by all his lieutenants. And he's now in bed with his perennial historical enemies. So the people of Kenya can tell the difference. Number two, I think I'm seeing something that Chiloba has corrected. Because I tweeted last night and I told him, you dare disconnect. And I talked to Safaricom. I have an agreement with Safaricom, not CAK. And I'm a post-paid member, so they have my details. Now he's saying, I meant those Kenyans who are not registered. That's what Chiloba said. But we are telling Chiloba, you have been put there, we know you, and sooner or later, we are going to monitor, we will focus on you. You have not been taken to CA as an ordinary director general. We know what you want to do on the polling day as far as the internet is concerned. We know the data you're collecting. And we know you're working for the deep state. And we will flag you and we will profile you. Just like the way we profiled your other colleagues within the deep system. Number two, I just want to speak to a man I helped become the chair of NCIC with the speaker. And I participated in the enactment of the NCIC Act. It has my signature, that bill. I participated in the approval of the commissioners led by Kobia. The speaker and the colleagues here will tell me. And you have an act, and Honorable Wetangula has read for you. You have no legislative power. And we are giving you as evidence today. I thought, he will even ban nobody can stop reggae. That should have been a word that should have been banned. Instead of banning nobody can stop reggae, you are banning the word tutalinda kura. We want to tell you from here and telling our supporters, tutalinda kura yetu kutoka wale ambaye wanataka kuiba. So kila kijana ambaye anasikiza sisi, lindeni kura yenu usiku na mchana mpaka Mheshimiwa Ruto atangazwe kuwa rais wa Kenya. Ya pili, miaka 4 kutumia BBI mulijaribu kupanga wa Kenya. Led by the president himself. Ulijaribu kupanga wa Kenya, ukajaribu kupanga your succession. I don't know what you fear. Tunakwambia hatubangwingwi sisi. Na hatuwezi kubali. We will not be part of your plan. Na ya mwisho, mutajua hamujui. We are telling from the highest office to the smallest man. Mutajua hamujui. Na sijui mutadu nini. Tumesema mutadu nini. Kobia unatusikia utadu nini. Wale wamekutuma mutadu nini. Ama mutadu. So we have reached a stage where we must speak to one other very candid. We are joining with the DP. We'll join with many others because we share that we must fix our economy. And Your Excellency, let me be very kind to you. Even when we form government, the first 18 months, if we don't fix this economy, Your Excellency, you and our team, Kenya will go the Greece way. A Minister of Finance, without taking the due process of parliamentary process and committees, the budget-making process, was telling the country, I propose this, I allocate this. There is nothing he has proposed. There is nothing he has allocated. From Tuesday, the Speaker will refer those estimates to departmental committees, to the budget committee. We will reallocate what you have allocated. We will change what you have proposed. And you are just cheating the people of Kenya. The budget is not yet done until Parliament approves. So, Ukuriatani, what you read is what you usually read in a village in Marsabit. Thank you very much.
Mudadu, tunaambiwa mudadu.
Joio, au pangwingwi yao. Wanandru karibu.
Yes, Mr. Bernard and the panelists. Actually, On my view, I want to give a small scenario. As a footballer, and you are about an hour to start a game, and you find the captain of your opponent with the senior ref, with the assistant ref, the racemen, both, they are having a dinner somewhere. If you are naive, you will understand, you will not understand what this. So now, Mr. Ndware, from my view, he has already said very well that Mr. Uhuru was to be impeached. That is what he saying. If you don't understand, that is it. So which means they had already planned very well what they are doing, and he has even said one by one. So that's very clear. And one thing he has also said, even this coming one, they are also planning for something. So we Kenyans be smart. Let us be smart and vote very wisely, because they are looking for a long term, and a long term may not be well for most of Kenya, of us, as I can say. Our friends from UTA, but what is missing in the other side is the word corruption, because for our friends from UDA, corruption is a hate speech. Integrity is also another hate speech. So what do we do now? So we need, let's speak the truth. And the thing I could only say is that with Kalonzo is getting the picture. However, he has some forces pushing him, give him time. And Nairobi, as we said, Wanyonyi, you will have some things are coming up. We don't know, there is some kind of information coming up. And SIAYA, they will sort it out. As a bigger house, as we say, is normal. We'll get to with time. What is worrying me is that how can you tell people not to register the SIM card? How many fake ghost people have about 10 lines of registered one person, or he has registered people who don't exist? So that is not his job. And when you see, remember the Uduma number was also good, but they the same way they castigated, and then say eventually they ended like that. But the communication, renewing of a SIM card is important. That one, I think the government will work on it. And about the hate speech, as I said, maybe there is tomorrow some people will knock his door. Maybe we'll get a phone call. So that one, the obvious relevant will work out. So I'm still behind the scene, because I want to go through what's happening the day, and I'll get back to you all. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Bwana Andrew, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Mokoa Douglas.
Yes, Bernard.
Mtadu, hebu tuambie kile mtadu.
Hai, Bernard, habari ya jioni.
Niko salama, namna gani?
Niko salama. Leo nimekuwa Nairobi, lakini nimesahau kukupitia. Nitakupitia siku nyingine.
Now you're owing. Karibu lakini.
Thank you. Na wasalimia panelists wengine. Let me give my views to the topics of today. And I want to present my honest opinion on what I think on some of the issues. Number one, I want to start with the NCIC. The words and the phrases that have been listed. I think I want to support the KKA people, not because I'm a hate monger, but that was unnecessary anyway. Whatever they said, they are giving political mileage to the KKA. Why am I saying so? Because now you could see the bravado and the kind of agitation they are using to say those words at Tupangwingi and such like things, it is giving them airtime for nothing. So NCIC should think twice, and they should sit down and think on what they should do to tame the issues of 207 and what brought about chaos after the elections. But as leaders also, leaders need to be careful on what they speak. They need to know when they are weeping emotions, because this is a very hotly contested election. And if anything is done the wrong way, this country may go to the dogs. To go the 207 way that made us lose so many issues and so many people. Number two, I want to speak on the kupangwa ya watu wa KKA in Nairobi. As I'm sitting, I'm wondering who could be the running mate to Sakaja. That could be the puzzle that they will have a problem to solve. Because now Margaret Wanjiru has gone to the Senate, and there's somebody who said, James Blue, where did he go? That Nairobi people are not going to vote on tribe. That is a lie. They will vote on tribe. If a lawyer is the governor, a deputy Kikuyu, they will be there. Kamba, such things. So the KKA, who will be the running mate now to Sakaja, will be the issue, because Margaret Wanjiru Kikuyu has gone a Luya or a Kalenjin, whatever Sakaja is, because some people are saying he's a Kalenjin, some are saying he's a Luya, I don't know. So we can't have Sakaja, a Luya, a running mate Kikuyu and a senator Kikuyu. It would be a challenge. I don't know how they are going to balance that. But again, these are the people who have been saying eti watu wanapangwa kwa mahoteli. They are busy kupanga watu. So I think they are missing something again. And again, there's something you said about the Azimio coalition party versus KKA coalition of parties. There's what we call the concessional democracy or the negotiated democracy. It has got its own advantages and disadvantages. Because who sits down and arranges people the way it was done? It is the leaders themselves. Where is now the space of the people they represent? And I like what is happening in ODM. As much as they are fighting, that shows there is a maturity of democracy. Everybody's voice is being heard. Whoever is aggrieved is making noise to say that I have a voice here, I need to make a choice, I need to make a decision. Not like when you take 3 leaders in a room, you sit down and you give a ticket, or you say, now we've agreed. There are people down there who may not make noise, but they will make that noise in the you've given them. So that is sometimes when concessional democracy or negotiated democracy becomes a challenge or becomes a problem. And you may lose the strongest people that you thought could be able to give you the much needed voice in the parliament or in such like I want to go to Aden Duale's speech today. Aden Duale, he has used the same word that Cherargei used sometimes back, that wale watu munasumbua DP, we are profiling you. And Aden Duale is saying they are profiling Chiloba. We know you. Aden Duale has been in the Jubilee government. So when he tells us he knows Chiloba, so he should take us back to 2017 and tell us what is this that Chiloba did that you know him. You know, they are spilling beans. When the gods want to destroy you, they make you crazy. These people becoming crazy every day, and they at the end of the day they are going to reveal to us everything. Like MUTURI joining them, they are going to tell us, MUTURI, ile plan yenye ulikuwa unafanya ya kuimpeach president, now let's finish it. Let's finish it. So mixing themselves and spilling things and going to say, oh, this is what we wanted to do, this is what we did. On the issue of there's somebody who was saying the brother to Odinga should not be the senator for SIAYA, and somebody was saying wacha akue. Democracy is about your voice being heard. If he's in the ballot and the majority hamumtaki, why make noise? Go to the ballot and say, we don't need you from the ballot. Don't make noise in the streets and say hatukutaki. Go to the ballot, cast your vote, vote making noise that uni bradake. Nobody has questioned the Nandi. There's an issue in Nandi. Henry Koskei has been a leader in this country for a very long time. His two sons are vying for seats. Nobody has told them ni dynasties ka chini. Susan Kika, his father was a dynasty. Nobody has told him wewe sasa sababu babaka amekuwa huko toka hapa. You see, those are the kind of things as Kenyans we need to. Lakini sasa Wakenya nao tabia yao ni as long as it's Kenyatta's or Odinga's, that's where we make noise. Ruto is also creating a dynasty. Tomorrow his son or his daughter should not stand for a position. So people should be honest. Go to the ballot. Kama hutaki mtu fulani, do not vote for that person. Instead of making this kind of noises we are making kwa mtandao and such like things. So that is it for now. Hiyo mambo ya kupangwa na watajua wajui, hiyo tutazungumzia baadaye. Thank you Bernard.
Asante Douglas. Hiyo ni vitisho tupu. There is nothing behind it. I don't think many. By the way, there is an unconfirmed letter from the DP party. They are saying that the officials were not consulted, so they don't know what MUTURI was doing at Kenya Kwanza. That means hata hii tutadu pia they are struggling to create an image of having the majority support. From the data we have, they have less than 5 parties. Is it 5? UDA, Ford Kenya, ANC, which are shells. Then what else? Now DP. They are not up to 5 parties. Azimio has 26 political parties. So what kind of image are they trying to portray that they have support? Probably they are buying some people so that they can go and parade them and say so and so has accepted this and that. In my opinion, they have a long way to go. Hao ndio wako na shida ya kile watadu. Si hao washanaswa. Wamefinyiliwa mahali. All the same. Let's keep going.
Nimesahau kitu, please. One second.
Yes, Douglas.
On the coalition party versus coalition of parties, if it happens that the Azimio coalition party has won, it will be easier to run government because one person will be responsible in discharging mandate. But when you have a coalition of parties, you will be sitting down to divide positions, and that is where now people group themselves into their parties to start now getting as much as they can in the government. Hapo ndio mambo na corruption inatokea, kuiba pesa za serikali and such like things. But when you have one person as a patron controlling the government, it becomes easier to give directions and to delegate powers or authorities. Thank you.
Mama Selina.
Yeah, Bernard. Nataka tu kusema kitu moja. Watu wawili walikuwa napigana. Mwingine ni muoga. Naenda tu hapo mahali Ndwala ametuambia. Ule muoga anasema shikeni huyu mtu nitamupiga nitaua. Kama mtamshika mtaniona. Sasa anakula mori anaambia watu shika hiyo mtu shikeni hiyo mtu nikimshika atakwisha. Sasa hii maneno yote Ndwala anasema wanajua aendi mahali. Sasa anasema fanyeni vile mtafanya, mtuipie kura. Chiloba tunajua umeletwa kwa sababu ulifanya ile asiku ile. Bernard, kama unajua unaenda kuwa rais na mnajua mko na watu wengi, hii mastori mingi ya nini? Sasa mnatuambia atishika huyo mtu, mimi nitampiga nimuue kabisa. Chimbeni kaburi nitaweka. Hiyo obvious, tumejua hiyo watu hawako. Sasa ni Kenya tufurahi kwa sababu you cannot just come na unasema budget ya Kenya yenye imepitishwa anasema watakuja kuipanga tena. So please, hiyo tumeiona hiyo watu wanapigana, mwingine ni muoga akikaribia anasonga anasema shika yeye. nitamuua. So tunajua Ndwale, hiyo yote unasema ni ya pura. Asante.
Thank you, Mama Selina. Joseph.
How are you, Bernard, today?
I'm well. Karibu.
Thank you so much. I'm loving the discussion. Every day when I get it, someone either of bold, I do engage people. The people that I meet, even at my shoe shiners in town, sometimes I like promoting those people. Whatever these people of UDA discuss or their argument, sometimes you really beat them. Like a thing of Dynasty, I gave them today an example. If there is a child who comes from the interior of Western or Kisii, anywhere, from Roktok, and he does his the exam which we do, the KCSE, KCP, is all the same. There's no of the rich people or the poor. So if you get an airplane and you have been admitted to University of Nairobi to do medicine, and a son or a daughter of a rich person happens to get the same, be it either amepitia mlango ya nyuma ama mbele, mtakaa kiti moja, hata wekewa ati yeye ako na VIP classes, you will attend the same lectures, you know. So there is nothing, this narrative, the people of UDA, they are advancing like Kenyatta's family, Odinga's family, their dynasty, because they were nobody before. It's their fathers that who worked hard, like the way Ruto is working hard today, is children and the grandchildren to live a better life. You know, for me, I will have no problem if Nick Ruto stands to be a member of parliament, because if the people will choose him, better, you know, it will be their choice. If people today choose Oburu Odinga as their senator of SIAYA, it is okay because they could have expressed it. So this thing, these guys are saying dynasty. I've never really thought or imagined it. And then listening to the speech of what Duale said today, I have always seen Duale as someone who is arrogant, who says that with him is the best. The way, you know, his master always knows that he is Mr. Right. You know, there is no one who has the right thing. You know, when he's saying, you know, we are going to rearrange it, like the other time they were telling people that we are going to put the 50 billion for hustlers in the budget. We are going to do it. When they went to parliament, they couldn't do that thing. So when saying that they are going to rearrange the budget of what has been read, I really sympathize with him. Again, he goes, starting now, there are the people that are, when a thing is done their way, like the Supreme Court, how it ruled, Supreme Court is good. When it says something which is against the opinion, it is bad. You know, because they have what we call double standards. You know, I've seen people of Mount Kenya region wanapangwa na watu wa Western kidogo, but sijaona DP akipanga watu wake huko Rift Valley. You know, like in Nairobi vile amepanga watu wote leo ni UDA. Sasa wapi hawa Flower Girls, NC, Food Kenya? Hakuna, you know. And then naona tu Msari anasimama hapa anaongea like sometimes I ask, you know, you can get a privilege na unapata una ile kuwa muoga, you want to be behind people. You know, it's good like if you are a leader, you know. The other day I was listening a discussion. It was yesterday actually in the morning, where there's daybreak. One of the guys from Justin MUTURI, they were saying that MUTURI, you know, is the one who is sober, is going to run presidents. That guy was selling him very hard. So today I was surprised when I saw a notification that they are in Karen. I wanted to prove, and then I checked it because I was in charge. Then I saw MUTURI saying that he has made his mind to go that way. this means all these people are the same, you know. That is why even MUTURI, I regard him as one of the people that are, even in parliament, the things which were being done in parliament, they were not up to standard because courts have nullified, have most of the bills have been, either the courts have said they were not done right because he couldn't do the right work. Remember Marende, the work he did, yeah, despite he was from the opposition, he was doing the right work. So as it stands, the people of this Kenya Kwisha, let me call them, for those who will feel bad, let me say, these people, they don't have what they believe in. I don't know what the ideologies they have, because the guy that who brought me home was saying is from Mount Kenya region, that they know Ruto is not going anywhere, but they want to give him hope. Watampigia tu hata yeye ndiye akuwa opposition, because they know hakuna mahali atapishana na Azimio or anything, kura zake hazifiki. So they are giving him hope. You know, you are the president, you know. So as I wind up, as I say, my last thing is, I had one of friend who saying that whatever the words which were said, that those are hate speech, that it did bad, that they're giving marriage to the Kenya Kwisha. No, I have a different view about it. You know, use the context they use those words. You know, when they say this word, they were saying reggae, yeah. There is no way that it offends anyone. You know, when you say Tibim, it's not going, iguzi mtu atila ati inaweza leta ati watu wapigane. When someone says Tibim tiarara, when even you look at it, do you think that itafanya watu waanze kupigana? Yeah. But imagine when you are now making the words which were said that they are hate speech. Alafu unasema wale watu hawezi tupanga nini, the way they say it. Don't you think that in one way the other party will feel bad? You know? So for me, let us not see that kama kitu yendi na wewe, uanze kusema ati kitu ni mbaya. If it's not good, it's not good. If it's good, tukubali wakati mwingine democracy. Si kila kitu utakubaliana. When the majority say wameamua kwenda that way, hata kama uko na believe, na unakubali. Yeah, that's what I could say for now, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana bwana Joseph, nashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Na unajua saa nyingine huwa nashindwa kwa nini DP huwa anaruka maneno yake yeye mwenyewe. Saa hii yeye alisema hapangwingwi, na saa hii amepanga watu Karen wiki mzima. Watu wanafanya nomination, yeye anawapanga tu. Yeye anafanya nomination, yeye anawapanga, anapanga. Sasa yeye peke yake ndio ako na license ya kupanga na wengine wazipange. Alafu ikifika huko anasema hiyo ni hekima. Hiyo ni smart politician. When, how come this smartness is only with him? And when it is practiced by another person, it becomes dynasty. Hawa matajiri, hawa mabwenyenye, hawa nini. What is it that we use as a standard of Mount Kenya Foundation inapanga, Uhuru Kenyatta anapanga, Raila Odinga anapanga, na sisi atupangwingi, lakini yeye ako kwa kiti, hataki nomination Nairobi, hataki nomination Kisii, hataki nini, kila mtu anakuwa settled, wanakuja kuwa paraded, anaambiwa Malala kuwa the governor, Halwale jipange. Ni nini kinaendelea? Kelabu, niambie.
You know, Mr. Bernard, you know, sometimes umejaribu kusema DP na wapanga. And then ukisema ati anajaribu kuongea on the other side, wakipangwa anateta. Nataka kuuliza swali moja. So far from the consensus zenye zimekuwa zikiongelewa kwa Kenya Kwanza, umesikia mtu akicomplain?
Uliza swali tena, unasemaje?
From the consensus so far zimefanywa, umesikia mtu akicomplain anyway?
But we have never been against consensus. We have
No,
never
Bernard,
campaigned against consensus. The
there's
contradiction
nobody
is the
yes.
contradiction is the DP has been campaigning against consensus. He has campaigned against boardrooms. He has campaigned against people discussing. He says the people will decide. Then when it comes to the turn of the people to decide, he leads in boardrooms, he leads in consensus, he leads in negotiation. So why is he preaching water and drinking wine? That's my question.
Okay, Mr. Bernard, what I think you are doing is maybe you misunderstood him. Kenya kwa anajaribu kusema is, you know, Bernard, in the politics whereby the parties they go and pick somebody. Unachukua mtu then unampatia ticket for the party to run. There's no any basis when you uliangalia maybe the popularity, the consensus as kwa that's why unasema mtu amepangwa. It's like I've unpicked somebody to go and run. So but ukiangalia kwa DP is trying to bring all the candidates on board. Now what wana agree this is the person. So there's a difference between agreement na kupanga. Kupanga ndio unachukua mtu na unpick mtu then unaambia wengine, it's like you're commanding them. This is the candidate, so you must support that person. That's why you can now say that mtu amepangwa. But whereby you have the liberty of choosing kusupport mtu amechaguliwa ama ukatae, hapo hujapangwa. Ukiona when they are all in agreement, it means that wamekuwa na wameshawishiwa ya kutosha na wamemake decision yao ya kusupport hiyo mtu. And then Mr. Ben, another thing, ulikuwa nasikia unasema ati Azimio there are around 26 parties and then the Kenya Kwanza kuna around 5. You know, Mr. Bernard, one thing you were forgetting is that from the Azimio side, the only strongest party over there ni ODM. Hizo zingine zote ni UDA ni moja, but inaweza bebe hizo zingine zote. The popularity rate, ukichukua UDA na ushikanisha za 25 more parties from Azimio, haziwezi toshana, my friend. So hizo zingine zote just like one UDA. So that's why the DP is not more interested in having these parties on board. Justin Muturi akikuja over there, he came with a party. But truth be told, Ruto needed Muturi, not the party and the members that he has, because he has very few members. Ruto needed the Muturi as a person, not the Muturi as the party. So when you see him trying to bring him on board, it's because kuna kitu anataka kwa chief na si ati anataka bring in so that atakuna votes. And then this thing of having many parties in Azimio inaleta shida. So that if he was trying to go away with that thing, because each party itakuja na demand zake. DAP iliingia Azimio mapema. Say maybe some few days from now you'll see them coming with their demand. So tunataka hii, the negotiations. So then sometimes when you're having these larger parties inakuwa na shida. I would be really happy if Kenya Kwanza wanaweza dissolve hizi parties zingine zote. They have one party, and then Azimio hizi zingine zote zitolewe, they have one party. So at least over there tukua tunasema there's now what we call we have ideology. If you have a common ideology, mbona usivunje hii chama, mwingine avunje hii chama, hakuna chama moja. In 2017 Ruto na Uhuru walivunja TMA na URP wakatengeneza Jubilee government.
So Warakela, you are confirming that the reason why all these consensus are ending up with UDA candidates is because the really plan is to have a UDA government. These other ANC for Kenya and the other ones are flower girls who are paraded to
you know, Mr. Bernard,
to give a particular image that does not exist. Yeah, exactly.
No, Mr. Bernard, you see, you look at the popularity rate of the party and then unaangalia kama for example like ANC iko Western, Ford Kenya iko Bungoma na Trans Nzoia. So mtu kama huyo ukimpatia more attention surely. And then you are somebody mwenye kona maybe the followers all over. You know, sometimes eka kila mtu akue kwa kiwango chake. Ford Kenya wako sawa tu na Bungoma na Trans Nzoia. And sijasikia complain mambo na Nairobi and all that. And although some people are saying Johnson Sakaja is from UDA, Johnson Sakaja amekuwa registered as a member of ANC. He's not a member of UDA. So yeye ni wa mtu ANC. So maybe probably the UDA will produce the deputy governor for Sakaja. So and then Mr. Bernard, what I was trying to say.
Thank you, Leslie. Yes. I don't want much time there because it was just a question.
Yeah. I want to make my submission.
You will come in after Julia, I think so, because you have already spoken for some time. Julia, namna gani?
Mzuri Bernard, habari yako leo?
Niko salama, karibu.
Asante.
Yeah.
Selina, I see you. Thank you for representing wamama hapa. And maybe I should start on that point that Selina alikuwa naongelelea na Caleb akasema kwamba wamama they compete. I agree with Caleb. I think wamama should compete on the same platform with men. And I don't think wamama, they need any favors. That is my take. But I think, Caleb, you didn't understand Selina was saying that Karoa brings in a new constituency. She is not, we're not looking at her as the constituency from Kirinyaga. We are looking at her as a national leader. She brings in a new constituency as a female aspirant. So if she's going to be the running mate for Baba, that is going to be a super candidacy, presidential candidacy. Because both Karoa and Baba agree on principles of integrity. Hao ndio watu wamepigania nchi. Hao ndio watu wametetea haki. These are the people who are fighting corruption in this country. So she's not only a female aspirant, but she brings in another constituency of Kenyans that believe in anti-corruption, Kenyans that believe in integrity, Kenyans that do not agree with looting of our public coffers. That is the constituency that Mother Karoa is bringing. So Caleb, Mother Karoa doesn't need any favor. She can compete competitively with the male candidates. She doesn't need any favor because she's female. She can. Show me one politician in Kenya right now who can compete Mother as running mate. Na sisemi wa mama wote, hata waweke pamoja, hata wengine waweke kwa timu moja, uweke Mudavadi na Wetangula, useme hiyo ni timu moja, uweke Kalonzo kwa timu ingine. Show me one among them that can defeat Karoa when it comes to national politics. Hakuna, hamna. So Mother doesn't need any favors because she's female. She brings in a powerful constituency, and therefore all of us are looking forward to Ararua presidency, ndio turarue hii mambo ya corruption. These haters, these warmongers, hate mongers, name them. And on that, I go to the agenda ya leo, that the difference between Azimio na Kenya Kwanza ni kama usiku na mchana. Because Kenya Kwanza, kiongozi wao ni nani? Ni Ruto. Nikiangalia Ruto, naona all the scandals. Kama si shamba ya shule, ni shamba ya hospitali ama university. Kama si pesa iliporo hapa kwa NYS, unawacombine na Waiguru. Kama si hate mongers, warmongers, unaleta Sudi. Kama si yale matusi ya Kuria, unaleta yale matusi ya yule jamaa kwa hapa US. I mean, birds of the same feather. Talk about Azimio. Tell me one thing that Baba has stolen from this country. Na nikisema hivyo watu wengi wanapenda kuleta Uhuru in that bracket. If you bring Uhuru, tell me one thing that Uhuru himself has looted. Usituambie maneno ya baba yake. Uhuru did not commit any crime to be born as the son of Mzee Kenyatta. He just found himself there. And if his father did 1, 2, 3, we would not forever been telling Uhuru this because of his father. Tell me one thing that Uhuru has stolen. Show me somebody working with Baba na uniambie huyu ni mwizi. And then we start counting them. Wezi wa Baba ni hawa, na wezi wa Ruto ni hawa. The difference between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza ni kama usiku na mchana. Kama si kuiba shamba yetu ya embassy, ni kuiba shamba yetu ya graves. See them, what they do, the things they are doing. What did Duale say today? When NCIC is talking about hate mongering and tells us that don't use this word, don't use that word, don't say atupangwingwi, don't say the things we say about other tribes. I mean, it doesn't harm us when we don't use those words. I have nothing to lose if I do not use those words. I have nothing to lose if I don't use Pangwingwi. I have nothing to lose. The only thing I'll gain is promote cohesion in my country. But what that Duale, all the words that Duale used, he deliberately used the words that NCIC quoted, was against. Now, maybe Duale thinks that he cannot be sued. Probably we don't have a clear law that can be used to sue him. But to me, that is being childish and immature. But you see, his boss behaves in the same way. I'm not surprised that Duale was talking like that. I mean, he was thinking, there's somebody here who is saying that that NCIC is giving KK a migrate. No. If you open your mouth and say those things, NCIC was against, that is being childish and irresponsible. I have nothing to lose if I don't use those words. I just need to be a responsible Kenyan and promote cohesion. So kama mimi kama Mkikuyu, kuna maneno tunatumia against some communities, then I should stop using them. I have nothing to lose. Hii prejudice ni ya nini? Hii ujinga ya hali ya jiko kwa KKA ni nini? What was Duale trying to say? I mean, he's a man, I think he's a married man and he has grown children. He's talking like a 15-year-old boy. He doesn't have to use those words. He can still give us the message he was giving without using those words. Ni nini amegain hapo? He's gained disrespect. We don't respect him. Sasa si ati NCIC imempatia marriage. NCIC is just giving us guidance that if we want to promote cohesion, do not use these 1, 2, 3 words. So talk about Kenya Kwanza, you talk about hate mongers, warmongers, watu wa matusi. You talk about thieves, those who are looting our public coffers. Mention of Azimio, talk about integrity, law, justice, equality, equity. Caleb, you are laughing. Nataka if you want to post what I'm saying, usiseme, don't talk, be specific. Utuambie, Raila Odinga has the following scandals of corruption. Mother Karua has the following scandals. And if you want to talk about Kalonzo, because Kalonzo was with Baba, say Kalonzo has the following scandals. Name them. If you talk about Uhuru's family, don't tell us about Jomo Kenyatta. Tuambie, rais wetu Uhuru aliimba hii shamba, amepelekwa kotini kwa sababu ya hii shamba, amepelekwa kotini kwa sababu, we can tell you how many court cases Ruto has. We can tell you how many court cases Gachagua has. Show me your friends and I tell you who you are. So the difference between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza ni kama usiku na mchana. Ni kama there's no comparison. No wonder MUTURI joined them, because now we understand MUTURI is one of those who was planning to overthrow Uhuru. You see, birds of the same feather flock together. We don't have to ask questions. So as for the difference between the two sides, Azimio and KKA is like day and night. Now, mama, we don't need favors. Karua is standing for us, and I look forward to seeing Ararua presidency, a super presidency, ndio tumalize corruption. And I think Caleb said one good thing. He said that maybe these coalitions should proceed and form parties. I don't know whether they are going to form parties, but maybe I want to agree what he said. He talked about ideologies. Very good, Caleb. I agree with you. We should proceed and have ideologies. On one side, we have KKA who have looted our public coffers. So the ideology is looting. And we have the other group, Azimio, anti-corruption, integrity. That will be the ideologies between, on one side, we'll have an ideology for Azimio, anti-looters, integrity, promoters of integrity. And the other side, we shall talk about people who are ready to loot our public coffers. That is the difference of ideologies in the two sides. And that is why I said the difference between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza ni kama usiku na mchana. Sijui nani anaongea after mimi, sijui kama ni, I think now allow me because I'm not seeing Bernard.
Julia, niko na swali.
Yes, okay, go ahead, Caleb.
A quick question unto you, because you are trying to say that in Kenya Kwanza there is a group of looters, and then in Azimio we have people with integrity. Aren't you lying to yourself? I mean, let's address the real issue. Even Martha Karua, when she has been addressing the rallies, amekuwa akisema on the both sides kuna wezi. Just that you look at the policies of the other side, because ukianza kusema Kenya Kwanza is a group of looters and then Azimio there is integrity, then I can tell you that we're misusing the word integrity.
Okay,
All
Caleb, I was
misinterpret and
specific.
change the meaning.
May I respond to you? I was specific. Nimetaja Gachagua, and the panel here will support me, those who have done research. I hope somebody is writing down. Gachagua has several court cases. Hata kuna pesa kwa bank yake yenye hasemi ilitoa wapi. Ilitoka wapi. I think some miracle happened and some money appeared in his bank account. Ruto, I can list for you about 5 corruption cases of land if you want me to list them down. You are presidential candidate, William Samoei Ruto. Sidu is in court for being a hate monger. In fact, sahi ako na case because of Baba Stony. Kuria, juzi, alifungua mdomo yake. What was he do? He was spreading hate against one community. A foolish man called Cosmas, who is living in the US, he was spreading hate against the first family. I mean, Waigoro has NYS scandals, corruption cases. I want you, don't generalize, Caleb. If you are to talk again, nataka useme Baba akona 1, 2, 3 corruption cases. Mother Karua akona 1, 2, 3 corruption cases. Don't generalize. Don't say I'm lying. I'm citing. I'm very categorical. These are cases that are in court. I'm very categorical. Si ati ni rumors. So utuambie Baba akona hii case. Mother Karua akona hii case. Hata uendere, these are the front runners in Azimio. Kalonzo has several corruption cases. And if you want to mention Uhuru, nimekwambia tuambie Uhuru ni shamba gani ameimba. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, semi Jomo Kenyatta. Nasema Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has stolen this amount of money. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ameimba shamba fulani. I can talk about you. I can spend the whole night talking about corruption cases by the people in Kenya Kwanza. So it is not rumors. It is known in the public limelight. And I told you, show me your friends, and I tell you who you are. I think Kate wants to add something there as we wait for Bernard.
You know, Julia, you have told me clearly, show me your friends, I show you your character. You know, when Raila is roaming around with the looters, Uhuru Kenyatta, he's a looter.
Okay, I told you, Kate, before you say something.
Yeah, I want to give examples.
About Uhuru Kenyatta, and as we are here, we have to on a laptop, that on internet. Mention one case and go to search it right now. Case number 2, mention it. Don't say Uhuru is a looter. Mention the cases. Be specific. Go ahead, Caleb.
Number 1, President Uhuru Kenyatta has been mentioned in the Pandora Papers, and the pages.
Caleb,
you know, if you have
Caleb,
got the chance, yes, Kata.
Caleb, before you continue, I just want to just ask you a question based on what Julia has told you. One, I want to ask you a question. Is it wrong to have an offshore account in Kenya? Is it wrong in the constitution to have an offshore account? That is the first question.
No.
Secondly, if my father had a vehicle that I inherited, is it wrong that I inherited that vehicle? Am I supposed to be the one, and that vehicle did not have a case at all? You remember that one, the land that you are talking about that was in question and all that was cleared by the National Land Commission, that it never had any problem as to the acquisition that was mentioned by the so-called the people that were accusing Uhuru Kenyatta to have all that land. And thirdly, are the sins of my father should be transferred to me even when I'm old enough to take it to make my own decisions? Because I'm getting this vibe that you're trying to tell us that whatever that Uhuru Kenyatta is owning right now is supposed to be illegal just because you have a question about the illegality of it that has not in court. Have you watched the symbol of the judiciary? It has a weigh scale, which means it can go either side. So when you have a case in court, it can go either side. That is the reason as to why the law of Kenya is very clear that you are innocent until proven guilty. From that particular analogy, I want to ask you this question. Has the deputy president been charged and be found guilty in the court of law? And has he been charged? And the answer is yes. So if we are talking about that we are not accusing William Ruto, we are stating facts that he was charged and proven guilty before a court of law as a sitting deputy president. Thank you.
Okay, Bernard, may I respond to Caleb about Pandora Papers? Pandora Papers is something to do with having property offshore accounts. Like right now, I'm living in the US. Probably I have a home here. So nikikuja Kenya, mtaanza kuni-accuse niko na nyumba US. Ni makosa gani nikinunua nyumba hapa? What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that, Mr. Caleb? But there's something wrong with grabbing land belonging to primary schools, to the hospitals. There's a big wrong thing with that. So, again, I want to conclude as Bernard comes in, the difference between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza ni kama usiku na mchana. Azimio is standing for integrity, anti-corruption, while Kenya Kwanza is a harbor for thieves, corrupt people, warmongers, hate mongers, name them. The list is long. I cannot finish the list. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Julia. God will help us. I've said over and over on this platform, let us not balance corruption and cancel corruption. Corruption is wrong anywhere done by anybody. The worst part of corruption is protecting corruption and making it look like it is just an accusation. Kama 2 billion zinapotea kila siku, and we are suffering. I mean, if there is no money lost and there is no land grabbed and everything is okay, the way we are being told, then we shouldn't be suffering. The evidence of our suffering is that there is loss of money, and that money is literally getting lost. There are dams we were to have, we don't have. I really want us to be honest with ourselves, because if we really want a country that will be sustainable for the future, we must begin to accept what is wrong, call it wrong, and correct it, other than look for an alternative justification of the same. Because the more we are irresponsible about the ills that eat up this country, the better we are positioned into falling victim of the same. Kwetu wanasema yule anayeficha mgonjwa, okay? Wewe uko na mgonjwa kwa nyumba, lakini ukiulizwa kila mtu unaendelea tu kusema tuko salama, hakuna mtu mgonjwa kwa hii nyumba, tuko tu salama. They are the person who hides a person who is sick. When that sick person finally dies, the scream of the outcry after the person has died will reveal that there was a sick person in that house, although you've been denying there is nobody sick in this house. So as Kenyans, we need to accept that there is a sick person in this house so that we find the required cure. But as long as we continue denying and justifying and counterbalancing, we are not being honest. We are not being honest. And this country will go to the dogs if we look at it from what we are being bought into buying. Ni time ya Mr. Kamau ama nani? Ngoja kwanza. Tuliruka Kamau tukaenda kwa Julia. Samuel, you made your submission, ama? Unless you have a brief comment.
Yeah, mine is very brief. It's just to supplement what Julia has said. One is, I think we need to put pressure on and do more civic education, I think Rarua would be the best option for Kenya. It's not about Karua being a woman. It's about integrity. So personally, I don't support balancing of gender. Right now, what Kenya we need is integrity. It has nothing to do with the tribe, gender, nepotism. All those things are just used to hide corruption. So right now, I think for Karua, I only support her because of integrity, not because she's a woman. Secondly, I don't know whether you can hear me.
Yes, we can
I
hear
just stood by,
you. We can't see you.
yeah, I stood by roadside somewhere to contribute. I'm going to work. So that is one thing that we need to know as Kenyans. There is nothing called in Kenya. There is nothing called tribalism. If today Uhuru appointed people of integrity from the mountain region like Maina Kihai, Gitongo, the first people to go against him would be his fellow Kikuyus, because those are people they cannot bribe. So I want everybody first to understand in Kenya, tribalism has nothing to do with the problems we have. It is purely corruption. You have seen like Central Bank of Kenya, Joroge is person who stands for, is somebody you can really trust. If today is appointed the Ministry of Treasury, the people in the center will be the first to go and tell Uhuru, no, we don't want this guy. He can't cut deals. So let's not start, we need to be very careful when we talk of balancing of gender. I also suppose somebody said this issue of say we appoint women just for the sake of gender balance. Let's appoint women, but for integrity. Like right now, US has appointed the first black woman as a Supreme Court judge. But the fact that she's black has nothing to do with the appointment. It's her integrity. Obama was black, but his integrity was more than being black. So that's a point we have missed in Kenya, which has really been abused by our political leaders so that they may be able to balance thieves in the name of balancing regional representation. Then lastly, what is making me very sad about Kenya is during the last two elections, I can say the Jubilee government, led by the one Samoei Ruto, according to Kabogo and others who talked about what happened during election, he sponsored very weak candidates to be the government. Like people like Mike Songo, people like Waititu came into power courtesy of support of Jubilee and Ruto. So now we have trivialized the leadership positions. We can see celebrities, people like Bahati. I don't say he's not qualified, but I'm just giving an example of how now we have trivialized, the Jubilee government trivialized governance of Kenya, so that everybody who feels like he's a celebrity, Roy Kajairo is a MP, wants to go and run for a political seat, not based on his leadership qualities, but is because based on the popularity which is coming up. So when you support weak candidates, what the Kenya Kwanza Alliance want is the presidential candidate want people he can be able to control once he holds to power. When you look at Azimio, if Raila comes to power and brings people like Makau Mutua, there are some things he may want to do and he can't do because those people hold him to account. Karua can hold Raila to account. We'll see people like in diaspora. Some people in diaspora might decide to come back when they see at least the government has a chance of giving leadership a try. And we stop this thing of balancing. So I was bringing the point of let's look at how leadership positions are being trivialized. When you remove all the when you look at the Senate, Gerov Orengo and Kajuang and Otien and some guys there who are in NASA, you'll be left with the guys who cannot make laws, who came to power courtesy of this Jubilee government. So if you look at the good laws we have, protection is courtesy of the Orengo, courtesy of people like Otienda Molo, courtesy of people who understand the law-making process. But it's not as a result of these jokers. Some jokers there who came into power, Sangok and the rest, in the name of balancing disability and whatever. Those are just hecklers and they just make noise. Lastly, somebody talked about, the last time talked about the use of words like spangwingwi and those other words which have been banned. I think there has been an extensive research and it has been found that those words have an hidden agenda. And a word like spangwingwi can cause chaos immediately. Like it means we all know it comes from the point like president has gone against his support for Ruto. That's where it came from, Spangwingwi, and that is what it means. So when we compare it to the tialala is a word like is the same way like black people here call one another nigger, and there is no problem. It's just a word which is used to excite people having common problems. When you say tialala tibim, but when you talk of madoadoa, we know madoadoa was in Hague. That word took somebody to Hague. So when you talk of Spangwingi, we know it's about maybe someone may. Let me conclude by saying that I think UDA Kenya Kwanza Alliance has the right to be very afraid of this coming election being rigged, because they are the people who engineered the stealing of the last election. The reason why I say the last election was stolen is because the judge himself nullified Chief Justice. So they know the whole process. Me, when they talk of things like, when they talk of anything to do with stealing, I really believe in them because they really know what happens, as we may not know. So I think they have panicked, and I will support Julia. I almost asked her which part of Central Province she comes from, but I heard she says she's from US. She stays in US because it's very rare to find somebody from Central having the reasoning she has. Is a very unique one. So thank you for the contribution, and I wish to be part of this team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Samuel. We appreciate your contribution. Let me respond to this is Sangong Kiplagat. He says, biblically, the sins of our fathers will follow us up to 3 generations. If I know my father looted, it is immoral for me to inherit it. Okay. That is using the Bible to justify somebody's political opinion. Well, you go and read Ezekiel chapter 18. Ezekiel chapter 18, I think it's verse 1 and 2. It says, you have heard this proverb in Israel that the fathers ate sour grapes, but it is the children's teeth that was set on the edge. He said, from now henceforth, this proverb will cease to be used in Israel, that from today, the soul that sinneth shall die. A son shall not die for the sins of the father, nor the father for the sins of the son. So upgrade, update the information you have. It is, you may be quoting the Bible, but at the wrong dispensation. So there was a time when the father's sins were carried by the children, but God reached a place where he said, I've changed this, I've changed that proverb, it will no longer be applicable. From today, everybody at a beba mzigo wake. So where we are right now, everybody stands for their own sins. Secondly, the attempt by the UDA to balance corruption and make everybody corrupt. I don't know why that should be the case, because if corruption is bad, we shouldn't be struggling to make everybody corrupt. We should be looking for how do we stop corruption. So if UDA and team are serious about providing leadership for this country, they should be on the forefront fighting corruption, not looking on how to paint everybody with a brush of corruption so that corruption becomes part of our currency and so an acceptable way of life. That in itself is evil and nobody should support it. Nobody in their right senses should do that. If everybody in your village is illiterate, it doesn't mean literacy is bad, okay? It just means the light of literacy has not come. And so we shouldn't endeavor to make everybody illiterate because we're illiterate. Let us enhance development by ensuring that everybody advances from illiteracy to literacy. And that is a process. So anybody who is been accused for corruption and is busy calling every other person corrupt is the wrong person to be put in office as far as the fight against corruption is concerned. I rest it there. Number 20 kwa mbio mbio kwa nataka wale watu naomba tafadhali, kuna wale watu hawajasema chochote, nataka waongee kwanza, alafu from there tutachukua second round ndio tuanze kuongea. Sawa sawa, Bwana Kamau.
Yes sir, yes sir. Nitakuwa kwa giza kidogo kwa sababu niko mahali iko mshike.
Wewe nitaanza kutuma surveillance, lakini kwa sasa hivi uko huru, endelea.
Asante. Kwanza kabisa ningewasalimu sana panelist, niwaambie asanteni kwa maongeo ama mazungumzo ambayo iko na hekima na busara. But having said that, I want to first of all educate I think it's my younger brother Caleb. You know, he's talking about because there's corruption here, so it is good to have corruption in UDA, and we vote corruption there. You know, if we argue like that, it's a zero-sum game, whereby you think now because you have somebody you can accuse of corruption in the other side, and this side is so corrupt, then we say we can move on like that. I think what Julia was talking is, if you look at the team that is accompanying the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, about 10 of the individuals around him each and every morning in Karen and in Sugoi and any other area, these are really dangerous people. These are washmen. We know them. There's a guy in Kisii called, I don't remember his name, but these are people who are very, very, they are known. They have cases. In fact, what Julia was saying is that before we even go to the other people, the presidential candidates that we have, the main presidential, what can you look at? What is this thing that differentiate them together? Or let me put it this way so that you understand. If I put Raila is A and Ruto is B, how many things can you list down in their name that are actually wrong? And you'll find that each and every person given a page today here, Ruto, you're going to turn 2 pages or 3 pages of the wrongdoings he has done in this country. Because we also remember that he stole a road. He stole a road called Processional Road, and it was in court. And they returned it. And therefore, when you look at that, you wonder, really, what is the problem in Kenya that we are about to elect a Pablo Escobar to be the president of Kenya? We are about to employ a hyena to take care of our goats, you know? And therefore, that is what Julia was saying, was simply saying, leadership, hatutaki mapembeleo hapa ama emotions, tunataka kuangalia the reality. Ya, mi hata nikiangalia Raila, nasikianga tu kitu inaitangwa molasses. Na ninajiulizanga hii molasses, sijaisikia kokoti, sijasikia mtu akisema ameibiwa shamba ama amefanya nini, mwenye shamba sijui ni nani. Kwa hivyo, sometimes it is always good to look for facts. Say if you Google, without even mentioning any name, and you Google, who is the most corrupt individual in Kenya? You'll be surprised. The names you'll find there in the rows, because Google gives you several results, like 10. And in those several results, you'll find one name that is synonymous with corruption. And therefore, we Kenyans are not, kama vile naibu wa rais husema, wakati ya wajinga inchi, wajinga waliisha hii inchi ya Kenya. Watu waliisha, wanangojea tu siku ya kiama. It's only 123 days. And we prove that this country should not go to the dogs. It should not go to places whereby that the order of the day is wizi hapa, wizi pare, corruption here and there. And therefore, I wanted to educate Caleb so that he doesn't get too emotional and forget that he has a country to live in. As a young person, I know you might love Ruto so much, but me, by the way, I usually say I have no problem with the Kalenjin community, but I have a problem with this one person. Anyway, that was just by the way. But coming to the report or the topic of today, the issue of hate speech, I think the reason we give ourselves institutions in this country, it is because we want to have law and order. The other day, the Supreme Court and the Appeal Court and the High Court trashed the BBI argument. As we speak today, as much as I believe the majority did not feel good, but we have to respect the institutions we have given ourselves. A person in the caliber of a deputy president should not even answer such a commission, because he might lead this commission, God forbid. But imagine you have people like Duale, and I am also Duale should not answer, but you have people like Kimani Ichung'wah and Dede Nyoro to do that kind of work. How do you undergo kupishana na institutions? You might not agree with whatever they are saying, but my brother, every time you give yourself institutions, even if it is a primary school, you live by the rules of that school. You might not agree that you're supposed to wake up for preps at 8 or at 5, but that are the rules. You have to agree with them. So the rules of Cohesion Commission is that these words that we use sometimes in politics can propel hatred and can cause violence. And therefore, repeating it to us, and I would agree with the people who said, it is not giving any KK people mileage. It is showing the kind of people that we can elect. People who despise institutions. People who talk ill of institutions. He could not have a person who is about to be elected to be the president of Kenya, he is actually demeaning an institution. Yes, I don't agree with the institution saying that Spangwingwi or Napangwangwa it is hate. To me, it is not. Yeah, but the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya should not demean an institution. We build institutions, and that is how countries like the US survive, because we have to live by these institutions. The way why are they there in the first place? Who created them in the first place? Duarte says he appended the signature that created the commission in the act. Therefore, why were you creating an institution that you cannot listen to? So for me, that one is wrong. And I think majority of Kenya have seen the kind of president we can have in the event, and the most unfortunate event, that he becomes the president of Kenya. Because I can tell you one of the things he'll do when you have spoken like that against an institution, it is create disharmony, and there will be no cohesion in the country, because you cannot even fund those institutions and you cannot even talk with them. And therefore, he should have avoided it as a serious presidential candidate and let Wakina Dende Nyoro play around with the names and joke with them and ride with them. And therefore, that one really shocked me. The other issue of Nairobi, I think Nairobi is an Azimio zone. I live in Nairobi, and I'll tell you, the best UDA can do there, I think, is an MCA seat. Otherwise, I don't see any MP, women rep, or governor going to KKK. I don't see, because Nairobi has always been, even when Jubilee was so strong, Baba still led in a margin of, in some margin. And now that Uhuru is also with Baba, I don't think, and I think that is a place whereby Baba controls the whole county. The only thing that can make them fail is maybe if they mess up the nomination. But if you agree on one person, I think Azimio will sweep Nairobi. And I think even according to the latest opinion poll, you'll find that the only place that the deputy president leads in this country is Mount Kenya, and a little bit of and it is very marginal in Rift Valley and Mount Kenya, because I can tell you what is happening in Mount Kenya, and that brings me to the other comment, is that the decision will be made on the last day. And I'll tell you this, even people like Wakina, you see, at someone like MUTURI, as I finish, MUTURI is a buddy of the president. And I'll tell you this, so that those who have any doubts, they can go and do research. MUTURI comes from the Lower Eastern, Mbere, those area of Embu. And that place is so rooted, that for you to even achieve anything, you have to be at least on that side. Because I know Embu, Kirinyaga, that place at least Ruto is having a wave, but any other place it is 50-50. And therefore, for you to make a point, even in your party, yeah, you have to join what is happening. So MUTURI has gone there technically. I think he is in a mission like Kuria and of course Kabogo. Their aim is to make sure they gather so many MCAs and MP seats. And once that is done, then they go back to factory setting. The factory setting is we cannot stay outside the government. And therefore, I'm not so worried because it is until the other day he was pushing also the political amendment bill. And if he was really in Kenya Kwanza, as they think, I think would have brought a lot of problem. But you see, he was there to make sure that it passes. And therefore, I'm giving them and let them not enjoy having a visitor in their ship. Yeah, it might be a person wrecking the ship from within. These are people who can never change. They are with Uhuru. They just want to make sure that if a DP, for example, I can tell you Mount Kenya, yeah, the Chama cha Kazi will have so many MPs. Jibebe will have several. Jubilee will have a lot. And DP now, because now they will say, even people there will say, hata akona Ruto. Hata si tuko na Ruto. So hii maneno tulipanga bwana, tumepanga mzuri, itakuja kufika vizuri. Kwa hivyo I'm not worried where I sit, and that is the end of my submission.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. I believe that's clear enough. Unless Wekesa uko na swali?
Yeah, the last part of it when he was concluding said that Chama cha Kazi and Siji Jipepe watakuwa na several MPs. And my question will be, where do we manufacture this? Because at the close of business, when the parties were to submit aspirants, the last I checked, Jibebe had 4 and Chama cha Kazi had 29. So if that is the best you can give, unless you are electing all of them, is when you are going to have numbers. And the majority of even CCK aspirants who are MCS are only a few MPs. So I don't know how it will get the majority. Perhaps my thinking will be, if you would have said we will have majority independent, those who will have a problem with nomination, I could agree.
When you said 429, you also said that those are numbers, and I tell you, their influence will also be noted in after the election. So, Jubilee, CCK, Jibebe, I said several. That you will find that the number will be bigger than the UDA MPs and MCAs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kamau. I want to play this video, then I'll try to get out of here. This,
And Your Excellency, the Deputy President, nashukuru. Hata mimi sipangingwi. Hiyo nilikataa. Wale walikuwa nafikiri ati wanaweza kupanga mimi. Poleni. Hii miaka yangu haikubali mimi nipangwe na mtu yoyote. Sipangwingwi. Oh. Kabisa. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Asante sana, Justin. So, as way of progressing this, so that we make the other speeches brief, I also want to thank you, Justin, that apart from the history I have with you working together, you have also come. I didn't know my professor at Nairobi University, Professor Kanya, who is there, was a member of the Democratic Party. But I am very proud of Professor Kanya. He was my supervisor.
Bernard, you're on mute.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
let
Let me play one more since I'm signing out. Yes.
I was telling you I have one that combines all of them that says Pangwingwi.
Oh, okay. Now you will play later on. Let me finish this.
Okay.
I hand over alafu tungatuke. Mimi ningatuke, nyinyi mtaendelea.
Welcome to today's lesson. I am going to teach you how to be a William Ruto supporter. I'll be fast. Number 1, be angry, hot-tempered, and always aggrieved. Kuwa na hasira. Number 2, be ignorant, brainless, and always empty-headed. Usitumie akili yako sana. Number 3, have a tongue that itches to insult Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, and the rich. We kuwa tu mtu wa matusi. Number 4, believe that corruption is not a vice, and anyone who fights corruption is attacking Ruto. Munajua corruption is the synonym of Ruto in Kenya. Number 5, fight anything and everything that President Kenyatta initiates. It doesn't matter how beneficial it is, just oppose. Number 6, believe that your life will miraculously turn around if William Ruto wins. Number 7, be as vulgar as possible, especially when directing insults at Uhuru Kenyatta. Learn how to use unprintable language. Munawajua. Number 8, always attribute your poverty to your rich neighbors and make everyone believe that the rich are the reason that you are poor. And finally, be defiant, confrontational, antagonistic, rebellious, and develop a sipangwingwi attitude. Thank you. Let's catch up next week.
Okay, as Pangwingwi attitude. There is Katwe has not made submission. Caleb and of course Jakindube and Kip has just come. Since me I'm signing out, let Wekesa make submission, then ndio ufungue hiyo chapter ya wale ambao hawajafanya submission. Karibu.
So before I make submission, let me play this clip kidogo tu. I wanted to comment on it.
Na Bernard usitoke bila salamu.
Maybe agree with those who have said hatupangwingwi. Initially that word was sounding, I don't know whether it's English or Swahili, but hatupangwingwi is a terminology that you cannot restrict or decide from your desk in our commission of NCIC that you will prescribe. Neither can you do for leader Kura, leader Katiba. These words will continue coming as we protect the democratic space. So I wrote and posted on my FB and also on my Twitter that I will be one of those who will defy NCIC. And therefore, on this platform today, I have an opportunity to say to Kenyans, musipangwe, musikubari, hatupagwigwi, and we will not bow down to new dictators in our public service.
Kwa Professor Kobia, akiwa chairman wa NCIC, sidhani kwamba ana akili fupi kiwango cha kwamba anakosa kujua majukumu yake ya tume anayoiongoza. Tunajua ni mtu aliye na tajriba, lakini yale maneno anayoyazungumza hivi sasa sio yake, ni ya wale madikteta. Lakini tunataka tuambie, mtajua hamjui. Maanake wa Kenya hawatanunua uoga, na hata mkiwa pea bure hawatachukua, kwa sababu tayari wameshajipangwa na hawapangwingwi. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka niwakumbushe, mnapozungumzia terminology kama hatupangwingwi, msisahau kwamba kuna mtu anayetumia ya kwamba kila Mkenya ama vijana washike bunduki na risasi, na akisema fire, hawa vijana watafire. Kwa hivyo mnapojipanga huko, mjue ya kwamba Wakenya tayari wameshajipanga na hawapangwingwi. Mimi Aisha Jumwa sipangwingwi, Muturi hapangwingwi, Ruto hapangwingwi, Musalia Mudavadi hapangwingwi, Mheshimiwa Papa wa Roma Weta.
Does anybody have a problem with my cape? I'm told that the media people want me to remove my cape. Lakini mnajua hatupangwingwi. Mbona mnataka kutupanga?
These are not words that we have chosen because we felt like, but rather they are words we have listed because we followed conversations and how those conversations have been framed towards violence.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President, nashukuru. Hata mimi sipangingwi. Hiyo nilikataa. Wale walikuwa nafikiri ati wanaweza kupanga mimi. Poleni. Hii miaka yangu haikubali mimi nipangwe na mtu yoyote. Sipangwingwi.
Na msitusoea sana. Hiyo atupangwingwi, atuwezi kupangwe, na mjichunge sana, amwezi kutupanga this time. Mmetusoea sana. Sahau hiyo, my friend.
Yeah, I had done a collection. I didn't finish all of them, but quite a number of those who outrightly chose to defy the orders of the commission. So on one hand, when the deputy president was accepting his nomination as the UDA presidential candidate, he said that the first task, the first day in government he will do is he was going to remove what he calls state capture, and going to free the institutions. So he's telling how he was going to free KRA, going to free DCI. And here he has already captured the NCIC commission. Because how do you show outright defiance like that? Those are red flags. We can also say that you will defy the constitution, because as far as we are concerned, whatever they decree, you can only challenge it in a court of law. But when you come outrightly and defy it, you are telling us that it doesn't matter. Tomorrow you will be told by the courts that this is what needs to be done, and you will outrightly tell the courts, sipangwingwi. So you can imagine a president telling the judiciary sipangwingwi, telling the IBC sipangwingwi, telling KRA sipangwingwi. So will we be a nation ruled by outright defiance? Someone said that Spangwingwi is not hate speech. I think hate is not the way people understand it. It's looked at it as what role can it play in terms of causing harm to the society. And one of the things that is coming out clearly is that UDA and Hustler Nation has been on a spree of radicalization. So they are radicalizing the society. And let me tell you, even if you watch these things with your children, how do they behave? They crow with that defiance. And you know how defiance has destroyed our society. Right now, the schools are burning, whatever. Because when we crow with these rebellion characteristics, if this is what we are going to use to nurture the society, then at the end of the day, we will not have a society at all. One thing is it may help them to some extent, but to another extent, it may not help them to reach the voters they want to reach. Because I can tell you for free, there's a limit unto which people pick defiance messages. And mostly it's only appealing to youth. But a mature person will not receive such as a message. They will look at you and wonder, what are you up to? They will decode the information, then that's why we are saying that they may get a surprise from Central, because majority of people are quiet and they are not responding to what they are doing. By the day of voting, these Pangwingwi youths will not be seen outside, but the people will be coming out to vote are those who don't have time for these drama festivals of UDA. The other thing I wanted to talk about is our presidential candidate was in Mwingi West, and I had a meeting with Kalonzo in Seikuru, in his home. And one of the things that came out clearly, which needs to be, we need to congratulate Kalonzo, is he put it open. And I was telling people Kalonzo was coming in stages, because he had our constituents to convince them that he has dropped his beat and now he's giving someone else. So he could not just come and release them. He was bringing them in stages. Now he had reached at a stage where he can comfortably tell his constituency that I am here to support Baba's bid for president. And he said he's doing it unconditionally. Whichever form of government they want to form, let them form. Whichever role they want him to play, he will be very comfortable with that. So to that, we give him the accolade of statesmanship, because it's a sacrifice he has done. On the other hand, there's a young man who has always been, he wants to take over the widow, and the father is not dead. He's just on, the father is just showing signs that he may join his ancestors. So Alfred Mutua has been wanting to take over the Ukambani leadership. And so anytime he sees Kalonzo goes left, he goes right. He sees Kalonzo trying to go right, he goes left. So today, when he saw that he has finally joined Azimio with no conditions, then he decided, he has been dilly-dallying whether to go the other side. Now he has decided he needs to join the other guys. Tomorrow he will be having, I don't know whether it's NEC or whatever, to ratify his decisions. And so sometimes I say, if someone is at some place and is not settled, sometimes they may not add value. Let them go where they want to go, because they can stay and be moles. And you give them secrets, kumbe they leak them at night. There are those guys, you sit them with them on the table, and at night they are busy chatting with your enemies. So if he decides that he feels comfortable away from Kalonzo, it's okay. Because when we saw what was happening, we realized that those two guys may not sit together. Either one of them will bowl out. Another issue that came out is the Nairobi saga. So Raila told us in a parable that mwizi akifukuzwa anaonyeshanga watu huyo ndio mwizi, so they wanafuata mtu mwingine, kumbe yeye ndio mwizi. So these guys, when they are telling us hatupangwingwi, actually he is fooling his own followers, because that is exactly what he's doing to them. When he goes to Central and says hatupangwingwi, they want he wants Central to imagine that Uhuru anawapanga na kumbe ni yeye ndiye anapanga Central. So they shift their focus on Uhuru. They forget that the guy who is saying this thing is the one anawapanga, anawaarrange, anamaliza. Akitoka huko anaenda Western anasema hatupangwingi. Akisema hivyo, he ropes in Mudavadi and Weta, and he ensures that these guys have no value. Can you imagine that today, as they arrange the government of Nairobi, the governor is UDA, the senator is UDA, and the women rep is UDA. So where is ANC? Where is Fort Kenya? And mark you, these guys are not going to be given running mate. So if you are not being given running mate, the second best thing they could have claimed was Nairobi County. So they lost the running mate slot. They have also lost Nairobi as a whole. Hata hawangepewa hata women rep peke yake. They don't qualify. So when they start there and defy and with boldness, tumechoka, hatupangwingwi. What? Those are sound bites. When we look at what is happening, you guys mnapangwa, mmesimama hapo kila mmepangwa. Even Wetangula, I'm just wondering, supposing Azimio decides that Tim is the candidate, will he fight his own brother in the name of Tupangwingwi? Yeah, so I think sometimes radicalization makes people to shelve their own reasoning. So there are issues that there's something I wanted to point out on this headline. According to what came out today, and I think that is the other strategy, Azimio is a coalition party. As a coalition party, the deadline was today. You either form a coalition, you either would have formed a coalition party actually yesterday, because it's already 12:30 midnight. So if you wanted to form a coalition party, the deadline was yesterday. Since this guy doesn't want to do that, and he has a strategy which they are not seeing, he has told them that let us form a coalition of parties. A coalition of parties means that many parties are together, but they retain their own identity. And that is what is going to use to have UDA will produce a presidential candidate. He will end up producing even a running mate from UDA, because they have not formed a coalition party. And then when they go to government, since they did not deposit something like that, because the coalition of parties in this new NINI does not require that depositing, they will share on their own mutual agreement. He has told them that we are going to share government based on the numbers. Now the question then comes, if you are giving up all the seats in Nairobi, giving up all the seats, he has taken the senator of even Kakamega. So which numbers will ANC have and Fort Kenya have to claim the government? That is how he will end up having a UDA government without ANC, without Fort Kenya, without these other small parties, because numbers do not add up. Maybe they will only qualify something like a CAS or a parastatal 1 or 2. Let me leave it there, because there are many contributors. Other issues I'll pick as we continue. Yeah, thank you so much for the chance.
Okay, thank you, Ekesa. Just a reminder, ukinunuliwa kama ugali alafu uongezwe kama ugali sauce, huwezi fika kwa meza alafu anze kusema haupendi hii meza ama unataka kaa katikati ya meza ama kando. That is what you get. When the moment you sell your political capital, you lose every right to claim anything. You become a beggar, and eventually utakuwa tu kama dust hapo kwa mlango. And that's what is it's befalling these guys. And it is too late in the day for them to do anything. So I don't know what will be done to rescue Mudavadi and Weta, because it is too late, and mambo yao imeisha hivyo. There will be UDA, there will be no ANC, there will be no Fort Kenya. By the time we are going to the ballot, every person on Kenya Kwanza will be on the UDA ticket, and nothing more, nothing less. But at the end of the day, in your Kenya tuko nayo. If you, my Bible school teacher, Dr. Serulo, used to say, deal with a crook as a crook, not as a saint. I think there are people who are dealing with a crook and they think the crook is a saint. And so they are letting the crook behave like a saint, and they believing the crook inside this saint. And they are being bought with every passing minute. At the end of the day, we must all ensure that Kenya is safe and secure. Story as Pangwingwi, that is a culture of rebellion, lawlessness, unruly, and no family will accept that anywhere. So if you want that for Kenya, you are part of the problem. You shouldn't be supported by Kenyans of right thinking. Spangwingwi is not, mnasema ni wimbo, it's not wimbo. Wimbo propagate rebellion. And we are dealing with rebellion in school, rebellion at home, rebellion at all levels. We will not get rid of rebellion if we are sponsoring it. So yule mtu wa kuimba masuala ya Spangwingi anasema mimi Spangwingi, shughulika na maisha yako, mimi hii ni yangu. Okay? That's being unruly. You become the authority, the final whatever determinant of what you do. You do like you feel like. Nobody should tell you anything. That is not how to govern a country and look for how to get whatever into the position of governance. I pray that we all see these things for what they are. We can innocently buy into an ideology that is going to set this country on a wrong path all through. Because I don't think if even I've asked you this before. Can you imagine if William Ruto was Uhuru Kenyatta? Okay, William Ruto was Uhuru Kenyatta, the president, and then Uhuru Kenyatta is William Ruto. All right, and Uhuru Kenyatta begin to do what William Ruto is doing. All right. I don't think William Ruto will put up the way Uhuru has put up, and patiently and endured, focused on the main goal, and this man anaendelea kumchimba. William Ruto will have exploded, and the repercussions, nobody will be able to contain it. So even that Spangwingwi, the moment it begins to work in UDA, you see like the way people are defying in ODM, demanding that they have to do nominations and all that. The moment that begins in UDA, we'll see how that will be dealt with. But nobody in leadership wants to lead people ambao hawezi kupangwa. You can't follow, you can't lead people who can't follow you, and you encourage them not to follow. And then you say there is nothing wrong with that. There's everything wrong with that. And so let's not be tusibebe wajinga. Let us understand things for what they are and be able to stop them. If you can't kill a snake when it's still young, it will feed on you when it has fully grown. That is where I leave everything. Naomba muendelee na debate mzuri, tutaonana jioni tukitoka kanisani. Keep salamu kwako. Namna gani le?
Ilikuwa tu salamu. Salamu.
Asante kwa kuwa hiyo background imerudi.
Tubiri mambo ya Mungu.
Tusonge mbele. Thank you so much. So Wekesa, you can now bring in Katwe, Caleb, Jakindu Bay, namna hiyo hiyo mkururo.
Okay, thank you. Have a lovely night. Now see oversleep. Kesho ni Sunday. Today is Sunday. It's already today is already tomorrow.
It's already Sunday. So, but I'll do my best. Thank you.
Asante Wekesa.
Ni Bernard, sawa. Aya, let's have Katwe. You can pick up from the
Bernard Waheri.
Daddy. Thank you. Taonana jioni.
Asante.
Thank you.
Wekesa karibu. Sijakuona
Asante.
siku nyingi.
Aya, si ni jana nilikuwa nakusikiza.
Ulinisikiza lakini mimi sikukuona.
Mpaka Selina akisema anakuachia ufanye moderation sababu anaenda.
Nilifanya.
Yeah, sometimes I watch, sometimes when I'm doing my other things, I just put it on, I watch as I do other things. Okay, let's have Katwe.
Thank you so much, Wekesa. It's been long. I've not seen a couple of people. And I really thank those people who spare their time so that we can bridge this ignorance of UDA and Kenya Kwanza. And as they say, it's better to criticize in public than to love in silence. This is where we come here every day to criticize in public, because there are so many things. When I look at my brother Caleb there and the way he looks young and the arguments, he has a right of arguing, but I feel like there is more that needs to be done based on what we are seeing right now today. But I want to congratulate the Kenyan democracy. It has advanced. It's not like that of Uganda and other countries where we cannot be able to speak freely. And that brings me to the point of where that I'm so much worried about what happened today and the kind of utterances that were made today. They make me fear so much about the rule of law, because this is a person who wants to take over the instruments of power from the president later on in August 9th. But the person who is busy breaking the constitution and making it to become so useless and making it to be like it's ash and nothing to be like it's nothing to be feared about. And you remember that when any president takes instruments of power, one of the instruments of power is the constitution and another one is the sword. And if you figure so well that most of the West African countries have failed because, one, the constitution was demeaned. The constitution was seen as nothing. The constitution failed. That is why the sword had to take place. That one, when the constitution fails, the sword kicks in. That if you cannot agree with the constitution, then fighting starts. And here you have a presidential candidate who does not believe in the rule of law. So when that day he took the Bible and took the oath of office that he will protect the constitution of Kenya and the sovereignty of the people of Kenya, I'm wondering if he was just reciting those words for the purposes of the inauguration, or just because he wanted, or they were coming from the heart. And this is where patriotism comes in. To me, I feel like when you're taking that Bible, you are taking an oath, not to only to the people, but also to the heavens, that God, thank you for granting me this opportunity to lead these people. And I'm going to defend the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya and the Constitution that has been has been placed before your hands in heaven. So today, I'm seeing a person who does not respect the rule of law. One, because he is a person who says that that NCIC is speaking nonsense, and NCIC is fully constituted to be looking at hate speech. And this is the words that were barred from being used in public were not for Kenya Kwanza alone. I can hear words that were used by Ali Hassan Joho, kama mbaya mbaya, kama noma noma. I heard words that were used in Mombasa. I heard words that were used in Kisumu. I heard words that were used in Nairobi. Sipangwingwi is not a Kenya Kwanza slogan. Sipangwingwi, in fact, the owner of the Sipangwingwi song has never performed in any Ruto rallies. The first place he ever performed was in Azimio La Umoja rallies. So I'm just wondering, why are they attacking the constitution vehemently? And that brings me to another point. If history serves as well, I remember Nyoro saying that the president should spend the constitution and govern as a tyrant. This is a person that is very close to William Ruto. These are the same people from the time Moses Kuria was saying that we should abolish, dissolve the government and restart this government fresh. And these are the times when it was said that the president was supposed to be impeached. These are people who do not want to have the rule of law. And these are the people that we want to bestow our constitution. At the same time, we want to bestow the sword. And I don't want to put it out of context. You know what the sword means when it is in the bad hands of a person who does not respect the rule of law. These are person who wants to have that sword and the constitution at the same time. So which one will he go for? Will he go to rule by the constitution, or will he go to rule by the sword as the chief commander of the armed forces? I just want to jog on your mind. Do not quote me out of context. I don't want to be a subject of NCIC. The third thing, I saw they are still fighting that the president to return the monies of BBI. And I don't know if it is ignorance or something that they do not remember. That one of the petitions that was before the Supreme Court was if the president can be sued. And this is one thing that was very clear by all judges, all 7 judges, that the president cannot be sued. So, and again, I have not seen where there was monies that was signed by any person in parliament that will go to the functions of BBI. Never. There was no money that was released by the parliament to go and do the functions of BBI. But they are still coming, lying to likes of Caleb and P.T. Caleb to come and attack other people with no facts to say that BBI money has to go back. They come and attack people saying that the KEMSA, the Uhuru stole KEMSA. I saw in the comment section somebody saying that Ida Odinga stole the KEMSA money. I have seen somebody saying that RAILA stole molasses plant. In fact, he wrote molasses plant because of lack of knowledge. And the Bible is very clear. My people perish because of lack of knowledge. There is nowhere RAILA stole any molasses plant. It is a thing that was taken even up to court, and it was never ascertained that there is anywhere that he took that money. But on the other hand, Julia told them very well that if at all you've been convicted in the court of law, it is in the public domain, and that is not rumors. But they will come outside here, tell us that, RAILA did this, RAILA did that, RAILA did this. It is very, very tragic to hear people, young people being convinced in such a way. And I'm wondering if the executive, to me, the executive is a symbol of national unity, but the constitution says that the presidency is the symbol of national unity. Who is the deputy president? Who is supposed to be bringing cohesion and integration in the Republic of Kenya? But is the same person leading tyrants to defy the constitution, to say that it's Mimi Sipangwingwi. I saw Kalwale saying that I'm telling NCIC today that Sipangwingwi. So how are we going to bestow a sword? And I want to repeat on this. How are we going to give a sword and a constitution to a person who does not respect the rule of law? Myself, I feel like I have a lot of fear. I don't know where we will be leading as a country. I don't know if we will be the first East African country to be in chaos like the West African countries? I do not know. Show me your friends, I'll show you your character. Museveni is your friend. Somebody from somewhere is your friend, and you're flocking together. I don't know where we'll be leading as a country if we give this sword and the constitution to this person. To there, I beg to stop. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, I may ask, if someone talks about molasses, majority of those guys who talk about it, if you ask them which year did it happen, they don't know. It's a case of more than almost 30 years. Then you ask yourself, is this person, if he's a corrupt, corrupt people have the tendency.
Some were not even born.
Every other time, yeah, most of those guys talking about molasses were not born. We are talking about corruption, living and continuing, because this is an issue of 1981, by the way. This is something that is continuing and continuous. They have living cases of this government, of cases of corruption. So if you go back and dig something of 1981, you are also telling us that actually this guy doesn't live by corruption. That's what you're trying to tell us. Okay, let's have Caleb, then Jakentube. I think, was it Jakentube? Ebu nione hiyo order vile walinipatia. Yeah, Jakentube, then Kip, then Murunga, then Penny, in that order.
Asante Wekesa. Hiyo mambo ya molasses, mimi ni mmoja wa wale watu ambao hiyo molasses ilikuwa inatakikana, hiyo ardhi ilikuwa inataka kununuliwa na ilikuwa inataka kuchukuliwa na Wahindi, na wale ambao walijitolea kuchanga. Hatukuwa tunachanga kwa sababu tulikuwa tunataka kitu. Tulikuwa tunataka kusave hiyo ardhi, na tulitaka hiyo kitu ifanye kazi. Unaona? So mimi ni mmoja wa wale ambao wali contribute, na mimi si complain chochote, kwa sababu hiyo molasses iko hapo, itafanya kazi wakati mwingine. Kama ina shida ni sawa, lakini kama itafufuliwa ni sawa. Na sidhani kama tumesha complain. Na kwa hiyo wao ambao wanasema ni corruption, sijui corruption kwa njia gani, sijaelewa. Umeelewa?
Yeah, proceed. I think there are those guys who just do smear. In fact, they don't have fact. We just say, if you are saying this Azimio is not corrupt, what about?
I want a fact.
You have rejected a job.
Who is that? And then when you ask him what about molasses, he doesn't have the facts. What about Torah papers? Because someone mentioned it, you have to mention. Me, when I want to state a case against somebody, I have to dig back the facts and check, and then I would, because we are here also for information purpose. We're not just here to win debate and say that this side has argued better than the other one. We want to have facts. If you can go and dig facts about Raila and come and expose them here, well and good, let's know it. But if you don't have facts, don't bring out issues that don't make sense. So,
huyo jamaa kama angekuwa corrupt hata kidogo, ingekuwa ni headline kila mahali. The guy is not. Waseme si mtu mlafi, lakini apendi vitu zile za bure. Watu ambao wanataka kupeana vitu za bure, kwa sababu hana vitu za kupeana bure. Hizo ndizo watu wanasema sijui amefanya nini, sijui ni mgumu. Hakuna vitu vya bure. Mimi ninasema wale watu ambao hupeana vitu bure ndio wezi, kwa sababu huwezi kuwa mshahara wako, huwezi kuwa unapeana ovyo ovyo. Hiyo ni nani? Mimi nataka kuzungumzia hii mambo ya hii mambo ya sijui tupangwingwi. Sina shida sana nayo, lakini kitu ambacho kinaniudhi kwa hiyo kitu ni ambacho nashangaa na sisi wana Kenya, nasema kwa ujumla wa Kenya, tuko na shida sana, kwa sababu sisi tunasema tunataka institutions hizo zijengwe. Hizo institutions ziwe nzuri, zifanye kazi vizuri. Hizo institutions zikifanya kazi, zikitulenga, zikituambia kitu fulani ni mbaya, tunasema hapana, hiyo labda ni political, labda yani ni fujo. Ndio maana mimi husema hii mambo ya sisi tunabugia, tunachukua tu kwamba demokrasi, bila kujua hiyo demokrasia ambayo tunaisema tunaitaka ifanye kazi kwa vipi. Kwa sababu ukiangalia vitu vingine ambazo tunafanya eti demokrasi ni fujo, hizo sio demokrasi, ni fujo. Na hiyo wakati unafanya fujo, hakuna maendeleo yote unafanya, au hakuna kitu ambacho unataka kufanya kama ni progress, kwa sababu tunafanya fujo. Ni fujo moja kwa moja, kwa sababu ukiangalia watu wa Kenya wanasema sisi tunataka demokrasi, lazima tuchaguane. Ukiwaambia chagueni, hizi michujo, wanapigana, wanaleta fujo, Sasa hizo ni vitu ambavyo hazifai. Ukiwaambia basi wacha basi tufanye uchaguzi, wanapinga. Alafu tunasema tunataka vyama viwe na nguvu. Sasa chama kitakuwaje na nguvu kama uikubali kufanya kazi? Hata saa hii watu hawataki chama iseme kitu kwamba chama imesema hivi, chama imeteua hivi. Chama ikisema basi ni fujo, ni dictator, sijui nini. Sasa chama itakuwa na nguvu kiasi gani? Chama itafanyaje kazi kama chama hamutaki? Chama ikiteua mtu mnasema pana, tuachie sisi, tunataka tuchague sisi wenyewe. Chama ndio inajua mtu gani ni mwaminifu, mtu gani ana uwezo gani. Chama ndio inajua. Na sisi wa Kenya nasema sisi wa Kenya tuna problem, kwa sababu tunasema vyama. Ukiangalia vyama vile viko Amerika, vyama zile viziko Uingereza, zina nguvu kwa sababu ni chama ndio kina nguvu. Chama kinajengwa na wananchi. Chama ndio inateua mtu wa kuja kusimamia. Chama ndio inateua mtu, si watu wanaenda kuchagua. Walijaribu hii mtindo tunafanya, ni mtindo ambao haifanyi kazi. Waingereza waitumii, ndio maana wametulia. Sasa wameacha chama ifanye kazi. Sasa sisi wa Kenya, yes,
as you continue, maybe I wanted to, I see you're making a very valid point. I wanted to ask you,
yes,
someone like Aisha Jumwa was voted in on ODM ticket, and it was because Baba created her and gave her that platform. 1 year down the line, she started defying. I think I wanted people to see that line as you continue arguing that point.
Yeah, plus
you can get candidates, yes, they win, but they will never help you. They go to the other sides. So when a party tries to balance, the party not only you win, but you also become helpful to the party. You can continue. I think you are making
naweza kusema vitu kama hizo za Aisha Jumwa zinafanyika kwa sababu ya weakness ya party. Party ni weak kwa sababu sisi party zetu ziko dhaifu. Manake kama party ina nguvu, huwezi kufanya kitu kama hiyo. Ukifanya kitu kama hiyo unafukuzwa kabisa, chama inakufukuza. Hebu imagine unaweza kufanya kitu kama hiyo kwa CCM, itakufukuza kabisa. Kwa party itakufukuza. Huwezi kufanya hivyo. Huwezi kufanya hivyo kwa party ambazo ziko na nguvu. Na tunasema tunataka institution, tunataka hizo party zijenge, ziwe wanasema ziwe na misimamo fulani. Sasa chama itakuwaje na misimamo fulani kama sisi wanachama hatuheshimu hizo vyama, hatuzisaidii zipate nguvu? Tunasema hapana, kwa sababu inatakikana mtu kama Aisha Jumwa chama imfukuze, hata akienda kotini chama imfukuze. Lakini sisi tuna hiyo udhaifu kwamba chama haina nguvu, wanaona labda wakimfukuza labda watapoteza wafuasi. Hiyo kwa sababu hizi vyama vyetu ni sisi wenyewe wananchi ndio tunaziua, hatutaki zikue, lakini kwa midomo yetu tunasema tunataka vyama vikue, lakini hizo vyama havikui. Unaona, kwa sababu ya matendo yetu. Inatakikana kama sisi tunataka kulenga hizi party, ni lazima sisi tuwe waaminifu kwa chama chetu. Hatuwezi kuwa ati kila kitu chama ikisema hapana. No, saa zingine inafanya makosa, lakini hiyo makosa ni lazima turekebishe. Lakini watu wanakataa. Kama kwa mfano Homa Bay, wagombeaji walikaa chini wakakubaliana. Sasa kuna fujo. Sasa utafanyaje? Fujo sasa watasema Raila sijui nini. Hata Raila hakuwa huko. Wao wenyewe ndio wamejileta wakasema sisi ndio tumekaa tunataka hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Tunataka chama isikie. Sasa ikishafanya hivyo wanasema hapana. Utafanya namna gani? Ni lazima, mimi nasema Wakenya tukitaka kuwa na uongozi bora, lazima tuheshimu hizi vyama vyetu, tuzijenge. Hizi vyama tukizijenga zitatusaidia vile tunataka. Zitafanya kama zile katika nchi hizo zingine. Kama kuna makosa kama ya huyo Aisha Jumwa, anafukuzwa kwa party, alafu party inachagua mtu mwingine. Hatuwezi kuwa hata akienda kotini, chama ikisha sema hatumtaki, hamwezi kumlazimisha. Chama ni kitu ambacho huwezi kulazimisha mtu ambaye amekihama chama, ameenda kwa chama kingine. Hauwezi. Hiyo nafikiri ni kitu ambayo labda ODM imeachilia, kwa maoni yangu, kwa sababu mimi siwezi kuruhusu.
Sio kuachilia, si wewe angalia kesi ya ya Isaac Mwaura, si hata wakati alikuwa expelled the court ilimrudisha even the last minute. So it's still a balance of, I think they need to strengthen the law for the parties so that they have that and part of it is what they voted for, that the election bill that they brought into the parties bill that brought into parliament. I think right now it's more enforcing than it was before.
Jambo lingine ni integrity ya mtu. Mtu ana msimamo gani yeye mwenyewe, kama amehama chama bado anataka. Unaona kama makamu wa rais anakejeli chama ambacho kilimchagua, anatusi president ambaye anatakiwa amsaidie, lakini amekataa kujiuzuru. Kwa hiyo ni jukumu la sisi wana Kenya tukitaka kurekebisha au kufanya hizi vitu ambavyo tunasema ni institutions zifanye kazi, ni lazima sisi tuziheshimu, kwa sababu sasa UDA haiheshimu hiyo institution ambayo inasema kwamba unaweza kuwa ukubaliane lakini lazima ukuheshimu. Kama wamesema hizo, kama wao ndio wanasema wanataka kurekebisha, wafuate sheria. Hizo institutions zimesema kuna mambo fulani haifai, kwa sababu hata Uingereza hapa ninapoishi, mzungu hawezi kutamka tu jembo black ovyo ovyo, hawezi. Imekataliwa na institution kama hiyo yetu ambayo imetoa kwamba haifai, maneno fulani haifai, na watu wanatii. So kama hawataki kutii, ni kuonyesha ni jambo la kushtua sana, kwamba huyu mtu ndiye anataka kuwa president wa nchi. Ni jambo la ajabu sana. Naona ajabu sana sisi wa Kenya vile tunavyoangalia vitu. Asante sana Wakenya.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. Let's have Kipawa.
I am very okay. Very, very good. But when you moved the camera,
Yes.
Caleb had dropped out. I don't want to skip him because I don't feel like that would be fair. Then I'll come next. Or what do you think, Caleb?
Oh yeah. Okay. By the way, he dropped out. When you drop out, it changes the order.
Yeah, because I think.
Yeah, Caleb. It was Caleb, then you.
Yeah. So if he's okay with it, I can jump in. But let's see what he thinks.
Caleb.
Thank you, Wekesa.
Yes.
Mr. Wekesa, first, I would like to start by saying that earlier on we had some little bit of misunderstanding maybe with Julia concerning the corruption. She was trying to say that maybe there are some people in the Azimio. She was trying to say that the people in Azimio, they have good morals and good vices. And then the Kenya Kwanza, I don't know, they are corrupt, looters and all that. So what I was trying to demystify is both camps have their own share of criminals over there. So when trying to fight corruption, let us not be fixated on one side and literally ignoring the other side. So let us look at both sides of the coin. You cannot be looking on one side of the tail and then you fail to look on the other side of the head. So that's what I was trying to say, that when you're going to fight corruption, if it's Raila who is going to be the president, let him start from the inner circle, then moving out. You cannot be having goons in your home and then you expect to help your neighbor fight goons. So start with your home, clean your house first, let it be clean, then you can go out there. So what I was trying to say is that those people who are the presidential contenders, they should start fighting corruption from their doorsteps before they go out there trying to fight the other people, the corruption. That's said and done.
Yeah, but
Mr. Wekesa.
let me ask you on that. I think I got the argument when I was just joining in. Huh?
Yeah.
When you talk about like corruption, let me ask you, if you are, if it's your company and you are maybe the panelist, you're employing someone to your company and you're doing interviews, even if they come and people in their CVs, they look like they have cases. You will weigh their cases and see who is most suited for the job. So the argument is not here or there that every site has corruption. I think you weigh each case as it is and give it merit. So in this issue, there are only two presidential candidates. Me, I don't like playing into the gallery saying that each side is corrupt. Is Raila corrupt? Is Ruto corrupt? Those are the two presidential candidates. And then weigh them. If both of them are corrupt, who is a lesser devil now? Because if you are given the choices, these are the only two guys you have. Who has shown the will of dealing with that issue? Hata kwa walevi kuna ule mlevi anasemanga mimi na kunywa ile aiezi ni okay. So what I'm saying, I'm not justifying corruption, but I'm saying if you are given at an extreme extent where you find that each has traces of corruption, then you look at to what extent, because you also said something to do with molasses. And I've told you molasses is a 1981 case. So the last 30 years, have you seen him with corruption? If that is not the issue, then he reformed. If that, I don't want to dig the issue, but if that is not the issue, then you say, now this is the person moving in the right direction. Then you examine the other candidate and you say he has had issues up to 2016, up to 2017. Then these are recent cases. So how do I deal with this file? I think for me, based on facts, not just saying that all sides are corrupt, therefore let's not talk about corruption. You see, that is not here or there. Okay. I think you can proceed now.
Okay, Mr. Wekesa, I'm not the one who said about the molasses issue. Yeah. But Mr. Kesa, what I was trying to say is, there is that other time back, I think it was in the same platform, where I was trying to, you have put it this way, that there is somebody who's a lesser evil. The last time I told you that we have here on the two presidential candidates, we have a jackal, maybe a jackal and a hyena, and then the people came out guns blazing on me. But let me give my submission. I will start by saying, at this point in time, let me start about the Azimio coalition and the KK coalition of parties. Once, the coalition party is whereby now the Azimio, they confront a presidential candidate from the Azimio party, but you look at the UDA, ANC, and Ford Kenya and all that, is a coalition of parties. So that means if the UDA has to present a presidential candidate, that means even the deputy might come from the UDA party, because it's not a party, it's a coalition of different parties. So, and again, from the new rules, which were set out early, I think it was early this year, the UDA will have to abide by them. And again, some people are trying to say that, but the people in Kenya Kwanza not forming a coalition parties, that the DP is trying to shortchange the other guys, Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula. But what I would like to say is this: the formation of the coalition parties, it was not the idea of the people in the UD and the other people. It was the idea for the people from Azimio. So that's why they are not interested in the formation of those parties. And another issue that we need to look at very keenly in the Azimio and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, as I go on to the other issues, is that in Azimio we have a lot of parties. We have around 26 parties, member parties in Azimio. We have around 5 parties in the UDA. How will Azimio be able to control all these 26 parties? Because each and every party for sure will have to give its demands. So with the demands, how will Azimio be able to meet all the demands? Because I think there are some parties that might give their demands out of proportion. A party which has less than even 100,000 followers wants to give a demand that cannot be met. Because again, when you give demands, you must consider to what you are bringing on the table. Because there are some parties, I see them, what we call the briefcase parties and the kiosk and all that. And I'm sure after the elections on August, half of those parties will be null and void. They will be closed because they will be having nothing to operate on. Some people just open a party, they go register it, going here and there, recruiting 3 or 4 members, and then they go and say, we have a party, they can use to negotiate. I think Kenya has come into a democracy whereby parties should be built on the policies of ideology. We should be having a party on the basis of ideology. So I think with the time, let all these parties be folded up. If Jubilee is having the same ideology with ODM, with the same ideology with Kano, with the same ideology with Wiper, why don't these people come together, sit down, have a conversation, come up with one resolution of having one party? So that way you can have stronger parties, not this after every cycle of 5 years, party inavunjwa, unaleta ingine. Leo kuna UDA, Ruto maybe akuwa president, anavunja. In the second round akikosana wengine, anakuja na party ingine. We shall be going just around, and hiyo ndio inachangia shida sana sana. We cannot have accountability. Ruto alikuwa Jubilee, sasa unasikia hata ukimuuliza mambo ya Jubilee ataruka. Sasa yako UDA.
Caleb, you're making so many mistakes in the argument. I don't even, I leave you to argue up to the end. I'll forget everything you have said.
Okay.
Let me ask you, if you have, let's say you have 10 sons, and you decide, each son decides to have his own house. In terms of budget ya chakula, is it the same or may change? Okay. Even if you are coming from your own house to go and eat to your father's house, and then we are all staying in the same house but eating on the same table, will it be different? So this guy, let me tell you this: they have many parties, but all of them are Kenyans. In any case, you cannot tell me that how will they satisfy all. Those are just 21 parties. When you are being elected as a president, you are supposed to take care of 45 million people. And each and every person's interest is very important. So whether you are in government or not. So having a party alone does not even make the government feel like it cannot meet. It needs to meet each and every Kenyan's demand. And again, people being in one party does not stop them from, if they want to be ministers, they will still ask within. In fact, the smaller the party, sometimes they feel shy of asking because they have not produced any MCA or MP. They feel shy of asking for, so they just tell, whatever you will give me, nitapokea. But those who are even in strong parties are the ones who are headache. Right now, the people, I can tell you for free, the people who are giving Ruto headache to be running mate are not Kina Musalia, Kina Safina, those small parties. They are Kina Nyoro, Kina Ashakwa, those that feel that they are the owners of the party. So don't tell me that when people come with briefcase parties, they have so many demands to the government. Sometimes even they don't have, they just want to feel the warmth. I proceed as you go to a conclusion.
Okay, Mr. Wekesa, you know, you have said that they don't have many demands, but watch out the space. In the next coming 3 weeks, we will be here again to discuss the same issues. I think the parties, there are some parties went to Azimio, blindfolded, like DAP Kenya. Now they are trying, you will see them negotiating now, because wakati walienda huko, hawakuwa amejipanga. You see Kalonzo, he has been negotiating it well. Finally ameingia, alikuwa amejipanga. Kuna watu waliingia, mtu anaingiza mguu kwanza and then realize that, oh, I have some these demands. But all that said and done, today we saw the Speaker of the National Assembly, Justin MUTURI, join the Kenya Kwanza. And I was really surprised that somebody was saying that just because the Speaker joined Kenya Kwanza, that it was true that the DP was trying to impeach the president. And then impeachment is not illegal. It is provided in the Constitution, but following the right procedure. So somebody trying to criminalize that they were trying to impeach the president, I don't know where that story came from, is not here or there, because even if they wanted to impeach the president, they
Can
must
you
have
talk fast?
substantive evidence.
Caleb,
Yes.
did you say somebody tried to criminalize impeachment?
Somebody was trying to make it as if it's a criminal to impeach the president, because they're trying
Now
to...
you're saying a different thing. You said a different thing, now you have changed, you're saying a different thing, you're confusing us. The debate was
Okay.
not about if, no, let me guide you on that. The debate was not about if impeachment was legal or illegal. The question at hand is, did the DP rally his troops to impeach the president? That is it. Nobody was saying impeachment is illegal. Don't come in the panel and start saying things that are not right. Please. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Alex. What another question you should ask yourself is this: if the DP had its troops to impeach the president, what the president, what were the issues that were raising for that to cross the impeachment? So that's why should be the issues that we should be asking.
Ask them to come out
against the president.
Yeah, ask them to come out, which is good. We want to hear, so that they can tell us that why they wanted to impeach the president. And the president said he endorse Ruto because he wanted to impeach him. He gave a reason.
Let me continue, Mr. Alex, because I think it was just a propaganda, because you saw even the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga.
The propaganda is
you're
trying to say that we are trying to criminalize impeachment. You are the one bringing propaganda, my friend. You hear that?
No, Mr. Alex, I think we should have what we call more listening and less talking, and then we'll be able to communicate.
Yeah, but we can't
what I was
listen
trying
to propaganda. We can't listen.
But you can't be raising issues that you can't substantiate.
Caleb, I said we will listen to you, but the issue is you are creating so many allegations that we can't...
No, Mr. Bernard, Mr. Wekesa, sometimes these guys, they're shying away from hearing the other side of the story. So that's why they will keep
we
on
want to hear,
interfering
but don't say that we wanted to criminalize.
Like 5 things at a time. Mention one issue. If it's impeachment, tell us how it happened. Then we go there. But if you just mention, you should list like 5 things. So how do we even respond to it?
Mr. Keza, let the young man raise real issues, not fabricated issues.
You know, Mr. Wekesa, what I was trying to say is...
to be close to the topic. The others don't go so much.
Yeah.
Unless
So,
you
Mr.
are
Wekesa,
answering someone. But the rest, you try to be close to the topic.
Yeah, I was just answering. I will ask you guys, give me humble time. What I was trying to say is, these Azimio people are trying to bring in a lot of things which are not tangible to the table. Trying to say, oh, the DP tried to impeach the president. Now, MUTURI joining the people. You're not trying to justify what we call stupidity of the highest order. So that was propaganda. That's what I was trying to say. So going on, some people are saying that...
Let me guide you before you go. I think your problem, you are trying to say things instead of saying things. Please stop trying, because every time you say, I'm getting it even difficult to understand you. Say things. Don't try to say things. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So that's what basically what I was saying, that the people are now trying to justify, they're justifying what they said. They had said that it was a propaganda. So they're trying to justify a propaganda, which was not correct. So that's what I was saying about the MUTURI joining the DP. They're not trying to use that as an evidence of a propaganda, which is not correct. Everybody has a right of association. So when somebody associates with somebody, you don't expect to criminalize that person. Usishangae kesho after even 2 days, we hear them saying, oh, now MUTURI is corrupt, he has this case and the other case. I've heard some people all along saying Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula are corrupt when they were in NASA. When hizo corruption cases zimetoka juzi, they were not speaking about them. But all of a sudden, when the people are with William Ruto, they're not trying to raise the corruption cases. So what I'm trying to say is, give credit where it's worth it. So don't try to criminalize somebody just because he's associating with somebody. Don't prefer people.
Okay, can I interject, please?
Okay, yeah, briefly.
Caleb, I think you should be in touch with the reality that at one point, one MUTURI was actually sacked from the judiciary for being corrupt. And I think that is what should sink in your mind. Because one MUTURI is joining Kenya Kwanza Alliance because that's where he relates well. He cannot relate to this other team simply because of the ills he committed before. And in a very sober country, I think MUTURI should not even stand, in any position or contest for any position in this country.
Mr.
And then,
Murungi, what basically I was saying.
now on the same allegation, you are trying to say that people are using allegations, and you go ahead and commit the same crime of creating allegations. Because when you say that someone should not be criminalized or should not be considered corrupt just because he has moved from one side to the other, then that is not here or there, because you are either corrupt or not. The fact that even people are not talking about it doesn't mean that you are clean. And the fact that your file is picked on the shelf and it's being now considered in issue of corruption doesn't mean that your corruption has started there. It just means that your time has come. So sometimes you guys say that, why is it that when he crossed to the other side? No, you go to the other side and start pointing at the government and you have issues. So what the government does is that, okay, you are pointing, but this is the person pointing. They normally just reveal who you are. You are pointing so many fingers at the government, but this is the Caleb who is talking. So it only amplifies your issues. So most of the time, these are self-inflicted wounds. You have started fighting the government and you have so many issues you have not dealt with. They will bring your file and say, now, this guy who is hitting the government, this is his issues. That is what happens. Okay, I think you can now conclude. We move to the next person. Keep now is waiting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wekesa. So basically what I'm saying is, every time, from time to time, let both camps, if you are trying to fight corruption, sometimes, and not even sometimes, all the time, condemn corruption at the strongest terms possible. Don't wait until somebody makes a move and then now you're saying, oh, this person is corrupt. Always keep the people in check. That's what I'm saying. So because if you give the attention to the other side and ignore the other people who are in a camp, that's why I was saying that sometimes these people in your camp can bring even your government down. If Raila becomes the president and he fights corruption so hard, but facing on the other side, and maybe sometimes not facing on the people in his own camp, those people in his own camp might cause distractions. Mtu atakuwa naiba chini ya maji all the name of we are fighting corruption with other people. But sometimes let's look even within us. Those people are in a winner circle. Are they clean? So then we can march forward fighting the other people. Anyway, going forward today is Then going forward we saw I just
Wewe una story mingi bana, relax.
Yeah, thank you. We are still contributing. I think we have. Let's have someone else, and then we will come back to you. I'm trying to ration time. Huh? I've given you, I think, more than 15 minutes. I'm gracious to that. So let's have Kip. But keep in mind, even as Kip comes, Caleb, keep in mind that corruption, everybody elected leader, whether you are in government or in opposition, you have a chance to fight issues, whether they are corruption or whatever. So don't tell us that people in the UDA are being fought. Now I want to fight Nini. They are all MPs, their work is to check the government under the current constitution. So what is their role? So don't tell us that they are being fought. I want to fight Nini. We want to see them bring even bills in parliament to do with issues of corruption. But they haven't done that. They are leaders. They are not spectators. So don't say we are being fought. The other person who is saying that I'm being fought is the deputy president. He should be leading this nation. So how can you say someone like Kip is fighting the deputy in issues to do with corruption just because he's talking about corruption here? The deputy should be the one leading the war on corruption, my friend. We are not elected people. We are just mere citizens commenting on issues of corruption. But the people who need to lead the fight against corruption is the president, followed by the deputy president. He cannot even accuse Raila Odinga because he's just a mere citizen. So all that is just hogwash. Let's have keep the time. Azimio party. I'm seeing people who are ignoring this part. Can you handle it?
Azimio, what do you mean?
Azimio coalition party. Then there's KK coalition of parties.
That's what I was going to jump into. But first, it's just with a short introduction. I think, Caleb, you have to be careful. We don't want to give you more rope to to hang yourself with, because if you talk about corruption like that, you've got to come with your points and give it. As for this, there's one thing that I find we are losing in Kenya before I come into KK and Azimio coalition party is our languages in Kenya. I think there should be a bill whereby people can speak their local languages, because I believe all languages in Kenya are actually national languages. They are heritage. And if somebody feels comfortable to speak in Kalenjin, Kikuyu, Luya in the parliament, there should be translators there that would help the rest to understand what's going on. I mean, South Africa does it. So why can't we do it? And I even think our runners should be speaking in Kalenjin after winning these medals. And then we hire people that can go out there and be paid by the Olympic or IAAF to translate what these people are saying, because I have my member of parliament is having difficulties. That's Chepkut, in speaking in English, and you can see the man is struggling. We don't understand what he's saying, and we're like, I mean, I wish he spoke in Kalenjin. I think Alex knows Chepkut.
Okay, so I'm sending you clips to put for him so he can laugh with his member of parliament.
Chepkut. That's my man. I think even Mama Selina knows him.
The only person who wears good suits than him is Embarambamba.
Chepkut Napkoi. Yeah, that's my MP. Big clown. He's a big clown. But at the end of the day, it's the prerogative of my people to choose him. If we choose a demon, that's mulivotia hiyo ni shida zenu. And nobody should ever condemn our people for choosing their leaders, because that is your own grave you're digging. If you're going to pick a beast, you're shida zako. Now moving to the coalitions and what has happened today. So Justin MUTURI, first of all, I think he's a super ambitious guy. I think forget about the corruption cases that he's had. I think this guy is trying to move to the top as quickly as possible. So we've had chats. I think Wekesa knows about this. And what I believe he's trying to do is, because there's no other viable running mate in Kenya Kwanza from the mountain, I think MUTURI is trying to put himself into that space. So yeah, of coming in here, even with the objection of other members of the DP party, he's trying very hard to put himself. He's trying to build his career, and you can see it's done very well for him so far. He's been speaker. And you can see when he forced himself to the Council of Elders to be the spokesman of the Kikuyu. So you can see this guy is a very aggressive, what do you call it? He's taking his career very aggressively. So him joining Kenya Kwanza, we mwachio ni shida zake. As for Azimio, I'm going to dive into a very sensitive topic.
Before you go there, did he start at the end or did he start at the beginning? When you start by going into the forest to be anointed.
When Jamal aliingia from the back route, it's like the wrong way to do it because nobody recognizes it. So I think even if Julia was here, or even Anne or Shiko, hiyo ingeleta debate ingine kali sana leo. So I'm going to leave it at that. So hiyo ni mambo yao kwa sababu I think they can discuss that in the next meeting, which I would encourage, and I think all tribes should have a little stream for themselves to discuss this, because I think there's something in the for Alex and the Kisi side. They could have like a small meeting on Tembe and discuss Kisi matters, and Wekesa you could have one for the Luyas to discuss Luya matters. I think it's quite healthy that we talk to our people individually. It's not bad. It's not tribalism. It's okay.
Hey, Chief, don't
sorry.
forget Kalenjin.
Yes. I was about to say that. You have to organize pamoja Mama Selina. That will be ours. And then of course you'll chair it. When ni mkubwa wangu, mimi nitakuwa tu assistant. Then let's move over to Azimio. I have been fighting with the Kesa for the longest time about Kalonzo, but for the first time today we agreed on one thing, and that was Mutua. Mutua, Mimi, I do not like the fellow. He's got so many corruption scandals. I mean, if you think about the 89 million for the Murama Dam, 50 million he got from the Danish Development Fund. So he's had issues with his deputy Kiala, about sex trade, and I don't remember, it's like and a lot of corruption, So this guy, he's not the cleanest person. So akienda ende, he can go. And for me, so long as Kivuta is still there, and by the way, I have to emphasize this as a disclaimer: these are all allegations, and I'll just use the word allegedly openly for the rest of my statement and previous to that. So you can see, other than I mean Charity is not the cleanest kwa sababu akiwa land CS alikuwa suspended over corruption matters, but sorry Alex.
No, Charity, that was not the reason. Charity unveiled the biggest land scandal, Karen, and it put her in loggerhead with the real land barons.
Yes. So you can see, I'm just saying that the other two governors, I'm okay they stay, because Mutua has nothing. He's just he's made the biggest mistake because he bit too much than he could chew. Because you can see, he says, nominations, you don't have to charge for it, whatever. Any aspirants around the country can come in for free. Parties need money to run. So this guy was expecting Uhuru to bankroll the whole of Azimio. Uhuru's main focus is Central, and those are the guys he's going to bankroll. So ukiwa kambani uongea na kingpin wenu mwenye hata sipendi, mwenye ana sijui 4,000 acres alipewa kutoka huko Movoko Dam ama hiyo, a man was given at sijui 200 billion. How does he afford 200 million for a chopper? Sijui alipewa sijui 350 million from Johnston. So bado tutapigana nayo Wekesa about Kalonzo. Mimi huyo mtu na hiyo unakumbuka tele nini, huyu ni mtu, he's also a land person kama Ruto, kwa sababu alikuwa na ile 200 acres ya hapo Yata, next to Yata farm. So me and Kalonzo tuwezi ongea the same thing. That guy amekubali leo, it's fine, but ole wetu akianza kuleta shida when the government is formed, ndio kwa maana staki apewe kitu yoyote karibu na speakership. Deputy hata afadhali akae nayo, because deputy is nothing. The only thing that I think Ruto has not highlighted in the last 9 years as deputy president. People should know that the deputy president should be the advocate for the county governments. He's the chairman of IBEC. So I think there would have been more development if this guy sat down and his main focus was development in county government. He should have been the one. I mean, this should not even be what do you call it? Julia said Julia wants to join I told you Julia wants to join the panel waongee mambo ya Justin. I think they should come, Justin Muturi and the Council of Elders. That would be very interesting to hear. So Julia, karibu tafadhali. But hii mambo ya deputy president not having a docket, he has work to do with the county governments. He should be protecting the county governments. Waititu, the Sonkos, all these people, even Mutua, that have had allegations of corruption. He should have been the guy who says, okay, this government, these governors have been misappropriating funds for the county. He should have had ideas for the county government to be run properly. So mtu amekaa hajafanya kazi for 9 years. So those are the things people need to understand. But other than that, if you've got any questions for me, Maliza, you know me, my presentation does not take more than 6 minutes.
Bado nakuuliza swali, kwa hiyo nini
Kalonzo, yeah?
Coalition, wachana na Kalonzo. Coalition and coalition party and coalitions. Do you know these guys, kina Mudavadi, Weta, have been one of the main thing I've been accusing Raila Odinga is that he did not share money that were meant for parties. Now here is a law that was created to safeguard their interest. And they go ahead and they are not forming a coalition party. They are going into what they call coalition of parties, which is not part of what that bill says. So that means they will still stand as individual parties when it comes to claiming. For us in Azimio, it's a coalition party. So whatever the money will be allocated to the coalition party will be shared by individual parties. So are they not committing the same sin twice?
No, but
and who will they blame this time when they don't get the money?
I think okay, I'll let Mama Selina contribute, then I'll jump in to add more on that. I've got something to add.
No, it is just a question.
Senior.
It is just a question, Wekesa. Kama ikikuja kwa parties, are they going to say, okay, chama ya Selina has 5 members of parliament, 3 governors, or ako na 15 MCS, or we are tunapatiwa equal share? Itakuwa kwa mtoto mkubwa na mtoto mdogo, or how do they even Azimio anyway?
No, it's shared on party strength. So, but now it comes in as Azimio party. You see, when they are individual, the problem is small parties don't qualify because there is a level in which you qualify for that fund. So to cushion this, they said you form a coalition party. So the coalition party receives all the money, then it's able to share with its partners. But when you go in as individuals, when you go in as individuals, what happens if your party performs, maybe you get 1 MP, 1 MCA, you don't qualify for any fund, so you will not get anything. Okay, Alex, come in.
Yeah, it's not like small parties. This is what happened. You have to qualify to become a parliamentary party. And to qualify for a parliamentary party, the basic lines are you must have 3 governors, a couple of senators, and a number of MPs, and 100 maybe ward rep. which actually is eating Kalonzo, because if his house was in order, Kalonzo should be one of the easiest parties, because the 3 counties, he should have gotten all of them. But Kalonzo, the problem with Kalonzo, and this is where we are making the, and this is why I'm still telling the people in Azimio, we are sleeping on our job. What happened to Kalonzo, it's going to happen to us. We are busy campaigning, like Kalonzo was so busy campaigning, the base and everybody was with him. But the governorship went away through Jubilee. His greatest enemy was not ODM. It was Jubilee who took all the governors from him, not ODM. You remember that? Mutua, it's Jubilee who took it away from him. They put malls on him so that they are able to garner and take away the strength. So Kalonzo's main problem has been he has no money of his own. He has to depend people like Mutula Kilonzo Jr., Senior, Mudama, and now Jimmy Wanjigi. When they have to leave, Kalonzo is left without money. Now he has to join Baba. You hear his problem?
Actually, you're right, because that is how the money is shared. The money is shared at a threshold, at how much strength you have. So it's not like small parties will have an equal share to a big party. There's a threshold that you'd have. That is why they're fighting for this easy government offices. Wanaongea mambo ya ambassadorship, wanaongea mambo ya inaitwaje, mambo ya parastatals. All these positions they're fighting for, so that they can go and distribute it to their friends or party loyalties. But I think Azimio should still have, what do you call it? What do you bring to the table at the end of the day? Hata ukinikampenia, and then at the end of the day, you have got only one MP, like, or two. What are you bringing to the party? That is why mambo ya kina, what's his name? Weta, Kalonzo, when they joined, they brought nothing. They had no MPs, and then the excuses about zoning. Oh, tuliambiwa tusiku, we had a zoning issues, blah blah blah. You should have thought about that if it was money that you wanted to fund your parties with. If you should have fought to keep the MPs you're having right now, and that is why I think right now the steps that I know you guys will have contention about this, but I think that is a good step. Other than akina Wakisi na huko juu kwa Western, I think that is the best thing. Let watu wanaume wakutane kwa madebe, they fight for it. Hata kama mtasema ati sijui Uda watapitia katikati, no. If you want to stop these big fights, let them go fight. What is Mutua going to do against Kalonzo? Kalonzo should also fight for his own strength. You know, he's quite a strong leader. So why is he scared? Yeah, I think he's scared of Charity and Kivuta. So if he thinks he's strong enough in Ukambani, he should fight for it, get 2 governors, then he can rely on his own money rather than relying on the coalition party money, you know. So that's why I think we have it backwards, I think. But it's a good thing we're learning. We're actually learning at the moment as a country. You know, we're only 60 years old compared to other Western or Chinese or what do you call it, civilizations, you know. So as we are learning, we fail kidogo, we'll fix it. You know, we now know that the deputy president is causing problems. I hope in the next parliament, they'll go sit down and see, we need to have the ability to get rid of a stubborn deputy president, and forgetting about
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, but again, before we go there, I think now that's where we tie in. You see, when they decided to have a coalition party, even if it's Jubilee that wins or ODM or Wiper, the money still remains for the whole coalition.
No.
So then, it's a coalition money.
No.
What they will share is they will share on their own strength.
That is where I wanted to come in.
Alex, let me interject a little bit. What's happening is, when they came up with the issue of coalition, the political issue of amending the act and have a coalition political parties, it was meant for all the parties that join the coalition, so that each party gets a share of what has been given. Not like before that only parliamentary parties.
No, you're still away from it. When you're running as a, okay, let me go back to the historicity of it. In 2007, we didn't have it. We went and talked about it, and finally it was put as an act of parliament by 2013. So we lost the speakership, but they forgot that we got the majority of governors and senators. And when we went to allocation of funds for political parties, ODM had a huge share, more than Jubilee, TNA, and URB combined together, because we had more governors and ABCD. But at that time, we were in a coalition called CORD. The problem is that we did not run a joint nomination. When you run joint nomination, then there is a prerogative that allows you to deposit in the political party, whatever we call their offices, that now because you run a joint nomination, you are not going, you will share the money. Because you have joint nomination. When you don't have joint nomination and every party went on its own, it is your wish and will to share the money. The same way legally, ODM refused, said, we told you, let's have joint nomination. You refused. But now that you went against us, we didn't get more money because you took our money down, because you ran, we ran, and we did not win. Had you come together, we could have gotten more money. So that's the bone of contention that ODM was having, that let's have joint nomination. When we get the money, it is us who will get the money that is more, then we will share.
And
So
they're going back to that. They're going back to that issue now. They're doing it now. This is in the agreement now, Juicy, that they will run on their own, not joint nominations.
And still we are going to have the same problem. And that's why on the debate where Sifuna was having with Mutula Kilonzo, and you can put that debate where the Sifuna stops Mutula Kilonzo and told him, we told you not to. And eventually, now, if you want us to share this money, say, okay, then this is how we are going to share from this day to this day.
Alex, you're only arguing the last part. You're not including the new bill. And that's why even today, Musalia had to come out and clarify and tell people that, listen, you guys are saying today is deadline. It is deadline to Azimio, but not to us. Because us, we are not a coalition party. We are a coalition of parties. And what he meant is that a coalition party have signed an agreement. All of the parties are in one.
Yes.
And their deposit should have been done yesterday, finally.
Yes.
And
yes.
these others can still have a coalition, but they still retain their identity. So,
and that is why,
yes,
on that is why Ruto is ruthless in his politics. He's taking the Sakajas and everybody on his board, taking people that he's sure they are going to win, putting Boni Kalwale somewhere where he knows he has a better chance of winning, and putting Malala where he knows he can't win. Why is he doing that? UDA as a party is the one that is going. So, and I like what you have said. When it comes to Kenya Kwisha, they didn't sign anything during the NDC. And that's why I'm laughing, because there is pre-election and post-election. Most of these parties in Central are going to do post-election assignment, because after they lose, they can't be with Ruto anymore. So there is nothing called Kenya Kwisha Coalition, Kenya Kwanza. No. But there is Azimio Coalition. And in the Azimio Coalition, if we are if ODM tells Wiper that if you come to Nairobi, you're going to mess with us, and we will not get the senator, the governorship, and the members of parliament, and Wiper does that, so that means the money they are supposed to get will go down. So if they will refuse to share the money, there is no problem. So the zoning issue now comes in. That's why you hear they are agitating for zoning, which for us sometimes may feel bad politically, but parties know that that money is important to all of them.
Thank you. Let's have
sorry, before you go. So does that mean that the money is predefined once the coalition is done? But don't you still have to bring something?
For Azimio, I think they have agreed that they will share the money in a certain percentage.
So you still have to bring something. So you still have to bring something.
It is them that within. It's not the law that forces them. It is a coalition that has agreed under the percentage they are going to share.
But then that is also depending on the amount of things they bring to the table after elections. Or governors.
From the speculation they are having that you'll get this, you will get this, you will get this. Even if they get less, the percentage will remain because they are not sure. Now they are working on a percentage.
But Alex,
you heard Sifuna talk about it. It was a tough negotiation.
Alex, it is the Political Party Act ndiye anapeana pesa kulingana na constitution. Hata parties ikikubaliana na iendi pamoja na Political Party Act, it will not happen. Kwa sababu vile ODM walikuwa na kosana na Kalonzo na Weta na Mutavati, ndio ulikuwa unasikia Chuneta akisema hii ni mambo ya Political Party Act. We cannot give you our share kwa sababu ni serikali inapeana hii pesa. So for example, you get 2 million or 2 billion. Na wewe ODM uko na more than 40 MBs. Alafu Kalonzo ako na 15. Alafu na Kenya wako na 5. Alafu kuna wala wana hata governor. So mutakawanya aje, na kwa sababu hiyo agreement Political Party Act will not allow you, Alex, uchukue share ya mtu ingine.
No, hold on. I think now we need to marry the two ideas. And that's why I'm ninasisitiza. You see that this thing scrolling here. What we need to understand that Azimio will get its money. Already Azimio is a party. It's a coalition party.
Yes, we are going as an entity.
Given money as Azimio, not as ODM, not as Jubilee. So it's them now to share the way they want, and they have their own formula the way they will share. That is what Alex is saying. They will not be given as ODM, as Jubilee. They will be given as Azimio because they converted it into a coalition party. And that is where
so
the
that is why Kalonzo,
and
kama unasema hivyo, is it why Kalonzo anataka kukufia Okoa Kenya ikuwe coalition alafu na Azimio, because ninasikia wanasema wameingia Azimio.
Madam Selina, let me explain to you. Political party only recognize one thing. In Kenya today, the only people who have the only parties that have deposited a coalition is Azimio. There is nothing like Okoa Kenya. So within Azimio, if they will get 150 million, they have a formula that they will say later on what it is, but they have agreed that is to them. So the political party has nothing to do with that. It will give them pesa wao wagawane. So Okoa Kenya is not there. It is Azimio being given, and it will be UDA being given and other parties, because there's nothing like Kenya Kwanza. There's nothing like that. It will be Azimio, then UDA, then other parties.
Thank you. Let's have, I have seen two hands, Nyamu and Murunga. Let's hear what they want to say.
Okay, me I can say the Azimio is a coalition party. It will be given money and it will have a formula. For example, all of us watch the English Premier League. English Premier League, they have they have a formula how they divide money from number 1 to number 20. I think that's an example. We have, like in Azimio, they'll be given money so that they have a formula that maybe if you bring this, there's a formula. When you bring money, you get this. When you bring this, you get this. When you bring 0, still you will get something. I think that's
that is for Sky and Barclays money, the money that comes from Sky News and Sky and Barclays streaming. Yeah, you're right.
Sawa, maybe they have decided on the minimum. The way unaweza fanya composition na mwalimu akuambie tu sababu ya karatasi na wino nitakupatia 4 marks hata kama hujaandika kitu ya maana. So maybe they decide on the minimum for the small parties. Murunga, what did you want to say? You are on mute, Murunga. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Alex has talked about it, so I'm just waiting for my time.
Yeah, just make a contribution to ende kwa nyam like that.
Sawa. So mimi nimesikia mambo tunaongea. I think you should set aside a day for that discussion on political parties agreements and what it means, and then we can have a sober debate on the same. Though not exhausted today, let's get now to the issue that people are talking about. I heard a young man talking about.
Even as you run away from it, why do you think KA decided that their deadline to have parties in it is May?
Of course, that's when we can. That's why I'm saying it's actually a weighty matter, and it's actually a bigger issue that we need to set aside a day for that discussion, so that we can actually bring in more people, those who know about it, those who have crafted it, and then I'm sure you, Ekesa, you're able to get these guys who are actually working on the document to come and give us a highlight on what it is. As it is, of course, it's not exhausted. Now, today, I've had a young man speaking about molasses, and I'll start from the point of molasses. This thing about the molasses plant, this is a project that started long in the 60s. It only lasted for 5 years, then moved on. It was moribund for almost 20 plus years, until the time when the plant was put to auction. And remember, these are some of the things that from when the interviews were actually the inquest was being done, and on the death of one Robert Ouko. These are the things that they were actually raising, and I think that the death of Ouko may have also had something to do with the molasses plant. But remember, when the plant came up for auction in 1993, that auction never took place until April 15th, 1996. That's when it was sold to Spectra International, which was represented by Raila Odinga. But remember, even the so-called the auctioneer was Panam, I think Panam by then, who received the money from Raila Odinga, the sum of 2 million. That's the down payment, and then it was followed by another 142 million, which was paid later. And then upon completion, the plant was handed over to Raila Odinga. So there is no issue of corruption here. So anyone talking about corruption, lesser corruption or what, Raila Odinga did not. In fact, he bought the plant through the auction, which was advertised in the newspapers, and the plant was sold. Raila Odinga won the tender and he bought it. So mambo ya molasses plant, I think people are coming up with that issue should actually find something. That's a tired line. Let's look for something else. If somebody has an issue with Raila Odinga, let them raise it in the open. We will see how to counter it. Another issue is about the move by the Speaker of the National Assembly to Kenya Kwanza. As I said earlier, these people know where they belong. Just like Madam Anne Waiguru, she was not comfortable being around Raila Odinga because of the weighty corruption scandals. Because anytime one was on the podium talking about corruption, she thought she was the one being targeted. So in this case, she chose not to be with Raila Odinga. She would rather be with the people who do not talk about corruption. Wale watu wanaongea kuhusu mambo yanahusu hao tu na vile watapata mamlaka na wasonge mbele. That is where she belongs. And that's where Justin Muturi belongs. Remember, Justin Muturi was sacked from the judiciary for receiving a bribe, making judgments, issuing judgments that were, that were not in line with the law. So this is one person that we should not celebrate, or no one should celebrate his move to Kenya Kwanza, because Justin Muturi cannot win a single seat in his region. Remember, he contested in is it Chicago? He lost it. He lost it, I think, twice. So huyo ni mtu ambaye watu wasiseme ya kwamba ni mtu ameenda kule na hakuwa na uwezo, hana uwezo wa kuweza kujipa, kuweza kuleta kura yote. Hata tukisema namna hiyo, what we as Azimio are targeting is a number of votes from Central Kenya. And if Raila is able to garner 1 million vote plus, or anything above 800,000 votes, that's enough. Because I'm saying this
Before
because...
you move away from that issue of Justin Muturi, what is your view? I saw the letter circulating,
yes,
that members didn't approve his coalition agreement with the DP.
I've also seen, yes. Yeah, my view is that in fact he moved into Kenya Kwanza alone as Justin Muturi, because the letter I've seen, which was received by the registrar of political parties, clearly states that the NDC made a decision to form a post-election working coalition, but not before. And this is what Justin Muturi has done. So that means that Justin Muturi's move is null and void. It is not, it's actually bad for the party members, and it's not likely to, it's actually likely.
So I wanted that clarification so that we say, maybe, so do we now say that whatever he signed as an individual, not as a party? Because they cannot have.
Yeah, as an individual, yes.
And before, yeah.
Yeah. He signed as an individual, and of course, looking at the letter, of course, the letter is well received by the political parties, meaning that DP Kenya has refused to join Kenya Kwanza. So it's an individual who has moved to Kenya Kwanza. So with that, of course, you know what it means, that even the papers that were signed today representing the DP are luckily not going to be, effective. So it means that he moved in as Justin Muturi, and that's all, which is not going to make any difference, because I'm also expecting serious legislators to move to parliament. Of course, the guy must be impeached, because we cannot have Justin Muturi elected on a Jubilee ticket, serving the parliament, that he's the one now floating the rules that are there.
But
So that's why we are
partyless.
saying
No, but officially he's partyless as speaker. He should be partyless.
He is, but of course he has already moved to a party. Same to the Speaker of the Senate. Of course, you've seen what he's doing. The other one is trying to do it on a slow pace because he knows what it means. You remember he didn't even attend his own function that took place, I think, some days, 2-3 days ago. So these people know exactly what they are doing. So we expect the members of parliament to oust the guy and render him jobless so that he can now find enough space for him to market his new outfit. I don't see anything that will
Alisema
shake.
Pangwingwi anaweza pangwa.
Wakati wa round hii atapangwa, kwa sababu tukiona vile nchi ilivyo, nchi imekaa, atapangwa. And you will agree with me, Wekesa, vile nchi imekaa, hakuna vile, hata numbers don't favor Kenya Kwanza. Numbers don't favor Kenya Kwanza. Take note that in 2017, we didn't, Raila Odinga did not win Nyamira. But this time round, you look at the Raila's fortunes in Nyamira, Raila is likely to carry the day.
Murunga.
Yes.
Murunga, my friend.
Yes.
Raila has never lost Nyamira.
He did in 2017. You look at the numbers. Look at the numbers.
I think it will be easier for you to say because that statement really hurts me and I'm on the ground every election.
Umefungua floodlights ya Kisii sasa. What have you done, bro?
No. Sio kufungua, not kufungua.
Hapo kwa ukienda Kisii ujue Alex ni stronghold hapo.
You've opened the floodlights.
Unajua
in their plan,
ile kitu nasema.
Murunga, in their plan to make sure that the president at least has 25% in the counties that he wanted, they did everything because we had polling stations that were not registered, like the one that was in Sironga, that gave him the highest vote, was not gazetted. So, I mean, let's say this. Uhuru got vifaranga in Nyamira, but not that he won in Nyamira. He didn't.
I'm actually basing on the national tally what was relayed.
There was no election. The servers were never opened. Please don't go there. There was no election in 2017.
Alex, it is important we revisit these figures for the purpose of planning.
Now let's marry the two. For what you are saying and what he's saying. So in a nutshell, what you are saying is whatever was removed from Raila 2020, whether it was legal or illegal,
yes.
If it's reversed, then he can get a good number. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying.
And Murunga, let me tell you why I had to rebut. If it was Kisi, I could have kept quiet. But the man who cancelled the election comes from Nyamira. We must give him the respect, please. Yeah. The former CJ came from Nyamira, and most of what happened in Nyamira is what he based to give that verdict.
And Alex, whoever was contributing to make sure that Nyamira is the president sees is Mr. Matiang'i. Do you remember Mr. Matiang'i who contributed that? So Jubilee never won in Nyamira. It was just like that 54% that was given to governors like Mike Sonk and the rest.
Yeah. So don't repeat that. Just say according to what they told us. It's easier.
Yes. Now let me put it this way. According to the numbers, the 2017 numbers, Uhuru Kenyatta emerged on top of Raila, actually in terms of numbers in Nyamira. And when you put these numbers now, you give Raila the entire numbers. Then you also see that the numbers are not favoring Kenya Kwanza. Same thing applies to Kisii County. It also applies in Nairobi. The areas that, of course, the system worked so well to ensure that Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta at some point were closer in Nairobi. But this time around, now the factor of Uhuru Kenyatta, who comes in number 2 to Raila, and Raila Odinga himself. Now, when this factor comes into play, it means that Raila Odinga is likely to garner more than 60% in Nairobi. So where are these numbers that will favor William Ruto? Because when you match these numbers, you see that Raila Odinga is likely to carry, is actually going to win this election by landslide. We have not forgotten that Rift Valley, when we talk of Rift Valley, we are talking, when we talk of the strongholds of William Ruto, there are only 5 counties. The rest of the counties are battlegrounds. And in fact, let me say some of the counties are actually swing votes to Raila Odinga. Because I don't think Turkana is going to vote for Kenya Kwanza. Turkana is going to vote for Raila Odinga. Samburu.
Yeah, but I think doing justice to the debate, focus on Nairobi. Nairobi today we had some UDA has fixed its nomination. You take.
I'm coming to that. I'm coming to that.
Yes.
This is what we need to do. Now, let me come to Nairobi. Nairobi, what we need to do as Azimio, let us field one gubernatorial candidate. And this candidate must be able to sell across all the communities.
Sorry to interrupt. I know David Oloya, my friend, lakini your comment ya Chebukati is a bit, please remove it. It's not nice.
That's in order. So what I'm saying is this. In Nairobi County alone, Sakaja, let us not forget that he has another name called, is it Koskei or who? Sakaja. That will come into play. That you cannot come in as pretending to be a lawyer, whereas you're not. You're not. And thinking that the Luya voting bloc will now be yours. Nairobi County, the candidates that I see are likely to win in favor of Azimio. That is the brother to Wetangula. This is the MP for Westlands. He's a popular candidate. There is another.
If team is chosen and Wetangula is campaigning for Sakaja, what happens?
Of course, Wetangula. I don't think Wetangula is likely to come to campaign in Nairobi because that will be a stab on his back. Hii vitu itarudi mpaka nyumbani. It is going to go beyond there. Sababu
unajua nyumbani haishangi. It will be permanent grudge.
Itarudi nyumbani. Itabidi sasa Wetangula asitishe kampeni Nairobi, aache watu wengine waende wa campaign against the brother in Nairobi. But what impact is the Wetangula likely to make in Nairobi? No impact at all, because Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga and the rest of the MPs that will be campaigning for team, then team is likely to carry the day. Let us not forget that there is also a new entrant in the name of Polycarp Igathe. This I will say without fear of contradiction, that Polycarp Igathe is not, and he cannot afford to wait for people who have been campaigning in Nairobi. At the last minute, that's when he declares his candidature and comes in the name of Jubilee. Jubilee as well should not bring us people who are not on the ground. If Polycarp Igathe wants to join the politics, let him seek the position.
Let me ask you. When Raila started to climb the mountain, who took him there? When Raila met the first business community, who took them? You know, sometimes you don't see people on the forefront but they are part of the coalition. So let's see. Maybe you ask yourself, what role has he played in Azimio to come up? There are people who declare their candidate. It's just like you're saying, Ruto declared his candidate in 2017 and Raila declared 2018, 2021. Does it make any difference? You are not time barred. The only issue is, are you viable? Are you able to win? That is what we need to measure Polycarp, not how long you have campaigned. Is he able to win or not? Alex, what do you want to say?
Yeah, Murunga must be guided there with the history of Raila now merging together with Uhuru. And you must remember that the people who have worked so hard, something that seemed impossible was the Mount Kenya Foundation. And the person that works for Mount Kenya Foundation in every aspect is Igade. They put Igade there last time, and Igade left. Igade today is in Equity. As from the circular we saw today, and we have called and we have been told it's true, Igade has already resigned from his current job. You should know that. And from what we heard from the caucus meeting that was held today of Azimio, very intense meeting. We had a few clips here and there. Igade is the nominee. Wanyonyi will second him. He will take administrative position. Wanyonyi will take all political positions. Simply like that. His work is to manage Nairobi. Politically, Igade, leave politics for Wanyonyi. That is what the agreement is. And political power wields more. That means tenders and other things, Wanyonyi is going to have a bigger say.
Yeah, that's why I was telling him, the fact that you are seeing people campaign, you can campaign for 5 years. But there are people who behind the scene, they are moving the scales. So when Ruto was campaigning for the last 4 years, Raila was busy helping Uhuru to do his project because he knew that the time they come into the field, that is it. So it's part of strategy. How you enter doesn't matter, as long as you're not time bound. So he's still within the time. Even you now, you can still declare your candidate. But the only problem is you are not, unless you go independent, you are, the parties have closed their doors. So let's have Nyamu. If you are done with that.
Let me summarize.
Now, draw a conclusion, we go to Nyamu.
Yes. Now, what I was saying is this. Polycarp Igade's candidature is a good, that's a good ticket that is likely to sell. But let's consider this, that there will also be it's also going to be a very tough task to ensure that it's sold across the other communities in Nairobi. That is the key to his win, his victory. If they don't do that, of course, I don't know what will happen to Ngatia and the rest of the candidates who have been campaigning so vigorously in Nairobi. And in fact, I remember when Ngatia single-handedly organized a rally in Murang'a when the mobilization, people had failed to mobilize. Ngatia did it for Raila Odinga. So today, it is wrong for some of us to think that Ngatia will be just left to to wander away.
No, maybe they have done a negotiation the same way. Let me ask you, today when they gave Sakaja a party ticket, and who has ensured that UDA is in Nairobi? It's Margaret Wanjiru. Wanjiru, who has brought UDA up to where it is in Nairobi. In fact, the most outlets Ruto used to launch his UDA in Nairobi was in Margaret Wanjiru's church. But today they had to agree that it's Sakaja, then Wanjiru, it's how they look at it, and she accepted. So one thing I would say is that as long as they have agreed with all candidates so that there is no fallout, for me, I know they mean well. Because if we go for preference, everybody has his own preference. There are those who prefer a team, there are those who prefer Ikade, there are those who prefer Gatia. But if there is consensus, we agree as Azimio, that is our candidate. As long as there is no fallout.
That's an order.
So,
That is an order.
Let's have Nyamu make his conclusion.
Okay, good evening. Let me start from that Igade thing. The way I understood it is that Tim Wanyonyi will be the governor and the Igade will be the deputy governor. That's the way I heard today. So I don't know, but if it's like that, then it will sell very well because it will cater for the Luyas and the other tribes, and then that one will win it. And then I heard that Sifuna will, if we put Sifuna for the Senate, then that one will win at 10 o'clock. So that and then in the women rep, now will play Kisi politics. So that Kisi and Kisi. So we take that advantage. That is, so if we have the lineup.
Who is the Kisi? Who is the Kisi candidate?
Kwamboka. Yes, Beatrice Kwamboka.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's see how.
Yes, let's see how it plays.
Yeah. So long as there is consensus, we agree, and we are a big team, Nairobi, so we cannot let down.
Yeah, let me start from Kalonzo. Yes, I saw Kalonzo with Baba in Mwingi, and for the first time, I heard Kalonzo accepting and says he will take, there is that clip that was played there, he will take any positions. Now he's not demanding for the VP position, but he said in front of the church that I don't know whether he was lying or it's a genuine thing, but he said he will take any position. And if he talks like that, then that one is so easy. He says that whatever Raila will come with, they are ready to take it. That was a positive thing, so that one will reduce this problem that we are having. About Mutua, I'm seeing Mutua really going out because the way he was talking in Kasarani and the way he's driven about the money, because he wants money. Money was ringing in his head. So I'm seeing him getting out of the Kenya Kwanza team. And that's what he said, that tomorrow is going to have a big announcement. We're waiting for him. If he wants to go, let him go, so that we don't have a problem. We don't want to have people driving us in front, back. We need to make steps and move forward. Then I don't know whether you saw another clip in Busia. In Busia, this guy called this strategic person for international relations for Ruto, Namwamba.
Yes.
Namwamba has been campaigning town hall in Busia County for the last 3 days, I think you saw. Now today, the people he has been mentoring and campaigning, they came out and started painting where there were UDA places. They started painting ODM colors. There is a clip. Maybe I can share it. There is a clip that they were doing that. You
can share on my WhatsApp.
No, you can give me the number, then I share that clip because I saw it's just a funny one. Then there is a problem. I saw it, I don't know whether it's a problem of democracy in Mombasa. Okay, I'll share it. And then I saw we are still having some issues in Mombasa, some primaries. So I don't know whether there are opponents that are fighting us or what, because when the people were asked, they were saying that some peoples are coming, some goons are coming, and they are spoiling some places. Some places were never, there was no peace in that nomination. So I think ODM needs to put people on the ground so that they monitor those primaries, because they're bringing shame to our party.
Don't worry, even those who are quiet, you know, they have one day of nomination. You see drama. Nominations are always, you know, parties don't have the capacity to manage nomination.
Yeah.
So
Then the issue of MUTURI, I think he has used a shortcut to go to the Kenya Kwanza because he didn't consult. You saw the members are complaining about him. It's like he has gone alone because he didn't consult with the members. Or if he consulted with members, they didn't agree because there was some issues with members, so the members didn't agree to move to the other side. So I think from Monday you will see some issues, or some people will go even to the court and start having issues. I don't think he will succeed on that. That's my submission.
thank you. Selina, had you made your submission?
Let me try to come in and see. Mambo imekuwa mingi, but
So after Selina, once you make submission, then we go to Julius, then Martin, then Collins. I'm taking a cup nakuja. 1 minute.
okay. So kulingana na mambo ile watu wameongea, and it is good different, maoni tofauti. Yangu nataka kusema hii ya Kalonzo amesoften. It's good, but maybe he knows, you know, pengine anajua what is going to happen, but we want also to say, unajua ni mzuri kama ukipatiwa chochote, na ndio tulikuwa tumesema baadaye, if you want to be presidential candidate next time, lazima soften ndio watu watakusikiza, lakini ukiwa harden, ukuwe ngumu vile Tribute amefanya na Uhuru, and then Raila may not support you, what will happen? So hapo vile amesema is ready for anything that atapata kwa coalition government, that is very good for him. Ingine ni mambo ya political parties, na wote tumesema hiyo hatutaki kurudia, na kwa sababu ninasikia mnasema mnataka tupate mtu mwenye anajua exactly what is happening. Mimi pia na support hiyo ya Raila kukutana na governors wenye wanasimama SIAYA, that is good. But wacha niwaambie kuna kitu moja imefanya sisi Azimio tunaona kama tunashindwa. Mahali kuna active politics, mahali kutakuwa na primaries, mahali watu wanashindana, hapo ndiye nguvu ya chama iko. Unajua hii ingine watu wanawachania, huwezi jua mtu hata anasema anasimama, analipwa, anatoka, anawacha. You don't know even the one who remains kama atakuwa strong ama atachukua kiti. So hizo ni kama patapotea, lakini ukiona mahali watu wanapigania, hiyo ndiye kitu mtu anajua, na hata akichaguliwa atajua alipigania hiyo kiti, alipata watu walisimama nayo. So mimi pangu sitaki kukuwa na mambo mingi. Speaker MUTURI, mnajua vile alifanya, alienda akataka kukuwa kiongozi ya Kema, akaenda wasee wakakawanyana, but I think to that wakati wasee wa Kema wali notice ya kwamba Uhuru hawezi retire, you cannot have two leaders at the same time. Nafikiri kama Uhuru angeretire kwa politics na chama ya Jubilee, that is where the Central Fourth ama Kema wangetafuta mtu ya kushikilia. But as for now, Uhuru bado ni kiongozi ya Central na ya Kema na hiyo yote ya wasee. So MUTURI alirudi ameshindwa na kitu ya kufanya. Alafu saa zingine vile ameenda huko pia, nasikia mtu mwingine anasema labda anaenda kutafuta kazi, but wacha niwaambie, watu wakisikia nyumba yenye inapeana chakula, ukisikia kwa jirani, kienda kwa ule jirani kuna chakula ya kukula, unasema wacha niende nichote kidogo ngalau, kwa sababu kama unajua uko na ground, kama unajua mahali unatoka, unajua hizi mavyama sinaundwa, ndiye tulikuwa tunaambiwa ni previous parties. Pile Jubilee imerudi imekuwa strong kwa Central, imekuwa ngumu kwa hizi parties zingine hata kupata members of parliament ama watu kupata councillors. So mtu anaona atoroke mahali atashikilia. Mtu kama MUTURI labda anataka pengine kama party mzuri KKA wakipata kiti apatiwe kitu kama speaker, but lazima kuna vitu mingi imepita parliament yenye Uhuru alikuwa anategemea MUTURI. Unajua deputy speaker Jeboy ni alikuwa mtu ya Ruto, na kumbe hata MUTURI huko ndani, kwa sababu kuna mambo mingi sana silifanyika parliament that we were wondering kwani speaker MUTURI na ndiye mtu ya rais ilienda aje. So kuna vitu mingi ukifuata ilienda mbaya, and I think unajua loyalty, ngawa tunasema hii loyalty ni kitu ya maana sana saa zingine, na saa zingine haina maana kwa siasa. So watu wakijua una msimamo, mtu kama MUTURI, mi nimependa sasa Murate kwa sababu ilikuwa ni Murate MUTURI, watu ndio walifikiria hawa ndio marafiki ya Uhuru sana, lakini sasa imemaanisha ya kwamba Murate ni mtu mmoja rafiki ya Uhuru usiku na mchana, hata akifukuzwa anaendanga na anarudi. But nafikiri MUTURI hajai kuwa na msimamo. Nikikuja mambo, nilikuwa nimeongea mambo ya running mates na nikasikia wamama wametaja Martha Karua, especially wamama ya maendeleo. Nikasema maendeleo ni constituency moja ya wamama, hiyo ni 4 million votes. Na maendeleo ilikuwa inaanza wakati ya Moi, walikuwa kwa Kenyatta, wakakuja kwa Moi, wamefanya kwa Kibaki, wamekuwa kwa Uhuru. Maendeleo ijai kukaa opposition. Maendeleo inaendanga mahali serikali iko. So inakuwa ni kuandover. Na vile niliona walisimama na wakakuwa na baba, alafu wakaenda wakatafuta Martha Karua, akaenda hiyo celebration ya maendeleo 70 years. Sasa walianzia Nyeri, wakaenda Ukambani, na batu wana rotate kwa province sile za samani, kwa sababu maendeleo siko na ile 8 provinces. Hawachakuja kukawanyana na vile hii ya constitution imekuja. So najua pia hiyo ni kitu tunasema tunashukuru. Ya pili, Martha Karua si mtu tu ya kusema ni mama ama Martha Karua ni kiongozi na wamama wanajua uongozi wake. So sisi tunasema kama baba, na najua Martha Karua kwa mambo ya corruption, na hata hii watu wengi wamekasirika, wanasema hatupangwangi, mutadunini, nashangaa Temba, kama una form serikali na unakuja wewe kama leader of majority kwa parliament ile hiyo ulitoka, na labda utakuja kuwa leader of majority again kwa serikali yako, na unakuja kwa TV unatuambia mutadu amutatuipia kura, Unaambia Chilupa, tunajua kasi yako umeletwe kwa sababu ya ABCD. Unaambia Chilupa mambo ya cards ya Safaricom. Amesema mambo mingi sana yenye nilikuwa na hesabu imefika karibu sijui ngapi. I'm wondering, hawa watu walikuwa nasema mambo ya hate speech. Na anasema apangwangwi, amerudia hizo yote. Lakini wacha niulize, kama utaenda na amesema hiyo budget ilipitishwa parliament, wanangoja tu wachukue serikali mwezi wa 9, wataifunjia mbali yote na kuanza ingine na kuanza kuallocate vile wanataka. Nataka kuuliza Wakenya, ukiona mtu anadharau serikali inayoenda, hata kama ni mwezi 2 Uhuru amepakisha kwa ofisi, nilikuwa nafikiria ni mzuri Uhuru hata kama amutaki aandie nyinyi over serikali, na yale mambo ilipitishwa, kwa sababu hata hii imepitishwa kwa serikali, nyinyi ni members of parliament. I don't know what Kenyans are feelings, lakini kwangu ni hivi, nilisema kama kuna watu wawili wanapigana, unaona mmoja anakunja ngumi na kusema mshike huyu mwingine nitamuua, ama huyu ataki kusema atanipiga, anakula mori sana, ule mwingine akikaribia anasonga nyuma akisema ninamwambia mshike huyu mtu nitamuua, ninapika kabisa. So vile niliona Ndwale leo ni ile uoka ya kwamba wanajua serikali imeenda, wanajaribu tu kutisha, lakini hiyo matisho na wanasema mtajua mchui. Sasa ndiye nashangaa, nani atajua nini? Ni Wakenya ndio watajua wachui ama ni nani? Aswa Ndwale alikuwa naambia hatutaipiwa kura na mtajua amuchui. So what will happen? Tutajua hawachui wanataka kufanya nini, ila hatutajua, isipokuwa kushindwa. Na ukishindwa unaenda kotini, na kama uendi kotini unakaa nyumbani. So ile ingine tunaambiwa hatujui ama tutajua hatujui, ni kwamba watakuwa wako na makura ama wanataka kufungua ile sava ama wana mpango ingine ya kuipa, lakini nafikiri hiyo yote hawana. Vile ameongea kuhusu Chulupa na wanamthreaten. Saa hii threats ya kila mtu ni ya nini? I thought election 2010 constitution ni ya kwamba niende nipike. Amesema tena vijana mupike kura na mchunge kura yenu, msiende nyumbani. So ameenda opposite na mambo mingi tumeambiwa. Unaambia watoto ya watu wakae kwa polling station wafanye nini? Ati mchunge, especially Nairobi, sijui wapi, ati mupige kura na mkue hapo, ndiye tufanye nini? Wewe Ndwale, sidhani kama uko na watoto ya kutosha kusimama kwa constituency zote za Kenya. Kama kuna chochote itafanyika ipate watoto yako, lakini asante. Hata mliambia vijana muende mchukue pikipiki. Watu ya Botavota were very clever, hawakuenda police station kwa sababu uwezi tuma mtoto ya mtu kwa moto. So mimi nataka niambie Wakenya tuende tupige kura zetu, tukimaliza tuende nyumbani, tungoje ule anatangazwa atuongoze. Lakini naona watu wataki kusema, na tuliona hiyo maneno Ndwale amesema si mambo mazuri. Sijui anataka ashikwe, sijui amejua huko kwao Karisa kumekuwa moto. Unajua saa hii ile ingine aliipiwa, hakukuwa ameshinda. Farah Mohamed ama Farah ule wa Wiper alikuwa ameshinda, lakini kwa sababu ya vifaranga ya kompyuta ndiye alikuja parliament. And I think that is the problem. Amejua hakuna mtu atamuipia ndiye arudi. So all those threats, hizo mambo yote anasema ni kwamba amejua kwanza kiti yake ya Mandera Central hawezi ona. So sidhani hiyo matreta ametupatia inasaidia nini. Wacha mimi niwachie hapo, na kama kuna mtu alisikia hiyo mambo alisema, tafadhali tunataka kuona kama ni mambo mazuri alisema ama kuna uchochezi. Ya pili, kama watu wengine wamekuwa hapa na wakuona, tungeomba Wekesa ama Temba watuwekee hiyo clip ya Ndwale. Ingine nimeona hiyo ya Busia imekuwa ngumu sana, hata yeye ameshindwa, alitumwa aenda atafute kura, lakini Busia vile ule mama aliambia Mutua jana, ukienda ujue umeenda peke yako, kwa sababu alisema Busia hakuna kitu inaitwa KKA. So ule mama alisema hakukuwa ya Azimio, alikuwa kwa Wambua. So nafikiria na mambo na Mwamba imekuwa ngumu sana, mpaka ukiangalia vile alikuwa nakaa na unga mkono mwenye alisema. Nimeona hiyo clip imeteleza, Busia ni ngumu. So nataka kuachia hapo, ndiye sijui nani alikuwa nafuata aendelee, lakini Temba ama Wekesa akikuja atuambie hii mambo. Nataka turudie hii clip yenye Ndwale amesema na yeye ni kiongozi, alikuwa kiongozi parliament, kutisha watu. Anasema mtajua mjui. Ni nini hiyo inakuja yenye sisi hatutajua? Wamesema kura yao haitaibiwa. Wamesema wanajua mambo ya Safaricom. So Wekesa, ukipata time tunataka kusikia vizuri kama, alafu tujue hii watu ya wanasema wanasimama kusuia watu kama wanaongea mbaya, tuone what will they say, kwa sababu hiyo mambo naona kama Ndwale alisema leo ni mambo ya uchochezi na ni mambo mbaya. Ni hayo tu ningetaka kusema kwa sasa. Kama nafasi ingine itapatikana nitarudi, lakini wacha tusikie kwa wenzetu wengine. Asanteni.
Thank you. Let's have ama kuna swali? Julius. Kuna
Okay.
swali kwa Selina?
Sina swali. Ni submission tu, sina swali.
Nakutafutia hiyo clip yako, nikipata nitaicheza tu sasa.
Alafu sisahau hiyo clip ya nini ya nani anaitwa nani, Ababu na Mwamba tuwekee.
Hajanipoadia but nitaita.
Okay, mimi nataka kuongea maneno mawili matatu ya Nairobi, na tuseme ya speaker na nominations pia kidogo, alafu na
sasa nimekuforwardia, sorry. Nimekuforwardia kwa WhatsApp yako.
So story ya nomination, story ya Nairobi, unajua jana tuliongea hiyo story, nafikiri Selina mlikuwa hapa, Ndeto alikuwa, tuliongea sana kuhusu hiyo nominations za Nairobi, because unajua tulikuwa tunaongea story ya Sonko, because Kalonzo alisema lazima Sonko atawania chama cha Wiper governor Nairobi, and it's not a good thing, because that's like like we are trying to split the votes so that nani atapita kwa urahisi. Seriously, Nairobi Azimio inatakikana itoe, wafanya nominations ama ni nomination, whatever the way they will use, tupate mgombeaji mmoja. We don't want to lose Nairobi governorship. Surely afadhali Nairobi, tunataka tupate Nairobi, because Nairobi is a very important city, and the Nairobi city, Nairobi county is one of the counties that are very, very important. Kama itashindikana, afadhali sasa Nairobi ikae vile Uhuru alifanya, ikae tu kama hii city ya New York kama ni whatever.
Julius, let me ask you.
Yeah.
Do you think Uhuru and Raila are foolish? The challenges wamepitia Nairobi wataiachilia hivyo? I think what happens when Kalonzo said, you need to know where he said and where he will say it under the party. Unajua kuna party positions, but when you come together kuna management position, they will. I think we have a governing council of 11 people. Whatever it will decide, it will be the final. But when they are talking, you know, these are party. When you are receiving new people in the party, you have to talk. Even me today, if somebody comes and will say want to run on my party, damn receive. And then I assure you, you run. But when, because there is a collision, tutaenda tuongee huko na tuseme mambo imeshindikana. So at least I think that was a party position. But for Nairobi position, we will hear from the managing council.
Yeah, I hope managing council watakuwa na good idea, watupatie mtu mmoja tuchukue Nairobi, because actually one thing I know about Nairobi ni watu wawili, Uhuru na Raila. So anybody outside there, it's very difficult for them to penetrate. So we really need we pray that here council, if itafute namna tupatie mtu mmoja so that we can win that Nairobi governor seat. Also, story ya Duale hii imeongelewa sana. You know, Duale hii sio mara ya kwanza amekuwa na matamshi ya incitement. Hata nakumbuka kuna wakati alikuwa it was 2017 I think, 2017 yeah. Alikuwa na hiyo shida zisemwa na alikuwa ametreten sijui makabila Wakamba wale wako huko, sijui kama makabila wale wako huko wafukuzwe. You know, it's not the first time kuongea vitu kama hizo. Only problem we have ni hao watu wa NCIC sijui wanafanyanga kazi gani. They are serious, ni kazi yao ni
Yes, I'm sorry. Let me interfere you. Nimepata hiyo clip ya Duale. Let me play and then you comment on it.
Okay.
Meipata.
Okay.
Aden Duale.
Thank you, Excellency. The party leader of UDA, our Deputy President, the party leader of ANC, Honorable Musalia, the party leader of Ford Kenya, our brother Moses Wetangula, and the party leader of Democratic Party of Kenya, my good friend, a man that I have worked with for now 9.5 years. I can speak for the party leader of DP, and I can speak for the leadership. But it's very interesting that the key leaders who worked with the President Uhuru Kenyatta are here today. Very, very strange. The two majority leader emeritus, 3 are here. Honorable Kindiki, Honorable Duale, and Honorable Murkomen. His deputy is here. His speaker is here. The other speaker is in Kenya Kwanza. And this reminds me of 2002 when leaders led by George Saitoti walked out of Mzee Moi. So you see where Kenya is heading. The president has been left by all his lieutenants. And he's now in bed with his perennial historical enemies. So the people of Kenya can tell the difference. Number 2, I think I'm seeing something that Chiloba has corrected. Because I tweeted last night and I told him, you dare disconnect. And I talked to Safaricom. I have an agreement with Safaricom, not CAK. And I'm a post-paid member, so they have my details. Now he's saying, I meant those Kenyans who are not registered. That's what Chiloba said. But we are telling Chiloba, you have been put there, we know you, and sooner or later, we are going to monitor, we will focus on you. You have not been taken to CA as an ordinary director general. We know what you want to do on the polling day as far as the internet is concerned. We know the data you are collecting. And we know you're working for the deep state. and we will flag you and we will profile you, just like the way we profiled your other colleagues within the DEEP system. Number two, I just want to speak to a man I helped become the chair of NCIC with the speaker. And I participated in the enactment of the NCIC Act. It has my signature, that bill. I participated in the approval of the commissioners led by Kobia. The speaker and the colleagues here will tell me. And you have an act, and Honorable Wetangula has read for you. You have no legislative power. And we are giving you as evidence today that I thought, he will even ban nobody can stop reggae. That should have been a word that should have been banned. Instead of banning nobody can stop reggae, you are banning the word tutalinda kura. We want to tell you from here and telling our supporters, tutalinda kura yetu kutoka wale ambaye wanataka kuiba. So kila kijana ambaye anasikiza sisi, lindeni kura yenu usiku na mchana mpaka Mheshimiwa Ruto atangazwe kuwa rais wa Kenya. Ya pili, miaka 4 kutumia BBI mulijaribu kupanga wa Kenya, led by the president himself. Ulijaribu kupanga wa Kenya, ukajaribu kupanga your succession. I don't know what you fear. Tunakwambia hatubangwingwi sisi. Na hatuwezi kubali. We will not be part of your plan. Na ya mwisho, mutajua hamujui. We are telling from the highest office to the smallest man, mutajua hamujui. Na sijui mutadu nini. Tumesema mutadu nini. Kobia unatusikia, utadu nini. Wale wamekutuma, mutadu nini. Ama mutadu. So we have reached a stage where we must speak to one other very candid. We are joining with the DP, we'll join with many others because we share that we must fix our economy. And Your Excellency, let me be very kind to you. Even when we form government, the first 18 months, if we don't fix this economy, Your Excellency, you and our team, Kenya will go the Greece way. A Minister of Finance, without taking the due process of parliamentary process and committees, the budget-making process, was telling the country, I propose this, I allocate this. There is nothing he has proposed. There is nothing he has allocated. From Tuesday, the Speaker will refer those estimates to departmental committees, to the budget committee. We will reallocate what you have allocated. We will change what you have proposed. And you are just cheating the people of Kenya. The budget is not yet done until Parliament approves. So, Ukuriatani, what you read is what you usually read in a village in Marsabit. Thank you very much.
Okay, now finish your submission. I think it has brought you to speak to what the issues that Guy was dealing with.
I guess, UDA, that is their character. We don't have to, hiyo ni character yao, wameumbwa hivyo, hiyo ndio tabia zao. They are real behavior and characters. So, definitely it's unfair. It's very, very, very sad to see someone, because he's worried about losing his seat. He's worried about losing his seat. That is why he wants to spoil the country, because of a seat. These people, but I think again, Kinakobia also, they are failures. They are not serious about their job. Surely. Sio bure wanaambiwa watafanya nini, hatadu. Kobia is not serious, and his team, they have to do something. They have to be serious about their job. unless if they are not supposed to be there, let them be removed and tupatie inaitwaje DCI. I think it's better at DCI kuliko nani. They are doing nothing surely. Anyway, kuna
why do you think they are not serious and they have just talked today, so we haven't seen? They just talked today.
Then from yes, but you see,
we
have to
haven't
take
seen
actions.
Today
The
is
reason
Sunday.
why I'm saying them, yeah.
Yeah,
Hello.
you see, the other guys, you see, the commission will not respond na emotions. Unajua they are being emotional. The commission will get the evidence of those clips and then they will tell them whether to record a statement like that. But they don't act emotionally the way these guys are doing. You see, when someone is trying to set up fire, you don't buy into their drama. You use a different route.
Yeah, but if they are this slow, you know, we are heading to elections. Then after election, what will happen then? They have to be moving very fast from now on so that they can stop this politician from inciting people. That's what I was trying to say. Like, they have to move in a very high speed so that they will protect the Kenyan people, so that they will not go against each other fighting because of incitement from politicians. It's not good. I mean, people will intend to forget what happened in 2007, 2008. It was terrible. We have to be very, but I like Azimio people, they are very organized nowadays. I'm very happy about Azimio. They're very organized. There are some small issues, but kawaida, najua nyumba kubwa inakuwaga na maneno. Yeah. For example, ya Mombasa, Kisii, but I don't myself, I don't see that. I don't see it as ati ni shida kubwa sana. It's a small, it's because yani ni familia moja iko na watoto wengi. So I'm very sure that someday, soon or very soon, kutapatikana solution. So nomination will be done in a good way. So we get leaders and move on as Azimio as we might, because hii sasa wanasema inaitwa Kenya, mnaita Kenya kuisha ama Kenya kwanza. I don't know where they are going to get those votes. They are saying that DP Ruto will be the president next election. Where? Mimi najaribu kuangalia, maybe ama hii central peke yake ndio wanaona itafanya wa win elections, because seriously, if you try to look the whole country, what ni Azimio, everybody's talking about Azimio. So anyway, the story speaker, unajua as a speaker anatafuta kazi. Unajua vile alitawazwa kuwa mzee wa Gema, naye kidogo ndio huyu Uhuru, unajua hakuretire. Sasa ikabidi akaona hapa sina anything, na ule mtu wote anataka pesa. But hata MUTURI is going because ametaja pesa sana. He's talking about money. I don't know why he's talking about money. Surely he's a young leader that we expected him to be very focused, but he's now talking about money every time he speaks. He's talking about money. So I'm wondering, sasa hiyo pesa ukipatia mtu akikupatia pesa, that's why the in UDA unachaguliwa, unaambiwa wewe step down. Now una step, you can't do anything because you are not, unapewa pesa ya kujifanyia campaign. So ule mtu anakupea pesa akikwambia wewe step aside, wewe ingia, there's nothing else you can do. So wakati mtu anasema ati ataenda sijia hata akiingia UDA, I mean, surely ataenda kufanya nini? You will not help. It will not help me. Actually, angekaa Azimio because Kalonzo is getting old anyway. Kalonzo sio kijana. So unajua hapo ndio angekaa tegea afanye mpango mzuri. He could have take over because hata Kivuta Kibwana is not young. So MUTURI had a very big chance of becoming a kingpin of Kambani if he calculated well. But because he also looking for money, then I think my brother Ndeto will help him. Ndeto
they need to learn from they should have learned from what Nani. They need to learn from Orengo and Nyang' Nyong. Orengo and Nyang' Nyong walichirudisha chini. Now they have lived in politics longer. But if you try to fight your kingpin, unafikiria anaenda haraka. Hawaendangi haraka vile unafikiria. Even Ruto caught it because Moi had retired.
Unajua hata ugali moto huwezi ingiza mkono ndani katikati, unaanza kando kando pole you know, because sasa unajua nani Mutua ile shida yako nayo ile alianza ni kama story ya Simon Makonde. Alitoka tu kwa serikali na akapata ugavana sasa akaona amekuwa juu zaidi, you know. Seriously ni Simon Makonde. Ndeto pole nikumuita ya gava. Because
Malisia Ndeto aingie, Ndeto akiingia nani? Semba, are you around?
Okay,
so
anyway,
let's have
wacha nimalizie.
Malisia Ndeto aingia
Nilikuwa nataka uliza.
Okay, sio swali but nilikuwa nakuambia Julius. Nilikuwa nakuambia kwa governor it's only one person or in Azimio will stand as a governor. Na kama ulikuwa nasikia discussion we had, there is a probability ya kusimamisha nani akuwe running mate our ODM man. So it's one person, hawezi chukua watu wawili. There's a discussion going on. Number two nilikuwa nakwambia Kisii politics walifanya nomination mzuri sana, kukuwa na issues. Sawa.
Okay. Thank you.
Hiyo anasema nomination ya Kisii ya Wekesa. Huyo sijui ni Nyams amesema Kisii kulikuwa na nomination haikuwa na shida. Jana tulionyeshwa clip. Nafikiri Alex alikuwa hapa. Jana tulionyeshwa clip ya complaints. Ya stations zilikuwa zimeongezwa zikuwa. There have been always issues. Na si ati hiyo it's not a big thing. Hata Mombasa everywhere, Kajiado, Narok.
Julius, wachani kufumisha dakika moja tu, pole, nitakuacha uendelee. Naweza omba tuko watu 10 saa hizi, which is the maximum. I'm trying to No, najaribu kumwambia tu dakika moja tusitoke tukiwa wa 10 hivyo. I wanted to run a statistical thing. Kama tunaweza kaa watu 10 and we do a statistic thing for 10. Julius, pole sana kuharibia.
It's okay, haina shida. Nilikuwa nataka kumalizia kwa kuongea kuhusu, kuna mtu aliongea kuhusu molasses. Hiyo molasses inakujaga sana ati Raila aliiba molasses. Watu wanafikiriaga sijui na kucha za mguu. You know, hiyo molasses wakati iliwekwa kwa auction, I remember very well. Actually that time I was in Kisumu.
Clarification please. Hello.
Sorry.
Yeah, I like to urge Mr. Wekesa now, because you are the controller. Can you kindly ask the members to summarize, to talk briefly, so that they can also give other a chance to speak. Someone cannot talk for over 30 minutes or 20 minutes because we are many and also you want also to contribute kindly. That is my submission.
Okay. Let me finish then, my brother. Sorry for taking long. I wanted to talk about a little bit about that molasses. Molasses was actually Biwott and Raila ndio walibit. They did a beat and Raila won the beat. The Raila's beat was higher than Biwott. That's why his story at Raila aliiba, that's where it started. So what wakisema ati Raila aliiba in molasses nini, that's a lie. Tafadhali, let them find something else because hiyo ni uongo. Let me rest my submission there. Naona
Thank
watu
you. I think we are done with you. So let's have Collins. Sorry.
Okay, good morning, all of you.
You said you are still doing what analysis or what?
Okay. Okay. Should I continue? Okay. So should I continue?
I wanted to tukiwa watu kumi hivyo, there's something I was trying to do, and I'm sorry. There's something I was trying to do, and I'm here trying to do it. I just wanted us to do a little bit of a poll, and then I'll come back with you guys about it. As we are 10 of us. So
Yeah,
basically,
it just finished.
huh?
Does it involve us?
Yes, everybody. That's why I wanted the 10. It's gonna be simple. That's gonna be my submission for the night. After that, I won't talk again. Okay. I want to start with Wekesa.
You have to ask them first. You have to ask them first. You know that I don't assume that I speak for all people. When it comes to all, ask them if they agree, then you can do it.
Okay, is anybody against this one? It's just about what we think who's gonna win, Azimio or UDA. Is anybody? If anybody is against it, tell me.
It's fine. It's fine.
Wekesa, you okay now?
We are okay with it.
Okay, so Wekesa, let's go.
Yeah.
Nairobi.
Mimi Azimio. Anza na mimi Azimio.
Tunaenda tunatembea na region. Nyanza, who do you think is gonna be?
How?
Wekesa ni wewe. Nyanza, who do you think is gonna be? Azimio ama UDA? Twende, Wekesa bana.
Nakwambia Azimio.
Azimio Nyanza.
Nimesema Azimio ama unisikia?
Okay, haya Nairobi.
Azimio. Najua zote ni Azimio, nini peke yake.
Twende, cheza kaa wewe.
Azimio.
Central.
Inaweza enda 50-50.
Exactly.
Haya Eastern.
Draw. Azimio.
Northeastern.
Azimio.
Wacheni kumjibia. Wait, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Wacheni kumjibia. Northeastern.
Amejibu kama nishajibu, so haina effect. Na Azimio.
Okay. Haya, Rift Valley.
Ni Rift Valley. Rift Valley. Moto. But itakuwa around 55-45.
So Azimio. Okay, number 2 Themba amepotea kidogo. Nani mwingine ako? Selina, uko karibu?
Tuanze na
nafuata.
Yes.
Ni watu 10 hapa. Ndio nilikuwa mmoja tumepoteza.
Sema.
Okay. Selina unaenda next?
Yes.
Haya. Nyanza.
Azimio.
Nairobi.
Azimio.
Coast.
Azimio.
Central.
50-50.
Eastern.
Azimio.
Northeastern.
Azimio.
Rift Valley.
Yuda 60, Azimio 30.
No, ni mwenye atashinda, sema kama ni Yuda ni Yuda. Okay, hiyo ni UDA. Hiyo nimekuwekea UDA. Haya. Nani mwingine huyu nani? Julius ni wewe uko next. Twende Nyanza.
Azimio.
Nairobi.
Azimio.
Coast.
Azimio.
Central.
UDA.
Na by the way, kila mtu ajue mwenye amesema 50-50 hiyo napatia UDA. Eastern.
Azimio.
Northeastern.
Azimio.
Rift Valley.
UDA.
Who's next? Niko na Wekesa ameenda, Selina ameenda, Julius ameenda. Who's next? Peter Nyerere. Peter
Go
twende.
ahead. Yes.
Haya. Nyanza.
Azimio.
Nairobi.
Azimio.
Coast.
Azimio.
Central.
Hiyo ni Azimio automatic.
Eastern.
Azimio.
Northeastern.
Azimio.
Rift Valley.
UDA.
Okay. Who's that? Watu wamekimbia kidogo. Okay, Themba ako mbali. Selina ashasema. Julius amesema. Andrew.
Yes.
Haya, Andrew, Nyanza.
Azimio.
Nairobi.
Azimio.
Coast.
Azimio.
Central.
UDA.
Eastern.
50-50.
Ukisema 50-50 inaenda kwa UDA.
Azimio.
So uko sure unataka kwenda 50-50?
Azimio.
Uko sure? Cause ulikuwa ni kama umenini. Twende kama unataka kwenda UDA uko sawa.
Hapana.
Azimio. Haya, Northeastern.
Azimio.
Rift Valley. Bro, Rift Valley.
UDA.
Haya. Umemaliza. Nani mwingine amebaki? Nyams. Haya, Nyams, cheza kaa wewe. Tuanze. Nyanza.
Azimio.
Nairobi.
Azimio.
Coast.
Azimio.
Central.
UDA.
Eastern.
Azimio.
Twende Northeastern.
Azimio.
Alafu tumalizie Rift Valley.
UDA.
Okay. Kuna nani amebaki? Kuna mtu amebaki. Nilikuwa nataka watu 10, sijui wengine wamekimbia wapi.
Collins.
Yes.
Collins.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, Collins, twende. Anza, Nyanza.
Azimio.
Nairobi.
Azimio.
Coast.
Azimio.
Central.
Kenya Kwanza.
Okay. Eastern.
Kenya Kwanza.
We, huyo ndo wa kwanza. Okay, sawa. Northeastern.
Azimio.
Rift Valley.
Rift Valley is Kenya Kwanza.
Okay. Nilikuwa nataka watu 10. Nani mwingine amebaki? Tulikuwa watu 10 nikianza hiki kitu yote. Sasa hii niko 8. I need 2 more. Hakuna mtu amebaki, wamepotea. Kwani Themba ameenda wapi? I need 2 more. Because I wanted to do it on 10.
Themba ametoka.
No, namuona yuko. Nataka watu wawili. I need 2 people. Kila mtu hapa amesema. Because I have Wekesa, niko na Mama Selina, niko na Julius, niko na Peter, niko na Andy.
Remember you're counting 10 and you are part of the 10.
Exactly.
Wewe pia ni 10.
Wewe mdogo na huo ni Alex amekuja.
So this thing can accommodate 10 people maximum.
Yes, that's what I wanted, Alex.
And you are one of them. Among the 10, only if others answer, means only 9 people will answer. So if you are basing on 10 number, then you must be the 10th one.
Alex, can you bring yours?
Unajua Themba ameenda and Ndeto hauja vote na Themba. That means
Sitaki to vote because I'm gonna do the math and everything and I'll give it to you guys tomorrow. I just want to I just need 2 more people.
So we are
then it means only 9 people will vote.
Niko hapa.
If you will not vote, it means only 9 people will vote.
Themba is not there, so he's not voting.
Niko hapa, amesikia, nimemsikia.
Sawa.
Nimemsikia.
Unataka
Themba twende. Twende Nyanza.
Unataka nini? Niseme nini?
Who do you think is going to win on the I mean Malin Tataja, what do you think is going to happen there? Nyanza.
Who between who and who?
Azimio or Kenya Kwanza? Let's go.
Azimio or Kenya Kwanza?
Yeah. Nyanza?
Azimio.
Nairobi?
Azimio.
Coast?
Azimio.
Central?
Kenya Kwanza.
Okay. Eastern?
Eastern Azimio.
Northeastern?
Azimio.
Rift Valley?
Upper or lower Rift?
Both combined.
We can't combine upper and lower.
Combine, just combine, man.
But you have been combining, don't break the rules.
Kenya Kwanza, lower Rift is Azimio.
Okay, just combine.
You can't combine.
Just combine.
Themba ni provinces.
That's not good voting.
Just combine, man. It's just statistics.
That is spoiling the vote.
It's just statistics.
Yeah?
Combine, sema kama ni UDA ama ni Azimio. Combine.
Kenya Kwanza.
Martin. Themba is teaching something very important in statistics. When you are doing these statistics, sometimes you can ask somebody a question, you will not answer the way you wanted. You ask an indirect question. So you would have asked the indirect question between lower and upper, which one has more votes? He will tell you upper, and then you know what he has voted for.
Okay, Kenya Kwanza.
You ask an indirect.
Okay, I need 2 more people. We are more than 10. I mean, we are about 10 here. Na kuna wengine wameruka. Kuna watu nataka. I just need 2 more people.
Are we done?
Nani agenda?
Are you done with me?
Nani huyu?
This is Themba. Are you done with me?
Yeah, then but we're done. Enda ukatulie. I need 2 more people, please.
Utauliza Themba Rift Valley, utauliza yeye North Eastern na wapi? Umemuuliza Eastern alafu utasema Rift Valley?
Nimemwambia Rift Valley amejibu Mama Selina. Amesema UDA.
Martin, watu 9 umeuliza watu 9. You need 1 or 2.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, you're very right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I need 1 more. I need 2. Nimeuliza 8. Nimeuliza Wekesa, Selina,
Julius, Andrew.
Yeah. Cause naandika nataka wawili.
Okay.
Nani ajanda? Peter.
Jauliza Peter.
Ashaniuliza.
Okay,
I'm through.
Huh?
Peter
amejibu. Yeah, Peter ashaenda. Peter alikuwa number 4.
But Martin.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Martin.
6, 7, 8, 9.
Martin.
Nyams. Yeah.
As you continue polling,
Yeah.
You know your polling is already skewed because you can't go you can't go to in Nyanza and then you ask Nyanza people who will win anyway. Already that one is a biased polling. You know,
no, we're Kenyans. We know we have something like when I look at my politicking as we speak right now, almost everybody in Central has told me, almost everybody for Central. Kuna wenye walianza 50-50, and when I say 50-50 nasema hiyo ni UDA. UDA, the only person amesema Azimio in Central was Peter. Everybody else has said UDA in Central. Everybody else.
No, I'm telling you it's skewed because largely people who are here are supporting Azimio. So you don't expect them to tell you that Azimio will lose in Nyanza, or you don't expect them to tell you that Azimio will lose in Nairobi. You know but I think your polling will be a general representation, but as we say, it is already having some interferences, but it's okay.
Nano is telling you what Themba is saying is that this is not a random sample. This is a skewed sample.
No, it's okay. It's for the people that are in this group, because I wanted to know that. And there's something there's something that is happening here. And even when I look at it, everybody knows Nairobi is Azimio. But when it comes to, so now we come to see where the problems are. And that's why I said politics, you have to look at everything. The people of us, most of us here talk about we are Azimio. But when you look at this, and I'm going to do the numbers, and then I'll tell you guys, Kesho, please remind me. But Nyanza, everybody has gone Azimio. Nairobi, everybody has gone Azimio, and this is 9 people. No, 8 people. Coast, everybody has gone Azimio. Central, by the way, if I have a 50-50, I'm going to call it UDA. So I'm going to call it UDA. So Wekesa, Selina, Julius, UDA. The only person in Central that has gone Azimio was Peter. That was the only person. And then Eastern, Wekesa is not sure, but the rest of the people, whoa, that's Wekesa gone UDA, and
Don't misrepresent me. Eastern, I said straight away Azimio. The only 50-50 I talked about it was Central.
Who's that? Who are you? I can see you because I'm looking at the
50-50 I talked about was Central. The rest was Azimio, and then the Rift Valley I said UDA.
Wekesa, you went 50-50 Eastern.
No, Eastern I told you it's Azimio.
No, he said
no, it's okay. You see, those are now the errors in polling, so you can give some
No,
leeway to that.
Wekesa, you went 50-50.
It's okay, Martin.
Central and Eastern.
Martin, do not argue with your subject. You go back to your work. You say, okay, fine. It can be a spoiled vote. It can be a question not understood. So just proceed on.
No. Anyway, all right, moving on. And then Northeastern, the only person that went, that was again the Wekesa again. Northeastern.
In fact, I told, I began like this, ndio kasema nienda region by region. Nikwambia only 2 out of 8 ziko UDA. The rest are Azimio. And then ukaniambia, no, let's go region by region. Ndio nikaanza kuambia.
Kesa umepatikana leo.
Anyways, I have, ni sawa Wekesa. So, ume-contest kadhaa, si ndio?
No, what you are telling us that you have not recorded what we have said, and we are doubting what you have recorded.
Okay, that's fine. That's
So
fine,
if you
Wekesa.
have
Okay,
issues-
you've contested
if you have
Northeastern,
issues-
you've contested Eastern.
Mine is 6 out of 8.
Mato, if you're having issues with only Wekesa, how many others do you have issues with?
Nothing. I think everybody has gone through their kila mtu
Okay,
amekubali.
you go process your data. So can we continue?
Yes.
Yeah, let's continue. And then we'll talk about kila mtu mwenye ameweka. I'll do my data and then I'll put it somewhere. I mean, and I think that's a good way to actually do some data and see what is happening.
Demba, take
Yes,
over. I'm retiring. Demba, take over.
Yeah, it's okay. You retire. See you when we see each other. I saw Wekesa before you go. I saw yesterday we made noise. Kalonzo decided to say that he's supporting Raila unconditional.
No, let me tell you what happened. Kalonzo is a very clever animal. He wanted up to the deadline na ensure watu wake wote wameregister party yake, kila kitu amemaliza, dia declare msimamo. That is how politicians do, and ensure they have crossed the Red Sea. No return, no room of return. Aliokopa, he can lose people when he declares mapema. Wanaweza sema kama usimami upresident ama uvice, tunachipanga.
So now
The way.
Can you do something now? That I like to people tell them that after yesterday, the mlango wa rehema umefungwa sasa. Kama wamesha submit whatever documents they have submitted, if anybody is crossing to any other coalition, they are not going for any post. Is that right?
Yeah, they are not. Let me ndio ujanja nani wanatumia KA. They are not even submitting something called coalition parties. They are just going there. You are together, but you are individual parties. Melo, the way Oka is.
Yes.
They are just together, but hiyo Kenya Kwanza is not registered entity. Ni drama wanatufanyia.
So they have not submitted their coalition agreement.
They have not. Even the reason why even DP you cannot accuse it, because DP had agreed in their own neck that they will have a post-election. So huyu MUTURI ameenda kusaini huku papers, but he knows those papers will not be deposited kwa registrar of the political parties. So it was just a mere drama.
Okay, I think that is very important for people to have information out here so that they don't think that there's something so out of the norm in what happened. We argue from a point of information. You know, when you argue from a point of lack of information, you fumble. But when you're
that's why I put this headline here. Kuna coalition party na kuna coalition of parties. These are different.
Very important. I think we need to understand that. So there's a coalition party and there are coalition of parties.
So, which is today, Mutua is going to join hiyo kitu inaitwa KA but ako tu hapo, lakini yeye ni pato ni chap.
Yeah, and the reason Mutua is giving for joining KKA is because he was not allowed to sit in the apex.
Yeah, he wanted to join the apex. Now, wakati waliteta, they proposed 2 names. They did not propose him, and the reason was he embarrassed them when they were airing their grievances about small parties. So for him, he went to extent of embarrassing the coalition, and wakaanza kuread he has his own motives. When he said, "Oh, we can go to KA, we can go alone, we can," then they realized he was not negotiating to be in the apex. He was having a different agenda. So when they went to the table to nominate, they nominated 2 people, but not him. So akitoka hapa alikuwa amekasirika. Akaenda ile simu alisema, "Yeah, Ruto has been calling me."
And you also need to appreciate it is not the key people who chose him. It is the small parties that refused to choose him.
Yeah, hiyo tu the small parties that alikuwa nazo kwa conference call, not kwa press conference. Those are the same parties that went before, and then Raila akawaambia choose 2 people. Wakaenda to nominate and they did not nominate him.
Yeah, so let's it's and one thing people need to understand, it's a political season, therefore you can expect anything. Everybody is upping their game, their bargain. So for wale ambao wako na roho ndogo kwa siasa, this is the time wanafaa kuachana na kuwatch news around this time. Wacha kuwatch news ya siasa, tafuta kazi zingine ufanye, ungoje nomination iishe.
My friend, even saizi they have not seen anything. There is a Moi, they could rob your party. They can steal even 100 members of your party. They parade them there.
And you need
to survive.
And you need to tell the people who are in politics right now, waanze kujua kwamba it is possible that some of the people who are coming in are also people who are on someone else's payroll. Your opponent's payroll.
Yeah, they can be sent to spy. Hata huyo Muturi, I doubt anaweza score, bado tu ni wa Uhuru.
Thank you, Wekesa. See you, nani anafuata?
Collins alikuwa submit, then from Collins you go to, let me just, from Collins you go to, kuna Peter, then kuna nani anakuja akitoka?
Andrew, what's happening with your gadgets? Can you work on it? Because hii story ya kutoka ukirudi iko shida tayari. Richard
Amwina pango.
Haya, Collins, toa maoni yako.
Okay, good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, as I said earlier, my name is Collins Webby. I'm from Kitale, but currently I reside in Nairobi. And for avoidance of doubt, I'm a staunch Azimio support and a strong support of Baba since the time that I started voting. That was 2013. But having said that, that doesn't mean that we should not criticize Baba. There are some things that Baba is doing that we don't like. Like, for example, when it comes to the issue of nomination, I think Azimio is doing it in a very poor way. You see, Raila had come out with the suggestion of zoning. I think the zoning could have helped a lot, because when, like for example, I come from in Trans Nzoia, we have ODM candidates, we have DAP candidates, we have Wiper candidates. You see, that scenario will split the votes. Unlike whereby the Kenya Kwanza, they are coming up, like for example, for the governor post, they have agreed that the Honorable Chris Wamalo, the former deputy chief whip for NASA coalition, will be the flag bearer. So that will not split their vote and will be the advantage to them. The same scenario has been happening to NASA and CORD, whereby Raila had minority members in both national and Senate because of the splitting of votes. But the Jubilee were able to garner the majority of the members from both from the 3 houses, that is MCAs, members of National Assembly and the Senate because they have joint nomination or a collusion. And then also, Raila need to be told the truth, but that those who are spoiling for Raila is not Raila himself. In fact, many people love Raila, but those who are spoiling for Raila is people who are surrounding him. People like Sifuna. You know, it is bad for somebody like Sifuna who failed even to secure a parliamentary seat in is it in Kandui? He failed to secure a parliamentary seat there. Then he was just he was brought here in Nairobi, then failed again. But Sifuna had the audacity and the courage to come in the national TV and say that ODM can go alone. That in fact is among the people who caused the Wetangula and Mudavadi to run away from the Azimio team, because some people who are spitting venom like him. So people like him should be advised to change because he's spoiling for Baba and many others, even Mutua. Point number 2, I have just heard the clip that you have just played about Adan Duale. Adan Duale is just confirming that Kenya Kwanza is actually the victim of their own action. If I can take you back in the year, is it 2014? The famous security bill. Do you remember that bill whereby Honorable Arati aliumwa kidole na Honorable Mudama akaraliwa longi? Because that bill was suggesting it was somehow curtailing the freedom of association, whereby the cabinet has head power to illegalize some certain meetings. So to some extent they are passing that bill thinking that they are affecting, it will only affect the position. Did they know that it will come to haunt them in future, and that's why the message is catching up with them. And also still on that point, they are confirming that you see Honorable Duale is saying that Chiloba is working for the system. He's actually confirming that while he was the majority leader, the same Chiloba was acting for the system. And the only difference is that this time round it is working at their disadvantage and the advantage of Raila Amolo Odinga. So he's actually confirming that they just lost the election, and they stole the election. Also, last but not least, the UDA people and the entire Kenya Kwanza are just hypocrites, because Wetangula and Mudavadi is just the other day that they were supporting BBI, but when the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, actually illegalized the entire BBI process, they also concurred with William Ruto, who was opposing from the word go that BBI was not a good thing and it was unconstitutional, especially for Wetangula, who is a respected lawyer. That is a hypocrisy of the highest order. Also, most of the things like the budgeting, the famous VAT bill, it was being passed when some people like Ishungwa and Adan Duale, they were in the parliament. They had the opportunity at that moment to obstruct that kind of bill, but they didn't use that opportunity. I don't know whether they were bribed or what was going on. So at the moment, they are now acting in a hypocrite way, whereby they are purporting to support the common mwananchi. Thank you. That is my submission. Unless someone has more clarification or a question, I'm ready to answer any question. Thank you.
Any question? Any comments? Okay. Yes, Wekesa.
I have a query before I sleep. I have heard him lash out my Secretary General, and he's worked very hard for a party. Remember, ODM is one of the parties that has stood the test of time. All those other parties which look cosmetic, they are short-lived parties. And Raila, to put there Sifuna, it did not get him by accident. He knows he has some what it takes to be the SG. But then my concern is when you disparage Sifuna just because he failed to secure a seat in Bungoma or in Nairobi, you can as well cascade Raila because he failed to get the presidency. So failing cannot be a criteria of gauging a leader. I just say if something wrong, you say, I think Sifuna did something wrong, instead of saying because you know, there are Kenyans who are classifying people like kuna perennial losers, kuna losers who have never been.
Okay. Just to interject you, it is like you haven't got my point clearly. I was using that one to enrich my point, but that was not actually the primary point about. I was not talking for Sifuna as a person. I say some people are surrounding Raila Amolo Odinga. You see, at the moment, the constitution says that for someone to be declared the president, you must garner at least 25% in a couple of counties. Then you must garner, the primary issue is that you must garner at least 50% plus one to be declared the president. So meaning each and every politician, each and every person,
I have understood what you are saying. I've understood.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, don't again tell us that Sifuna or some say Sifuna, some say Juneta are spoiling for Raila. It does not mean like, wait first. Never think that Raila doesn't know that Sifuna and Juneta exist. Just as you don't never tell us that Ruto doesn't know that Farouk exists in his office or doesn't know that Suti exists. In fact, those are some of his close friends. So
there are some of his close friends.
Listen, the things Raila cannot tell Kalonzo, he will send Junet to say. He will allow SG to say.
Okay, I'm getting you, but you see, you cannot go on national television and say that we can go to the ballot without you. ODM can go alone. ODM need wiper. ODM need DAP because that 1% is very important.
That's a negotiation language. When Kalonzo said that, you see, Kalonzo has said even extreme things, and today he's praising Baba. He said that that Raila will impeach Uhuru. He said Raila, when I join Raila, I will start campaign. But immediately after he finished the negotiation, now he's speaking a different language. Those are called negotiation languages, and sometimes they are you negotiate very hard. You show that you are not even interested. Hata najua ukienda kukatia msichana alikukataa, walisema hata sitaoa na mabado unamtaka.
I know that, but you know, in the politics, you see where Ruto is gaining a lot. I think Ruto has some form of ngeli. If you just listen to him, there's a way he welcome people. Even we have some people who are biased like Sudis and the rest.
Collins,
yes,
What are you measuring gain? How do you measure gain?
Demba, wacha nimjibu hiyo na nilale. The same route, afadhali hata Raila anatumia his own attack dogs. Ruto answers you direct. You see the way he was in Mwingi and disparaging Kalonzo, he was disparaging Mudavadi and Weta. In fact, he talks to them in a very bad language. And again, he goes and looks for them. Raila never talks to them direct. He allows his attack talks to do that. So who is smarter in this game? The one who allow other people to say, or the one who says himself direct? Because Raila has never attacked Kalonzo direct. Raila has never attacked Mudavadi direct. But he still lost the menu.
The other day he attacked Malala direct. Do you remember that when he said that Malala took himself to the police station?
Collins.
Yeah.
My question to you is, how are you measuring gain? When you say that Ruto is gaining a lot, what is the parameter of measuring gain?
I haven't said that Ruto is gaining a lot.
No, your statement here was Ruto is gaining a lot. What is this you're using to measure gain?
Okay, what I'm trying to, I think the point that you are trying to say, I think according to the way I'm gauging, where I'm saying the Ruto will gain a lot, is the tyrant of number. You will have numbers. The chances that probably is that you will have highest number in the Senate and the National Assembly.
How do you know?
Because You see, like for example, I've told you just like for example, I come from Saboti constituency in Trans Nzoia. Azimio has more than I think 3 candidates. Azimio alone.
Yes.
Kenya Kwanza has they already negotiated. They have one.
Huyo wa Kenya Kwanza alifanya nomination gani akapata watu wanamvotia?
It was a negotiation democracy.
Good. So now this is what happens when you want to gauge, even for you to be able to say, well, let me give you a hypothetical situation.
Okay.
Say, for example, Collins, Richard, and Nyerere are vying for position A. Okay?
Yes.
Now, if Collins and Richard decide that, okay, let's negotiate, and it is Richard who is going to vie, they have not tested how many people are supporting Richard and how many people are supporting Collins. You see that?
Okay.
You see that situation? So you cannot, you cannot get that just because you have done negotiated democracy, all your people, all Richard's people will vote for Collins.
Okay. Let me interject you. Let me interject you.
Let me finish. The only way you can say that, okay, this is what we are, DP is, or whoever is coming is likely to gain, is this. You and Richard, you go to a nomination process. Now, the people that come in to vote between the two of you, to let's say 20 people, all the 20 people are in your camp and they vote between you. And so 5 people vote for Richard, 20 people vote for you. And now it becomes, okay, let's negotiate. So all the 20 people will support you. Now that one you can gauge and say, okay, fine, because 20 people out of the 40 or 30 voters, 20 will vote for one person. But in negotiated democracy, you are hypothetical in thinking.
Okay. Have you finished?
It doesn't say anything about the ground. It doesn't say, even maybe in that Kenya Kwanza or Azimio, one of the guys has more voters than all of you combined.
Okay. Have you finished?
This thing of coming to say, oh, because Ruto, sijui negotiated democracy, sijui nini.
Okay. Are you done?
That is from you need to go back. You need to go back to the previous votings, and then you come and speak.
Summarize, please, because I want to answer you.
Don't tell me to summarize. I would summarize. Listen.
Okay.
Yes, just listen. So what I'm trying to say is this thing of coming to give us, oh, Kenya Kwanza has done this, Azimio should do this. That, in my view, Azimio has its path. They have their eyes set on how they want things to be done. Kenya Kwanza has its own way of doing their things because all these two parties are focused on one thing. They are focused on winning. All right? There's no one that has the right thing, the other one has the wrong thing. Both of them are working according to their structures. If Kenya Kwanza thinks that calling you people and telling you step down for so and so is the right thing, that is the right thing according to them. You don't go, this is what they say. If you don't win the war first in your mind and then you go to fight, you won't win it. You need first of all to win it in your mind, then you go to fight. So Azimio is not working and looking at what is Kenya Kwanza doing, then we do that. That is a lack of strategy. You can continue, but I think your assertions are not making, to me, they are not making any
according to you, it's not logical, but it is a bit logical. Let's use the previous example, the Jubilee and the NASA. We lost. We even Jubilee gained some MPs in Western region, not because Jubilee was popular or the candidates were popular. It is because NASA had multiple candidates. But as you see, in most cases, Jubilee had a single candidate, and that will cost the president. That will even interfere with the function of the president. If the president, like for example, the president has the minority in the assembly, that will automatically interfere with him. I'm not saying that Kenya Kwanza is gaining a lot, but when like for example, let's take for example student in school. You must accept that a student who number 2 is performing, like for example, based in CRI than student number 1. So that example is something that we should use. We cannot ignore that. That are some of the facts. And in the beginning, Raila had said that they had to zone the region, and that was a good idea. But now, there's no way you can convince me that they can present multiple candidates and they still gain majority. That is a flat lie.
They shouldn't zone. Let the parties go. Let the parties compete. Whichever party you guys want to vote for the party you want to vote for. If you want to vote for Kenya Kwanza, vote for Kenya Kwanza. If those people want to vote for Azimio, vote for Azimio. Right now, personally, what I'm thinking, this issue of saying that, oh, let's zone this, no. Let's have parties compete. Work hard.
And that is why we will win the president, and we'll have the minority in the National Assembly, in the County Assembly, and the Senate. I think, have you heard what Professor Mayora said yesterday?
You listen to Manyora a lot. You need to listen to other people too.
No, I don't listen to Mayora a lot. I listen to
Mayora. Thank you, Collins. Collins, you have made your point, my friend. Your point.
Let me answer him.
Yeah, your point. Wait before you answer it. Colin, we are hearing you. You have a point. I'm not saying you don't have a point. I'm just trying to push your idea so that you can speak on it more. So the people who are there have heard you. Is that okay, Collins?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, Nyams wanted to say something.
I was saying, Azimio knows whatever Collins is raising, Azimio knows very well. That's why we are still in the primaries, because there are some areas you cannot present the candidates. They will agree and take the stronger candidate. There are some areas that are safe, and there are some areas that are not safe. So Azimio knows that, and there's some places they will know if they joke, Kenya Kwanza will take. So they will take one candidate. So they are still in the process. We have 22nd the deadline. So up to 22nd, they could have agreed on the candidate to take that place.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes, Wekesa.
Yeah, I wanted to say that Azimio is using intelligence. They are not just doing for the sake of doing. Even in Nyami, was it Pamajoka or what? Some constituents in Kisii, where they did a by-election. The intelligence told them they will still win. So they allowed the ODM and Jubilee to field. You see, ODM was number 1, Jubilee was number 2, UDA was number 3. So sometimes it depends on our constituents. No, some constituents you can still run against each other and still you can win and even be number 2. So if you have done the strength of a region and you see that this county we are strong, both Jubilee and Azimio, allow Jubilee and Azimio if they have not agreed who is the candidate. Some of this boardroom, when you see people come on the floor and they agree and nobody, and Ateta, sometimes they are weak candidates. So he may even be coming number 3 there. So he should not give you a headache. If they have analyzed and seen that.
Okay, Mr. Nyams and Mr. Wekesa.
Hold on, Collins. Watch Wekesa Maliza and then Wekesa Maliza.
So the last thing I wanted to say is that when Jubilee, even those places it won in Western and whatever, they are still questionable. They still fall under the 54%. So don't just use one way of looking at things.
And then maybe just before I give Collins to give his view, Collins also need to appreciate. You know, we are in a political season. Simply because you are popular in social media, you made noise, you said, oh, you are vying, you declared you are vying. It doesn't necessarily make you a strong candidate. Most of those people are people who had intentions of vying, and they knew some of them are in this thing for business. They are out to make money. So you'll come, you'll be called, maybe it's you, Collins, and you come and say, oh, I'm also vying. So all of you come because you're interested in a particular, party ticket. And then, of course, for you, it is just business. Then you're told, oh, step down for so-and-so. So you go down and you say, okay, fine, I've stepped down for so-and-so. Not because you're even interested in it. You have been paid some little money. This is politics, Collins. So you can't say that simply on the UDA side or Kenya Kwanza, they're telling those guys to buy and to step down Those guys were so strong, so one person is going to buy. Maybe even the person who is going to be fronted is the weakest among them, but the rest were there for business. You can't just say because
leo Rafton ali step down ndio nikajua alikuwa in the race. I didn't know. So such like people, some of them you just meet on the ballot, you don't know that they were in the race.
Yeah, someone like Crafton who woke up and the second day was busy giving stories on media how the brother held a stone and also almost beat him up. Now, what candidate starts talking about that? Some of those people are not serious. And if you have been in politics for long, you know there are those people who are vying. Their intention is not necessarily to go for this particular party. They just want to be known so that next time they can vie. And there are those people like, this person is actually not a serious candidate. So when you see someone and you say that because the deputy president is telling them to step down for so and so and they are not talking anything, obviously, if you know you are not going to win and you've been told that, okay, I'm going to give you this to step down, you step down, you're given the money, you go home a rich person. And then now you peddle that is the best thing that has ever happened east and southern of Sahara, that Azimio should have done that. That is, in my view, looking at politics on only one side and assuming that Azimio doesn't have any strategy at all. So they should be following Kenya Kwanza. If Kenya Kwanza forces a candidate, then that is the way to go. If Kenya Kwanza decides that Ruto has decided everybody has to step down for everybody, that is the way to go. Azimio has a strategy. If you are going in politics, and all these people are political players, they didn't go. You don't go to a politics because you're looking at how your neighbor or your friend is going to be organizing to win. It's just like a race. If you go to a race, you're not looking at how the other person is racing. You have your own race to run. You have your eyes focused on the prize. So if you keep coming in and saying, oh, Azimio should be doing like Kenya Kwanza should be doing like Azimio, then you have no strategy, you have no plan, you'll be doing catch up. By the time you're done with that, you have gotten the script, the other person has already crossed the line. So political awareness and political sensitivity requires that before you get into a game, have the game plan. I would be surprised if now we are saying Azimio does what Kenya Kwanza is doing, then they go doing that. No. Do you want to win? You've been in politics long enough. This is not the first time we are having nominations. This is not the first time some people are failing and flopping. So do it right. Have your eyes focused. For me, democracy, as it were, all these political parties are there to have themselves known. So each political party wants people, wants its members. I mean, let it be so. If we are not going to campaign and we are not going to have political parties standing strong, I mean, we are not going to have the democracy and democratic space as you want to view it. Let's have them compete. Let the people decide. Let you and me, who are the voters, decide whom you want. Even if it's that independent candidate, vote for him. If you want someone else, vote for him. We should not be like now we want to give Baba a lot of people, so you vote bad people because you think now we want to give Baba MPs. It doesn't matter. What matters right now is your governor and your MP. All those other things you want to give Baba Sijui, those are neither here nor there. Okay, Collins, I give you the final say so that we move to someone else. You are muted, Collins.
Unmute.
Okay, I think Mr. Temba, to some extent you are not getting my point. I think those who are getting my point, Mr. Wekesa and Mr. Nyamsa are getting my point. I haven't said that we should copy the UDA or the Kenya Kwanza way. I was just saying we should use a certain mechanism whereby a criteria that will make us to gain majority. Like for example, Mr. Nyamsa and Mr. Wekesa have said that, like for example, he has used the example of by-election in Kisii. The intelligence informed them that they will win. No. And so in that scenario, if they are sure that they will win, they can allow even multiple candidates to vie. But in a scenario whereby they are 50-50, they can front any candidate. Take for example the opinion poll. I think 2 or 3 months ago, Fernandez Baraza was ahead. Although I don't believe in opinion poll, Fernandez Baraza was ahead. But because let me not use UDA because you will say that we are copying the UDA. Our opponent, Fernandez Baraza was overtaken by our opponent because the third candidate was also from Azimio. So although it might change, but we should try to use the other mechanism, not necessarily to copy the UDA or you should use you should exist the avenue instead of just allowing, because also apart from just development and electing democratic right, also we needed we need also a part to have the majority, because when you have the majority, we'll get enough chairs. Like for example, the education committee will chair most committee, and also apart from that, will prevent the scenario whereby, you know, when you are a president and you don't have the majority in the assembly, the probability are very high that most of your bill will not sail through, and also there's a probability that you are susceptible to impeachment. I rest my case. Thank you and good night.
Yeah, but you haven't told us the truth. Fernandes is ahead. It's only that the margin reduced. One was Fernandes was 45 and the other one was 40.
According to Mizani Africa, Fernandes was 45, and then Malala was 47. Mizani Africa that was released yesterday.
40, not 45, 40.
Yeah, 40. Then Malala was 47.
No.
Okay.
Malala was 47. Malala was 47. Fernandes was 40.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Collins, for your views. By the way, I don't know.
Alafu Demba, he's blaming nani? Huyu anaitwa nani? Huyu wa DAPK na hakukuwa kwa even kwa opinion he didn't feature with even 1% feature. So
Atemba, I'm saying Atemba, Mr. Atemba.
How did he reduce his vote and he was not even featuring there?
Mr. Collins,
Mr.
what's the problem? I don't have to understand what you're saying. As long, wait, Collins. As long as Wekesa, Nyams, we are 10 people, others can understand you. If I don't understand you, don't worry. I'm only one person. So just calm down. I might not understand what you're saying, and it is okay. All right. We have other people here. Yeah.
I'm saying, like, for example, the scenario of that opinion poll, the Malala was number 1 with 47. Fernandes was number 2 with 40. Then Atemba, who is also Azimio candidate, was number 3. Was it with 8%? But if they could have consolidated their efforts, Azimio could have carried the day.
Don't worry. I mean, it's too early. The votes have not yet. The votes are not yet.
They have not even picked the running mate, which means you are telling us that Temba can be his running mate.
You know, it's still too early. That's according to.
They have not even picked the running mates.
That's why I'm saying it is an opinion. It is an opinion. So that's why, as a supporter of Azimio, I'm saying they should start to be cautious. Because it's just an opinion. Of course, that is an opinion poll, and also opinion poll. Sometimes it cannot reflect the will of on the ground. But it's just an opinion. Also, I'm also giving my opinion. I'm not saying that it will be that way, but it is just my opinion anyway.
Uko tu sawa, Collins. Uko tu sawa.
Yeah.
You don't worry. Express your opinion. You're okay. Sasa.
Okay.
Hey, and don't mind. Temba doesn't have to understand what you're saying. I don't understand everything, and I always accept my weaknesses. So I might be weak enough in my little understanding to understand what you are saying. But don't worry, there are 10 people here. They will understand. And 196 people are watching. So don't you worry. Express your opinion freely and fairly. Karibu Tena Collins. Let's have someone else speak. I think who was coming next? That was Nyams has gone. Peter Nyerere, have you talked?
Hello.
Have you talked? Not yet.
Mimi ndio nimeingia mara ya kwanza.
Haya, karibu basi. Toa maoni yako.
Nawasalimia. Alafu ninaendelea kuwasikiza for the meantime I'll come back. Hata mwingine Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Richard Makiadi. No, ngoja, Andrew Moriasi umeongea?
Bado.
Haya, karibu Andrew, ulikuja mbele hao wengine, wacha uongee alafu.
I will be very much brief
Niko na
and
matokeo.
well, you will tell us what the Junior Karonso said in the language later. Don't forget we need the translation. Okay, Mr. Temba, thank you so much and good morning once more. I will be very brief because I'm in a pango, so sometimes the network is an issue. I would like Mr. Temba, one of the fine days, you know, this word impeachment, our friends from UDA, they find it very comfortable, but it's a word which is in our constitution. Maybe the other word of resigning and the word no vote for, you know, no confidence of vote. Why we are saying this, today I was watching news in Pakistan. You see Imran Khan, he moved this motion of vote of no confidence, and he has lost. He's the one who lost actually. So one of our panelists was complaining, I think Scarep or someone was saying the criminalization or something like that. But I think this word is very comfortable in the constitution, and it is valid. It can be used. It has been used even during our governor, and it's not a bad thing. And but it will depend on how people understand it and how they feel it from their side. So,
Andrew,
yeah.
just a minute. Nyerere, boom,
Yeah.
mute your mic. Nyerere, your mic is making some noise.
Okay.
Demba, Nani, admin, anaweza mute your mic. Oh, good. Thank you.
Thanks. On my submission, I would only say about the registration of SIM card. I think it is a worldwide thing, which is one of the best practice. And but what I see is that we are always maybe awareness to most people. That's why they can buy any view which is coming contrary to that. So if people are already briefed or aware of why is it important for registration of SIM card, they will know the safety and even in terms of transition or transaction of money like M-Pesa. So I think our friends from the other side, they find the ground where they can argue and debate very well, and they are agreeing because the information when it's lacking, then we are in dilemma. Another thing I want to say about the Baba, about the word fire. I think most people heard Isaac Chuma talking about it. And Baba say always, whenever he says something, he has to explain. He has explained very well that the vijana fire means you need to have a gun. The gun is the ID. And the bullet is the vote. So when I say fire, means go and vote. Go and vote on 8th August. Yeah, very clear. But because our friends, they don't want that, and they normally never explain whatever they say, that is, for us, it's an advantage, as I can say. And one more thing I gave a scenario that today we saw the video. Honorable Ndwale was giving a speech somewhere, and he was appreciating the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable MUTURI. When you see this lineup, the Speaker, the Leader of Majority in Parliament, and the Speaker in the Senate, the lineup give you a picture. I don't have to say any word which is found in the Constitution, but you be your own judge. And then, as I gave a scenario that in a football match, before an hour to kick off, you find that the captain of your opponent is having lunch together with the senior referee, assistant ref, and the 2 linesmen. You question yourself, what is going on? there is a hope of losing hope that we have lost the game. Suppose the captain at the box fell down, the ref is likely to give a red card or a penalty. So be your own charge. And when you see a scenario like that. So why we say like that? For example, in the National Assembly, for example, we are talking about 35% money to be devolved to the counties. How can it be done? Someone will move a motion, the speaker will oversee it, make the vote count, and then the law is passed and the exercise is over. So it is not, unless we lack information, that's when we find it very difficult to understand what is going on. But also, a text can be interpreted or viewed, or it has a meaning. For example, his speech of Honorable Nduale, he has his own meaning. But from when you study the context, you can interpret it in a way you understand it. That means it has one meaning, but application can be many. So it will depend on you how you take the application. I'm sorry, and my phone is going to run down. I may stop here, and I will go to charge because I'm in a pango whereby I would like some facility. So thank you so much. Sorry for any question, if there was any, for clarification. But for now, I have to say, continue. I will be back behind the scene and the listening. Thank you so much, Temba. Most welcome, everyone.
Thank you so much, Andrew Moriasi, for that well executed line of thought. Wacha nilete Richie Makiadi sasa. Richie.
Thank you Ndemba. It feels so lonely here. Ninajiona peke yangu hapa. Everybody ameweka pasia. Sasa tutakaa namna gani hivi?
Uko sawa Richie Makiadi? I'll be on in about
it's not just you. It's just me and Nyamu.
No, I'll be on in about
everybody else is behind the curtain. Anyway.
No, calm down. I'll be on in about 10 minutes. There's something
Ni sawa Ndemba.
Nothing better.
Ni sawa. Kuna mambo mingi hapa leo nitaongea. Kwanza ninataka kuongea juu ya ile kitu Collins alikuwa anaongea juu yake. Anasema Kenya Kwanza Alliance looks like they are very well organized compared to
Richard, wacha hivyo. Kwanza salimia watu. Ni nini?
Salimikeni sana panelist. Poleni kwa kusahau. Ni pole. Alright, so Collins alisema Kenya Kwanza Alliance inaonekana kuwa more organized kuliko Azimio. I just want to point out that Kenya Kwanza Alliance is fronting candidates from UDA. So far, we've seen candidates being fronted all over the country from UDA, and therefore, you cannot compare Kenya Kwanza Alliance with the Azimio Alliance at this time, because the parties in Azimio Alliance are still in the nomination process, and so if they get the strong candidates, they can now be able to sit down and decide who they think is the best fit to run on the Azimio coalition as a candidate in a specified seat. So let's give them time, let them clean their mess, and then maybe after the nomination process, we can talk about that. Now, coming back to Martin. Martin, you did a statistics up and ninaangalia. I hate to burst your bubble because your statistics would be wrong in the first place. Number one, there are things that we look at before we do our statistics. We look at the margin of error to make sure that our statistics are right. We look at the margin of error. We look at the sample size. We look at this representation stroke biasness, and then the benefit of the sample, the statistics sampled. So by virtue of the biasness, I would rule your statistics to be wrong, whichever way you get it. And then I'll also rule your statistics wrong on the virtue of leaving out Western Kenya. You want to say something?
Richard, I know the Western, najua kwa nini niliacha Western kidogo, but also, cause I was gonna come that ikinifikia, you know how we do it at Themba time. We always like, give each other time to talk. All my results that I was gonna give minus 40%.
Okay, so I don't know where you're getting 40%, or is it a representation of Western? I don't know. Anyway, okay, let me move forward to today's topic. We are looking at coalition of parties versus coalition party. I would like somebody later on to explain to me what are the advantages of having a coalition of party versus having coalition parties. That will be later on. I think I had the conversation going on earlier on, and I'd love also to be informed on that. Number two, Raila meets Gumbo. Yesterday we discussed here and we said that where we have immense support in regions whereby we enjoy immense support, there was no need of giving direct nomination tickets. And I think Raila Odinga has realized right now that when you have wrangling in your backyard, it doesn't present a big good picture to the rest of the country. And so it is good that he's talking to all those people that intend to run for various seats in the counties. And I believe Raila Odinga is wise enough to know that seats like governors, they don't have like national influence as such, because apart from the development that is done in the county level, you need only to have a majority in the National Assembly and the Senate for you to transact your business successfully as a president. So I would urge that let people vie, let people run for whatever seat they want in the counties. And this is a good way to show democracy, because it runs out the vote. People will come out to vote for their preferred candidate, as compared to if I was running against Martin to capture a seat, let's say in a stronghold like Kisumu County, and then the party comes out and gives Martin direct nomination. My supporters will not feel good, and they are likely to stay at home on the election day, and that will drive down the presidential vote. It will not only affect the particular seat that is being contested on, but also will drive down the turnout for the presidential vote. So let people fight out, let people go out there and sell their policies and their agendas, and let people decide whoever wins, whether ni wa ODM ama DAPK, wacha huyo akuwe ndio the candidate wa Azimio in our strongholds. Moving on to Speaker MUTURI. MUTURI had no option. I mean, I was looking at the support that UDA enjoys in Embu County. And MUTURI comes from Embu County. It would be a hard task for him to go back to Embu County or whatever, his backyard, and sell the Azimio gospel. We have to be honest. And I think the best decision from him was to join UDA. He identifies best with the people that are in UDA. As far as influence, I think MUTURI is one of, somebody mentioned here, one of the most incompetent speakers we've ever had in Kenya. He was not able to properly guide the parliamentarians when they were transacting business. He was the first speaker to experience chaos in parliament. And so he is going to go down as a speaker that basically failed to do his job properly. So I wish him all the best. He deserves to be in UDA, and he is in good company. Moving on to NCIC. I said here yesterday that proving somebody made remarks that hate speech in nature is very different, is very difficult. It's a tall order. And when NCIC came out to pronounce the names that they did in terms of hate speech, they gave politicians a chance to catch the headlines. And politicians will always try to grab some sympathy from the public and also grab headlines. And that is why you see the likes of Duale today using the same very words that the NCIC was condemning yesterday in public, and asking the NCIC, mutadu nini, mutafanya nini. You know, Duale has been a person who's known for his arrogance. Remember when he was the majority leader, there was a time he went to Bomet, I think, if I'm not wrong, and he asked the former governor, Isaac Ruto, kwani hii pesa ni ya mama yako? So we still remember Duale in his heydays, in his days in power, and that's why you see they are trying to use the same language so that they can be arrested, perhaps prosecuted, and then get sympathy. Because from what I understand and listen to people who come from Garissa, he's basically on his political deathbed, and it will take some form of miracle for him to regain his seat or to keep his seat in the next parliament. Raila and Kalonzo had a meeting today. I was happy because yesterday we spent a lot of time here talking about Kalonzo, and it looks like our prayers have been finally answered. I said here that I believe Kalonzo should be coming out to do negotiations with open arms, and I believe that the best thing that Azimio coalition right now should do is present and declare Arua ticket, so that these other figures that are running around trying to, sell themselves as potential deputy president candidates can know that the seats are already taken, and all they have to do is work together with the presidential candidate, who is Raila Odinga, to deliver the presidency, and then the rest can be sorted out later. I think I'll stop there, Ndemba. I'll give somebody else a chance, and then I'll make other remarks later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Richard Ritchie, for your ably put points that I know have some importance in our political landscape right now. Any question, any comment? Martin Detu, uko na swali? Okay, Nyam sako na swali alafu.
Hi Richie. Nilikuwa kuuliza tu swali, what do you think about Mutua?
Thank you. I have not followed a lot what Mutua is saying, but I believe, like Martin always tells us here, Mutua and Kalonzo are people who cannot stay in the same house. And it will take a lot of effort to convince Mutua to settle down in Azimio as long as Kalonzo is there. And I think there comes a time in life when you decide ikue. So if Mutua feels like he's big enough and he has enough numbers to hurt Azimio if he leaves, then he's free to pick his path. If he wants to go to Kenya Kwanza Alliance, I think he's free. It's a democratic country. People are allowed to caucus with whoever they want. And so trying to convince him to stay when his heart is elsewhere will be difficult. So he's free. If he feels like he wants to leave, then I think he should be let go. And let's not waste time on convincing individuals to just, up their egos.
Okay, thank you, Richard. I really like Richard has said. This is politics, and as I said, I think we opined on this platform yesterday, and we really struggled with this politicians. So I think they listened to this platform. Richard, I think they listened to this. Yesterday we were very, very upset And we said that someone like Baba should not, Kalonzo should not be sending his loudspeakers to go and respond to Baba. And of course, before long, today, as kind of we predicted, something happened. And I kind of liked what he said, and that is where we wanted him to say. He was supposed to just come in, whatever is going. We don't want to know what is going on in the bedroom. In the boardroom, especially from him. They should discuss that outside the media, and then of course give us a sense of direction, which I think happened today when he said that he doesn't care as long as Baba is the president. Whatever part is given to play, he will play. And Mutua's part, I also think Mutua is a gentleman used to power, and I don't want to talk bad about him right now. I know he's upping his game. He's trying to prop up Maendeleo Chap, and let's see where he goes. Let's see how he goes moving forward. How many MPs does Maendeleo Chap have, by the way?
I think one, if I'm not wrong. There must be one.
Is there? I don't know. I'm going to check if Maendeleo Chap has any MP. Does it have any MP? I don't think so. I
know of MCS. I know of MCS, but MP, I don't know.
Yeah, I know he has MCS, but
I think there was an MP in Eastern, if I'm not wrong. I don't know if it's Eastern or Western. I can't remember, but there must be an MP. There's one MP who was elected on Maendeleo Chap, but I'll confirm. I'll let you know.
I'll give someone else to talk. I try searching that up. Julia Karibu.
Demba, can I talk later?
Sure, no problem, Julia. We value your contribution. So
I had talked earlier. So when the debate started, when Bernard was here, so maybe I can give someone else a chance.
No problem. Nyam said you talked.
Hello.
Had you talked?
Yes, I had talked.
So can we bring David and then we come back to you?
Yes.
Okay. David, how are you?
Good.
Hey, bro, you are in a tie. What's the deal today?
Mi natoka maombi bwana. Mi natoka
Munaka David, welcome.
David, kwani
mshahara bwana. Ni end month.
Mungu hawezi kukusikia bila tai.
Temba, you know this place. This is the only day you can put on a tie. Otherwise, other days you are in scrubs. You know that.
No, why? Mbona unajinyonga? Maombi itashindwa kupita.
Kwani maombi inapita kwa koo.
Anyway, karibu, toa maoni yako bro.
Asante. Wacha nisikize kwanza, sijakaa by the way. Wacha nisikize tu kwanza.
Okay, hakuna shida.
Okay.
Nimewasalimia nyinyi wote.
Tumesalimika David. Karibu. Kaa tu hapo.
Ndeba naangalia hapa. I don't know if I'm wrong, but nimegoogle hapa inasema Maendeleo Chap iko na three elected MPs. PDP 3, chama cha mashinani 2. I don't know if I'm right, but I know there's an MP ambaye alielectiwa na Maendeleo Chap.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. How come we don't hear them a lot? That's a nice information that we are getting to hear there. Okay. Peter Nyerere, you want to ask a question? You want to say something? Yeah, go ahead. Unmute and then talk. Peter Nyerere, you are muted. You are still muted. Uko mute. Unmute, alafu uonge.
Okay, am I okay?
Yeah, you're good now. Okay.
Yeah. I was just saluting Mr. David, my brother. That's why you have sent my hands up. But for now, I don't have anything to comment. I'm just listening for you. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Peter Nyerere. I think, yeah, that's okay. Ulikuwa unasalimia David. David salimika, Peter Nyerere anakujua.
That's my brother from home.
Nimesalimika Nyerere.
Sasa kumbe hata hii Mutembei tutaanza nini platform ya kutana na waliopotea. So tutaanza hiyo platform hapa, tuanze kukutanisha wale ambao wamepotea. Kama kuna ndugu yako, dada yako, nani wako, girlfriend yako, boyfriend yako alipotea kitambo, tutawakutanisha hapa. Patanisho, tutaanza kukutanisha wale ambao walipoteleana. Thank you. Selina huko? Selina alipotea. Wekesa amelala. Wekesa amelala. Okay, fine. Acha
niulize swali.
Nyam, sasa wewe time ni yako sasa, watu wanasikiza. Uliza swali, tuendelee kuongea.
Wacha niulize swali, people to contribute. There was a nini yesterday, sijui kama mliona nani ya campaign Martha Karua. Martha Karua was campaigning in Kirinyaga, and she was really explaining to people between the Kenya Kwanza and the Azimio. She was really giving into details. Anawaambia reason why you should choose this is this way. She was really breaking down into everything. Alafu nikaona watu wa UDA wameanza kumpiga vita ati ako na campaign ya watoto. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. There was that niliona vile Martha Karua actually went to the ground to campaign for Baba, and that was brave. For me, that is something that I liked about Martha is a very strong woman, and one thing I haven't seen so strongly is there anybody campaigning for the deputy president in Nyanza? I haven't seen someone coming out so strongly, and I haven't even seen anybody, a big politician on the upper echelons of the Nyanza region, especially Luo Nyanza. I haven't seen any politician who is strongly campaigning for him, who has gone to the ground to campaign for him. Maybe David is here. David will give us. David atatupatia when he'll be campaigning for Kenya Kwanza, kwa sababu wako hapa amevaa tai kucampaign for Kenya Kwanza. Atatuambia ni nani point man wao Nyanza, Luo Nyanza especially. And just like we have Martha Karua speaking so strongly for Azimio. Now Martin tells me that he wants to go to work, and I would want him to probably give us what he has before he steps out. Yes, Martin.
Thank you. David, leo umeamua kucheza kama wewe. Hata mimi nimekubali leo.
Martin, David ametoka kusain MOU na Speaker Muturi. So tunaona atatuambia ilikuwa inasema nini, because finally tumesikia ni yeye peke yake ameweka kidole, chama imemkataa.
Na atasumbua hapa, nitakuja tu, acha nifikie alafu tutaongea.
Ile kugonga mnagonga ni jibu ya swali ya Temba. Unajua it is not easy to campaign in Nyanza against Raila. That one I can tell you for free. I stayed in Luo Nyanza for 10 years, and that's a fact. And in fact, for you to survive, you must either keep quiet or sing Baba. That's a fact. And to some extent, that one has benefited the people of Luo Nyanza, and in equal measure has disadvantaged some. Like, you remember the guys in Homa Bay? Makiadi mentioned that here. Homa Bay for a long time has suffered because you can't mention anything against Baba, because from Homa Bay is where the chairman of ODM comes from. and very good close friends of Raila. So you either shut up or sing the tune. That's why you can't find someone campaigning for another candidate in Nyanza. And even in Nyanza, when injustice is done, like in nominations, you can only survive in partly in independent party, but not these other parties. That one, I think I can answer that way, Mr. Temba. That's why we don't have someone as appointment in Nyanza. Utapigwa mawe bwana, utachapwa, si mchezo hapo, utachapwa, sio siri. Sasa kama hapa mnandarua hivi na niko kwa TV. What about when I'm on the ground?
Anyway, David,
wewe David, wacha kuprofile watu. Wacha kuprofile watu.
Umeniuliza swali mkubwa, why do we have any appointment in Nyanza, Luo Nyanza? I've answered as per your question. I'm sorry if I profiled anybody.
You are profiling us ya kwamba sisi ni watu wa kutupa mawe.
Okay, nimewithdraw hiyo. Utachapwa.
Na unasema sisi ni watu wa kutupa mawe, na mawe ilitupwa hapa Uasin Gishu. Baba alitupiwa mawe akiwa wapi?
Hao walikuwa wanajifunza, hao hawajui kutukurusha mawe.
No,
David, nikuulize swali.
David, una profile watu wa Nyanza.
So nimewithdraw hiyo mkubwa, nimewithdraw. Hiyo nimewithdraw.
David, ngoja nikuulize,
Richard, kushika watu wawili.
On the same measure, will you campaign in Kericho huko katikati ama nini ama Nandi?
Okay, I may not have a conclusive answer to that.
Hata ungemuuliza hivyo, ungemuuliza tu unaweza attend funeral huko Nandi.
Richard, they said you were asleep. You listen while you were sleeping?
Richard, cheza kaa wewe, zima watu.
Amejitetea mapema, acha tukuachie nafasi tupatie submission.
So anyway, niliangalia kitu, so coming out, I know Richard umenigonga pia story ya Western. Sikuwa nataka kuingilia Western kidogo because Western kuna maneno huko, wanaongea vitu mingi, so I just didn't want to put Western on it. Si ati nilikuwa there was nothing fishy about it. It's because Western, unajua tukifika hapa tunakuaga is nini, it's all Western. So hiyo nilikuwa nimeweka kando specifically for a reason. And the only reason nilisema nitaweka kila kitu 40% off because we know we are biased. This is a group that
you're looking for two people. Martin, you're looking for two people. Kuna David na kuna Julia.
Ati?
You are looking for two people. Kuna David and kuna Julia.
Martin.
Yeah.
Si utoe maoni yako, ulikuwa unasema unataka kwenda job ama ilikuwa tu panganga?
No, naenda, sintarudi bado, na usinifungie nikifika. Si unajua hata jana nilifunga nikiwa huko.
No, kurudi ni sawa tu, lakini si ulikuwa unataka kuongea alafu wewe.
Yes, nilikuwa nani Richard alikuwa ameniuliza niseme matokeo yangu ya nini? Ya hiyo nini nimefanya?
Ya hiyo fake polling. Haya, hebu toa matokeo.
Akina nyinyi si watu wazuri. Wana Richard nyinyi.
Atunatoa 40%. Kwani hiyo ni cabinet slot zinapewa muda wapi ndio natoa?
Wekesa ona poli ya Bati Ndeto ni hivi. Unaweza kuuliza kuku ati ni kuku ngapi zitakula mahindi. Sasa unauliza kuku takula mahindi ya moja.
Hii polling nitawapatia nikiwa job, nitarudi. Kwanza malizeni. Naona mmeamua.
Martin, kwani you are so slow? Yani
Themba, I don't even have a problem with him asking us. The problem is whoever is polling also is Azimio. Akisikia mtu anasema Eastern ni UDA anarudia. Are you sure ni UDA? So he is polling but he was already biased himself.
You know, Wekesa, this is like walking into a church.
Where? Ngoja tuongee baadaye.
One minute, Martin, this is like walking into a church on a Sunday na kuuliza watu kama wameokoka. I mean, what do you expect?
Martin, listen, Martin, your motivation was very good, your intentions were right, but they say even the road to hell is paved with good intention. You had a very good intention. You wanted to find out, at least look like you have conducted an opinion polling, which is good. It's a good practice. At least that's step number one. Step number two, now move to conduct a poll. Don't conduct in a place where you have 10 Azimio people and 1 UDA member. That is already biased.
But Demba, I'll tell you something that I've seen. And please, on this one, ndio najua nimeulizia mahali pabaya. Let me tell you something about what I just saw on that polling that munaita fake. I just saw that
ni fake.
Najua ni okay, ni fake. The fake polling, unajua kitu moja nimekaa mkuria, nimeona tuko na shida Rift Valley na Central, because sasa hata sitasema percentage zangu kwa zote ni fake, mshaziamua ni fake.
No, but why are you getting, you can't go asking someone the obvious. Obviously nani ajui Central na Rift Valley iko shida, nani ajui? So why are you going to confirm they already existing?
Hata tu kusema Western,
yeah,
na hata tu kusema Western, hiyo si kutaka kuingilia, cause hiyo nilikuwa hiyo ningefanya nani kasudi ya kuja.
Western hakuna shida. How do you do a poll to confirm the obvious?
Lakini unajua tu kwa Azimio kila mtu amesema. So anyway, sawa, my fake polling hivyo ndio ilikuwa imekuja.
Martin, you know so well that right now Ruto has campaigned in Central Kenya for the last 9 years. Amejenga kanisa. How many kanisa zinaweza jengwa na watu wa Azimio in the next 4 months? How many makanisa anaweza jengwa na watu?
Demba, for Martin to be relevant, he would have asked a relevant kitu kama, if you ask us about a candidate wa Nairobi wa Azimio, you will know that Azimio wanaweza kuwa divided up. If you ask us about a running mate, we will be divided. But if you ask us ya kuhusisha Azimio and the UDA, hapo you need also UDA as a sample. So you would have asked a poll that is related to Azimio. Go to Liza, who are supporting Peter Kenneth, or who are supporting Peter Munya. Hapo ungepata nao, ingekusaidia hapo.
Rudisha zile pesa ulilipwa kwenda kutoa hii opinion poll. Hizo pesa umekula bure.
Hebu acha nitaingia, usinitupe. Endeleeni kunigonga nitasikiza.
Sikutupi, weka hapo.
No,
nitakuja baadaye. Okay, sawa. Hakuna shida.
Okay, Ndemba, sorry for the interruption. Just 1 minute from the comment section. There's somebody who has done research here. Is called Macau. Anasema maendeleo chap party members of parliament, Honorable Kandie Baringo Central, Honorable Vincent Musioka Mwala Central, and Honorable Hassan Rehema Tana River. There you have it.
Oh, thank you, Daniel. That's why I love this platform. People are chap. Unaona vile mko fresh. Tunataka watu kama hao. Unaenda tunatafuta information. Yeah?
Nani paka Baringo huyu alijaribu ba.
Baringo Central, Honorable Kandie. Yeah? That was really good. I think that's why anatafutwa na Hasla. Alipigiwa simu na Hasla huko. Atuwe kuja huku bwana. Alishinda Baringo, akashinda Mwala Central na akashinda Tana River County. That was really good.
Do you know how it happened, Demba? Right now, like unajua last year tukuwa na hii political parties act 2007 2017. So what happens is if there are bungled nominations, watu walikuwa wanachukua tickets kwa small parties. So all those who are in Jubilee who had a problem with Jubilee walitafuta small parties, and you see Chapchap was affiliated to Jubilee. So, and you find that sometimes you can bungle a strong candidate akichukua a small party na win. That is what happens. Hata ukiona si Fort Kenya ilipatikana huko Nyanza moja. Alwatch aliingia na Fort Kenya. So inaingianga hivyo moja moja tu.
Hata Kisii ilikuwa. Hata Kisii ilikuwa na nini ya mnyama saizi.
Yeah, hata nani huyu jamaa Olagaloch aliingia na Fort Kenya. So yeah, I mean I don't know.
Gumbo si amechukua UDM. Unaweza ona penye na UDM ushangae.
Yeah, you know, we need to encourage such. I mean, kama watu wanaona kwamba badala kushinda wametoka wanaanza kublame party leaders.
As long as you agree on a presidential candidate, hao wengine
wacha wang'ang'ane. I mean, wacha huyo mtu aende na ile party anataka, mumpigie kura. Wacheni kusumbua watu party zo sijui nini. Wewe ukiona ni kama alinyimwa, wewe enda. Don't punish don't go voting at him na punish party. Go and vote for that leader. Go vote for that leader. For me, I encourage Kenyans to go vote for the leader that you think is the best for you. Yeah.
And you see, Kenya to grow to that level of even an independent candidate that are quite independent. Hata ukiuliza saa hizi someone called huyu jamaa Chichopef. Muuliza alikuwa independent candidate because he became UDA. And right now he's busy UDA, so he's no longer independent. Independent should be independent by the definition, not just
na anapelekwa mbio. Anapelekwa mbio saa hii.
There's another one.
Enda nyumbani huyo.
Ndemba kuna mwingine pia. There's another one from Lamu West, I think Elkana amesema anaitwa Stanley Muiruri Mudhama. Pia ni wa maendeleo chap. So that makes it 4.
So jamaa alijaribu
alijaribu kuokota.
And that is why unajua Wekesa, we are saying we don't need to have this thing of nani alikuwa anakuja hapa anasema zoning. I don't think we need to have zoning. I think we need to have parties.
It's only where when you see it's endangered with the enemies getting a chance, that's when you can ask them to negotiate. But the rest, wacha wamenyane.
Yeah, wacha wamenyane. May the best man win. That's how politics is built. Who knows? Maybe the parties we are trying to think are popular are not necessarily popular.
Some are just stooges. They have been put there.
Yeah.
Let me ask. Kiskia the highest. By the way, do you know Jubilee has the highest aspirants in the whole republic?
Imagine.
Yeah. So are you sure that all of them will make it through? So some are there, just there.
Yeah, and also you guys, for in case you forgot, Nyambani is also running for presidency. So running, anybody can run.
Wacha na Nyambani is trying. Our Kukubo has never failed. Kukubo
has been running every year. So let's not be jittery about politics. But one thing I usually tell people around nomination time, if you're not the politically inclined person, stay out of news, stay out of media, because you'll be frustrated, utakasirika, utaumia, utasema So the best thing, if you're not the politically inclined type, you just need to stay away from politics. Anza kuweka nyimbo za Mungu, praise and worship. Anza kuangalia motivational speeches, ziko mingi sana, wachana na siasa. This is the worst time of politics. This is the time that people get heart attack. This is the time your preferred candidate, you thought this is the best person, a party nomination. This is the time that some of the things that you thought wouldn't happen happens around this time.
I was telling I was telling people then, but that the only difference between the Kina Kalonzo and Mudavadi is that Kalonzo was negotiating on public, but Kina Mudavadi are negotiating behind the table. So, but at the end of the day, they were going to agree, and hiyo itakuwa imeisha. So nilikuwa naambia watu achana hiyo story yote, unasikia Kalonzo akipiga kelele, nyamaza, ashaingia box. Hizi zingine tu ni kudanganya watu.
Pemba.
Now it has come.
Yes, Nyams.
But wengine unajua huwa wanaogopa like Ongeri yeye aliogopa tu. Ndio akaenda DAP.
Ongeri knew that Simba is a baba man, akaona hapa wacha nitoroke mapema.
No, what made him to run away ni ile wakati Raila alienda, so he was heckled in front of Raila.
Yeah, unajua it was stage managed. Jamaa unajua Arati anajua siasa ya Nairobi na alicheza kwa reserve. Sasa huyu mzee hajazoea hiyo. Akaona hii ni nini?
And the same thing happened in Migori. Migori pia nanisi alitoroka John Pesa. Ako DAP.
Lakini nyinyi huko Kisii mnatuonyesha maneno. Unaania huyu jamaa wa deputy anaitwa nani? Defect mara ngapi huyo?
Maangi defect mara 3.
Maangi.
Mara 3 ama mara 4. It was Jubilee nini mara 4. And the amepewa nini amepewa nini UDA senator.
Sawa. Uliona kwa hiyo. So who is likely to be Ruto's running mate? Ni Shosho Alice.
Unajua Alice amenyamaza, ni kama yeye ndiye anapewa hiyo kitu, lakini
hata nani ameingia kwa race?
Nani?
Huyu na Nakuru senator.
But mimi najua Ruto anataka
Nakuru senator.
Nani huyu Kihika? Kihika
anataka running mate.
Anaenda gavana Nakuru.
Lakini nasikia pia anatamani kama anaweza pewa running mate atafurahi.
No, people use that. Let me tell you what happens. People use that to raise their profile. When you say that I qualify running mate, you're only raising your profile to the seat you want to be elected. But for her, she's converting that. You see, let me tell you, being a governor is even better than being a running mate if you are not prepared politically. Because there you're going to exercise your own authority. You establish yourself. Usikimbiange kuenda juu.
Naona wanapigana na Ngunjiri. She's practicing ile politics ya nani ya Ruto. Na kila mtu akue weak. So amewekea Ngunjiri mtu, amewekea ule mama wanaibasha mtu so that waangushwe nomination.
She wants to have a control of Nakuru bila fucho.
Yeah.
Ili ameenda underground atadoboa.
Nani?
Ili anacheza underground.
Hii bibi yake anampea shida. Bibi yake anapinga hiyo bottom up.
Li kinajua pinga bottom up.
Unasema nimesikia ndi.
Unasema Li kinajui.
Li yako Li yuko.
Li wekeza Li anacheza chini. Unajua Li
anacheza ground ako sawa.
Li anacheza ground mbaya mbovu.
Li ako ground na Jubilee amemaliza kila kitu.
Nasikia Molo ni Jubilee zone, wewe sema mambo ingine ya
Molo leo walikuwa Jubilee, leo walikuwa campaign huko, ilikuwa red. Wamemwaga pesa kumwaga.
Haya, sasa David.
Yes,
David.
neighbor.
Sasa tupatie mambo ya Kenya kwanza.
Sina mambo ya Kenya kwanza, nilikuwa na wazee wengine pale. They really want to join this show, but they didn't know how. I've trained them, so you may get some Azimio guys joining from this side. They were so passionate.
Ni watu wa Azimio ama ni watu wa Kenya kwanza bwana?
Azimio.
Wewe David, mbona unakuwa na marafiki wa Azimio?
Someone was saying that he really wants to come here and express his ideas. So I showed him. Maybe tomorrow you may see some of them. I thought they knew how to join. This thing is very simple, but some have challenges. I want to say that I was so much involved today in matters to myself and my faith, so I didn't have time to go to Moshene's Kura za Kenya. But what I can say, Kenyans have a chance to vote their rightful candidate for the betterment of their lives. Some of us, we may make arguments, counter-arguments, we may differ with you, but it's just an opinion. So
David, let me update you.
Maybe agree with those who have said hatupangwingwi. Initially, that word was sounding, I don't know whether it's English or Swahili, but hatupangwingwi is a terminology that you cannot restrict or decide from your desk in our commission of NCIC that you will prescribe. Neither can you do for leader Kura, leader Katiba. These words will continue coming as we protect the democratic space. So I wrote and posted on my FB and also on my Twitter that I will be one of those who will defy NCIC. And therefore, on this platform today, I have an opportunity to say to Kenyans, musipangwe, musikubari, hatupagwigwi, and we will not bow down to new dictators in our public service.
Kwa Profesa Kobia, akiwa chairman wa NCIC, sidhani kwamba ana akili fupi kiwango cha kwamba anakosa kujua majukumu yake ya tume anayoiongoza. Tunajua ni mtu aliye na tajriba, lakini yale maneno anayoyazungumza hivi sasa sio yake, ni ya wale madikteta. Lakini tunataka tuwaambie, mtajua hamjui. Maana yake wa Kenya hawatanunua uoga, na hata mkiwapea bure hawatachukua, kwa sababu tayari wameshajipangwa na hawapangwingwi. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka niwakumbushe, mnapozungumzia terminology kama hatupangwingwi, msisahau kwamba kuna mtu anayetumia ya kwamba kila Mkenya ama vijana washike bunduki na risasi, na akisema fire, hawa vijana watafire. Kwa hivyo mnapojipanga huko, mjue ya kwamba Wakenya tayari wameshajipanga na hawapangwingwi. Mimi Aisha Jumwa sipangwingwi, Muturi hapangwingwi, Ruto hapangwingwi, Musalia Mudavadi hapangwingwi, Mheshimiwa Papa wa Roma Weta.
Does anybody have a problem with my cape? I'm told that the media people want me to remove my cape. Lakini mnajua hatupangwingwi. Mbona mnataka kutupanga?
These are not words that we have chosen because we felt like, but rather they are words we have listed because we followed conversations and how those conversations have been framed towards violence.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President, nashukuru. Hata mimi sipangingwi. Hiyo nilikataa. Wale walikuwa nafikiri ati wanaweza kupanga mimi. Poleni. Hii miaka yangu haikubali mimi nipangwe na mtu yoyote. Sipangwingwi.
Na msitusoea sana. Hiyo atupangwingwi, hatuwezi kupangwa na mjichunge sana, hamwezi kutupanga this time. Mmetusoea sana. Sahau hiyo, my friend.
A snapshot.
So they are using the same terminologies that have been outlawed.
I think that defiance is what we keep talking about here, David. And as a supporter of UDA, I like the way you say they are using the same terminologies that are being outlawed. I mean, this is an open kind of defiance to a body that they're supposed to be respecting and, trying to strengthen. And as we've said here before, if these guys are serious about getting the next government, then there are some things they have to change, like their attitude and their arrogance towards governmental institutions. I think a body like NCIC does not speak for the president, neither does it speak for Raila Odinga. So going out there to give a statement like that, saying mtajua hamjui, I don't know what they mean by mtajua hamjui. Perhaps they think that when they capture power, then they are going to revisit and start dismantling the very institutions that they've always promised us that they are going to protect. So this basically is a show of what people should expect, and that is why Kenyans should wake up and throw their ballot as much as they can to reject these fellows, because most of these guys walisema serikali yao itakuwa ya mama mboga na watu ya bodaboda. So far I have not seen mtu wa bodaboda being paraded pale ya kwamba atakuwa na run for senator or governor seat. It's the same old rejects, the likes of Margaret Wanjiru being rejected, wanatolewa kwa recycle bin huko wanaletwa. I expected mama mboga at least nione watu ambao wamesaidiwa na party even kulipa nomination fees, but it's still the same politicians. People like Duale, they are saying they are going to revamp their political career. So it's same politicians, just different trees, and it's a sad thing.
Now, if I may ask you, Makieni, when you look keenly on those terminologies, in your right mind, do you think they are touching both sides, or does it mean that they are being used by one side more than the other?
David, you're right. David, on this one, I agree with you. I think that NCIC guy was just, because that song has even been sung by Akina Joho. They have sung that song in a rally, and they're saying it's Pangwingi. I mean, both sides have sung that song, and that is a young man's song. There's a young man who sang that song. Wacha kijana tengeze unga na ikitumiwa na politicians. I think it's not. I want to agree with David on this particular one, and I want to agree with these guys on the idea of Pangwingi. To some extent, actually, yesterday, I said, is NCIC trying to campaign?
Remember, before you conclude, what are you answering? David asked a question. He has not said anything. No, agree.
No,
wait fast. I know you have a point, but wait fast. David hajasema kitu.
David kuna kitu David anasema hapo. I'm just trying to up his game. Nini niwekesa? Anyway, David.
I think.
Let
me ask you.
Chill.
Remember, you're losing the point here. You are speaking specifically of one word.
We are radicalizing a society. You know the word Atupangwingi. And you see, we are not only picking us as adults, it's okay, but for the young ones, and it's going down to even the little ones. So you are creating a defiant society, and that's why even it has demonstrated from the same clip. Tupangwingi has come out very strong that it will be a government of defiance. The next time utasikia President Ruto anaambia judiciary hapangwingwi. The next time he tells IBC hapangwingwi. So it means you rule, but you rule without laws. You just do the way you want. So I don't think it's the best thing for me. It is an outright. You are saying that we can govern without rules, because anybody trying to go against you is undermining what you think is.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
If I say ya kwamba unajua mimi kwa hii kitu nimejipanga, what am I saying?
Pangwengwe.
Demba.
Okay, let me say.
Hold on, Wekesa.
I know what you are saying.
Let me try and Wekesa, sikuuliza David. Wekesa niwe nimekuuliza. Relax Wekesa.
Madoa ni ya kawaida, but ukienda kuna madoa. Okay, and then those terms, when they are creating a pattern of certain things, that is when we fetch them out.
Okay, let me ask. Demba.
Ngoja kidogo Richi. Wekesa.
Nakusikia.
Nimekuuliza swali moja wewe kunijibu. Nikisema mimi kwa hii siasa nimejipanga. What am I saying in essence?
Mr. Demba, I think you are missing the point here. Can
Relax, relax, Julia.
It's a general question, so it doesn't have a single answer. Yes, I'm listening. It's a general. It's general. I can answer the way I want. I don't know Mejipanga aje.
Mr. Demba, may I help you? May I help you, Mr. Demba?
Okay. In the US, when Obama came in, when Obama came in, he came with the slogan, "Yes, we can." Okay.
It's an inspiration slogan.
That yes, we can. Let me just give you a backdrop. When you say yes, we can, depending on how you interpret it, it can mean anything. You can do anything, and you can tell people you can do anything. You can even steal. Yes, we can. You can take the negative perspective.
Yes, we can is a positive statement.
Listen. Yes, we can. It can mean that you can do anything. You can steal. You can do what, depending on how you can do this. So yes, we can. Now, when you actually, in my view, the people who are actually radicalizing Sipangwingi is the NCIC itself.
No.
Because when you come out and you start saying Sipangwingi, so Sipangwingi simply means we refuse to toe the line that you guys are talking about. We are running our dream and we are running our cause.
Demba, you're misleading us. Demba, you're misleading us.
I'm simply disagreeing with your perspective.
You're misleading us.
Do not
Demba,
agree
you're
to
misleading
be
us.
I'm simply disagreeing with your perspective. Yes, sir.
Demba, you are misleading us.
Wait now, you have said your point. Okay, the word Obama, yes, we can. And you can also see the ramification, what came after that when he used the word. They say that during that period, 2008, when Obama was running for the presidency, statistics show that there was the highest inspiration across the globe. Highest inspiration. What release some energy? So this one, they are releasing some negative energy. In fact, I was the first person to comment about the energy Mudavadi was releasing. The first word he used was tumechoka. That is the first thing. And I think I have written them somewhere there. Then the second what he released is tusidanganyane. Then the third now ndio ilikuja hatupangwingwi. Na hatupangwingwi, it's kind of radicalizing people in the negative way. You are creating a certain rebellion, and rebellion is the greatest sin even in the Bible. When you create rebellion, let me tell you, Demba, if you have a rebellious family, you will not rule that family. You will not live in peace. And this energy we are releasing with Sipangwingwi and inaingia kwa watoto, we are creating a disaster in the making. So let's say it doesn't mean anything. That word is captured and people know it resonates with some emotion. Within you, there is an emotion, you connect with love. Within you, you connect with rebellion. Within you, you connect with some arrogance. So that word is appealing to our arrogance. Let me tell you the truth.
Now,
it's appealing to human
You see, Wekesa, when you want to do something, let me tell you something. The human mind works in a very strange way, and I want to submit to you by NCIC trying to, there are slogans that you can try to say that this one is going to kill, but Spangwingi, in my view, cannot. By first of all highlighting that, you're already making it look like the other person is actually doing that. That was a song, and that Spangwingi song was in the airwaves for like a whole year. The song was in the airwaves for like a whole year. So by the time
it's just like a nickname. If some people give you a nickname, then you get agitated.
Kwani unataka kutuambia Demba?
It now
it took how long before they discovered this?
No, Madoadoa has never been a song anywhere, and you see Madoadoa.
I'm not saying it has to be a song, because even songs kama ya Munishi was flagged off. It depends on the message you are sending. So
no, but
there are many singers who have been flagged off by what they sang. They knew that it's going to.
How come they haven't flagged off the song, Wekesa? The song has always been there for a whole year.
Demba,
of course,
can I say something?
They have ruled it out. After they have ruled it out, the next thing is to flag it off, because the message has been criminalized in Kenya now.
Can I say something?
That is the most outrageous thing NCIC has done. I don't agree with them. Yes, Rich.
Demba.
And it's okay. You guys, why are you making it like it's wrong for me?
Okay,
not to
hold on.
We don't have a problem with that. We don't have
Demba, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, yes.
Mbona ngoja hizi majina hata ikuwa hiyo peke yake, zilikuwa majina mingi, zile za Joho, hata zile za nini. Mbona Azimio side haujasikia mtu akikuwa defiant? Kwani was it directed to UDA? Ama it was directed to all political parties?
It's politics, and so anything that you think you can run with, you run with.
Yes, unfortunately, we are not moving forward because all mics are on and we are arguing, and people are listening and they can't understand what you are talking about here. So let me say something here. When Ruto asked the media people if they had a problem with escape, remember the answer he gave them? He told them hatupangwingwi. So the context at which with which he gave that hatupangwingwi answer was an act of defiance, not just specifically for the media people, but it was supposed to send a message to the NCIC that you guys are not going to tell us what we are going to say or how we are going to say it. Number two, I want you also to look at the clip where this guy, the former majority leader, what's his name? Aden Duale said, we are profiling you. You know that statement here, we are profiling you. We've had somebody being taken to court before because of that same statement. I think it was Gerard Gay, or was it Gerard Gay or somebody else?
Duale.
Because why are you playing Duale here many times? What's your trouble?
Thank you, Excellency. the party leader of UDA, our deputy president, the party leader of ANC, Honorable Musalia, the party leader of Ford Kenya, our brother Moses Wetangula.
Achana na Duale, we have had that
Kama
clip.
mmeisikiza sawa, nilifikiria hamkusikiza, that's why
Ulisikia Duale?
Wekesa, may I say something to Mr.
Yes,
Lema?
yes, Julia.
Wacha amalize kwanza alafu Julia. Richard, finish what you wanted to say then Julia.
No, hata nilikuwa nimemaliza. The thing is, unajua kuna statements zingine nimesikia zikiwa pronounced leo like we are profiling you, mtajua hamjui. You know, these are not just statements ambazo zinaonyesha defense. These are threats actually. These are threats. They are threats to people. These are direct threats to institutions. And when we say that we are reading too much into these statements, then we are missing the bigger picture.
You know, Richard, let me say something. You know what these guys are looking for? You guys don't know the game plan. Once you start saying, oh, these are threats, these guys are using, what they are looking for. And I can assure you, if you go this direction, everybody will eventually fall into the trap that they are setting up. There's nothing who is so desperate for anything like someone who knows that they are losing. So they look for anything to make sure that they have a reason for you not to have an election. One of them is they'll keep saying those things, and you keep saying that this one is radicalizing, this one is doing this. They keep saying it. So what will you do? You'll rush the next day. You are calling them to NCIC. You are arresting them, and then what happens? People start saying, "Oh, they are targeting us." You know the script from the word go. So if you know that that's a backdrop in which you are operating,
but what you're arguing is completely different. First of
no,
all,
wait, let me finish my point. You know, when someone you're interrupting my flow of thought. These guys have you know, Ruto has not been defined just right now. They have been defined kutoka kitambo. They have tried everything to communicate their defiance. So the defiance is not coming with the idea of Spanguingi. How many times have they even insulted the system? They have been all over. So whether you say that Sipangwingwi is a hate speech or so, you need to remove it so that they'll definitely be defiant. So why increase the defiance in any way? You know, I mean, for me, that's my point. I mean, you can't differ with me, that's okay. So for me, the best thing, when you look at this song that they have been using a lot more, you're actually giving them an ammunition so that they can ride on it. And they're actually doing exactly that. You know? And let me tell you, for the next few days, the more you know, when you go to a place and you say usikojoe hapa, you come the next day, you find people have actually done that place. You tell people don't touch this wall, wet paint. That's when they'll actually touch it. So my submission is, what I'm trying to bring the bigger picture is, okay, fine, Sipangwingu is being used across board. It's probably something that they are using. At first, it wasn't even making sense. They had even started stopping to use it. But as soon as it was used, then they're like, oh, okay, we can actually keep using this, giving them an ammunition, and they are going to use it. I can assure you, they are not going to stop.
Yeah,
and
okay, now let's
pushing
look
the
also
system.
on the flip side, Demba. What if also they wanted to expose who they are? That this is an outright guy who is defiant. This is the person you want to give the presidency. So okay, let me tell you, Spangwingwi can only appeal to the young people who can be radicalized. And the majority of them, even some of them, are not voters. But to the old people, they don't take that tangent of outright defiance. So somehow, it may appeal just to some of the people that they are enjoying in the rallies. But those who judge the leaders, they will look at them and say, this one cannot be a leader. So there are those who will make the right judgment and say, even if I was to vote for this guy, I think he's not the right person. Even if you look at that clip, just the way Ruto was speaking, if you are a sober person, you'll be angered. You will not be like, okay, that is the right thing. So
But you see,
it can
Wekesa,
be a double-edged sword.
you see, Wekesa,
Yes.
we are talking from an isolated event. Look at when we started, when the freedom fighters started. When the freedom fighters started to the journey of liberation of our country, the first thing that the colonialists did, they proscribed Mau Mau as a terrorist group. So any association with Mau Mau was supposed to be a terrorist group, and therefore you are going to be crushed because you are a terrorist group. They say when you want to kill a dog, you give it a bad name. So the first thing you start stating that whatever things that they are doing, it is bad, so that you can find a way of actually crushing them. In my view, if you're going to use like, for example, I suggest, because freedom was fought in a very time, even during Akina Raila's time, when they are fighting for the multi-party democracy, they were proscribed. You know, they were given some name so that there is a legal way of dealing with them. You don't wake up and then from nowhere you decide that Sipangwingi, a song that has been popular with young people for about a year, then now that time all of a sudden it is a thing of defiance. It's used across political divide. It has never, it has never radicalized anybody saying Sipangwingi. Unasemanga mimi huwa sipangwi, you know, and that is something people have already said. So what makes it a bad thing right now? I don't think it is necessarily a bad thing, but in their own wisdom, they have arrived at a conclusion. I mean, that is my personal view. I don't think it's like they have campaigned. Wait, Wekesa. Let me finish. I'll allow you time. They have actually, in my view, given the Kenya Kwanza a slogan for them to campaign. If you know this group is already a defiant group and you're telling them this is a defiant thing, they're giving them a weapon to campaign, and they'll actually use it. And they're going to say that, you see, this, they've already said Chiloba is being used by the system. They are going to say NCIC is being used by the system because we are actually doing well, you know? And that is what they're going to use. So why give them an ammunition? And then we are here saying, you see, yes, it's a bad thing, it's a bad thing. I mean, that's my personal view. Let me hear you, Wekesa.
Yeah, it's one thing to say you are being given ammunition, and it's another thing to pick ammunition. These guys are picking ammunition, and what we are saying is that let them do whatever they do, because already that is the route they have taken. Like have you ever seen when you were young, sometimes someone could come and provoke you na kushika masikio, and because you don't want to fight, you become humble, and then anakuweka hata vidole kwa macho. So this is what these guys are provoking, because for them that is the route they want to take. But now, as guys who are concerned with security, they need to ensure that they draw the red line. They tell hapa umepita, so that akipita nafanya makosa ajue aliambiwa that was the red line. It does not mean that the security guys are not aware that these guys can go to a certain extent. In fact, they went ahead even telling us and mapping the areas of hotspots, because they have, and they also told us the history that before genocide happened in Rwanda, these were the slogans that were being used. They gave us a history of some of the words that have been used in different areas and what happened. So we cannot just say, because people are picking up ammunition beginning with the words, and we say because it may trigger their defiance, let's just keep quiet. No, we try to control so that if it goes beyond, we say we did our best. But we cannot just assume that, and I know your fears. Your fears is that they will pick it and use it as a sympathy in election, and so win. Maybe sometimes, how many times have Raila said had done this, even decided to lose votes for the sake of the nation. There's a time you stand for the nation and not for votes. When he stood for Mao, and he stood for conservation of Mao, and he was serious about it, the guys used it against him. Yes, but for him, he was for the sake of conserving the nation than temporal achieving of political power. So we cannot say these guys, that is the route they normally use. But for us, we want to, and I see it's about conserving the nation. It's not about which side will get more political favor. Because in your argument, you are also suggesting that NIC may be working with the Azimio group such that if it battles these issues, it will cause sympathy to the other camp, so the other camp will get more votes and this camp will lose. No, NIC is coming as a neutral arbiter. It's setting the rules of the game. You can choose to defy or you can choose to play with the rules of the game. So for me, that's how I look at it. And sometimes it doesn't have to be which decision I make to get more votes or what. I think it's just doing the right thing. Sometimes it may even cost our votes, but let's do the right thing. Richard.
Okay, I understand where your point is, Wekesa. So one thing here I want to say. A few days ago, I said here that NCIC has opened a can of worms that they may not be able to control. And I also said that, proving in a court of law that somebody used words that are labeled hate speech is very difficult. I would like to see a situation whereby, like the PS for Interior said, Kibicho, politicians should not be arrested during this election. Ukisema tu hatutawashika hata mkisema nini, I can promise you here that these guys will not use those words, because these guys are out to cause to seek for sympathy, and they are out there to try and catch the headline. Like Moses Kuria, he was trending when he used those funny words against Raila Odinga and also abusing Uhuru Kenyatta. Then we spoke for a few days, it fizzled out. Then we forgot about him. Then he woke up one day and said to leave Bakura. Then we spoke about it, akaitwa kwa IEBC. Then we forgot about it. Now you can even go today and look at what he was saying yesterday in the papers. He's trying to find relevance. And the more we continue to try to pressure them to behave in a manner that we want, then be politically relevant.
Okay, Julian?
I was just trying to say that I think, you are missing our point. I think all these words, all of them, even the ones used by the Kikuyu community against other tribes, they are never meant really to hurt anyone. And most of the time, the conversation is amongst themselves. And they'll never see you and call you Wedorere Yaruguru. They'll never call you that. Rarely will that happen. So first, it depends on who is using. But now, looking at NCIC, I think NCIC was giving guidelines on what we should not use, especially in the limelight of the public. Like, if we care about cohesion in this country and peace, then I think there is no harm if I do not use those words that hurt my fellow Kenyans. So I find it disrespectful when DP Ruto called a meeting and all the words they used were the words that NCIC highlighted. In fact, I find it childish and irresponsible. So what they're trying to do, they're trying to capture some attention and a fight from the government. And I seriously believe nobody's going to arrest them for many reasons. First, not to help them achieve what they want to achieve. Secondly, I really think we do not have the real legal structure to address those kind of things. And I think it would be a waste of public funds and time to start picking a fight with those people. about what they were saying today, the Duales, even what Ruto said. I find it that we have a presidential candidate who asked the media, nasikia media wataki nivae kofia. Huo ni utoto wa aina gani? That is childishness. I mean, that kind of defiance, like telling your son, don't play this kind of music. Yes, okay, there's nothing wrong with that kind of music, but you are trying to guide him like, okay, I would like you to listen to this kind of music. Then he decides to do the opposite. That is defiance. And these people portray the defiance in the public. So what kind of that takes me to the point I see today, the difference between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza.
Julia, just a second. Wekesa, can you make the screen bigger? I don't know how he does it. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Endelea, Julia.
Okay, Kenya Kwanza and Azimio, that whatever they said today, I think they wanted what some of us, I think Vedemba said this, to achieve something like somebody is arrested, there are court cases, and then they begin seeking sympathy, which I am sure is not going to happen. No one is going to arrest them. So we are here now castigating them and telling people, the Kenyan people, see, behold, these are the people you are voting for. These are the people you are trying to present to us as the presidential candidate. They are warmongers. The difference between Azimio and KK is that these are warmongers, hate mongers, defiant people. You know, you can describe them with all sorts of words when you see what Duale is saying. For instance, when we were talking about registration of Safaricom, what is wrong with me registering, giving all my details to Safaricom? My number, I need to say that my Safaricom number was among the first very number that Safaricom gave when Safaricom came to Kenya Mobile. I'm not bragging, but my number is 0722. And my SIM card was 2,500 shillings. So I can assure you that Safaricom is lacking a lot of details from me. So there's nothing wrong if I present more details. There's nothing wrong. What is wrong? What are we fighting over about that now? So they are trying to create a nation of defiance and lawlessness. That is what they are trying to tell us. And the people leading this is the deputy president. It's a shame that the deputy president can stand in a place where people are expressing defiance. So all these words, depending on who is using them, on how they are used, may not even lead to hate speech, but it depends on the intention that they are being used. And so the NCIC was just giving guidelines. And me, as somebody from Mount Kenya region, I lose nothing by not using those words that NCIC highlighted. If by not using them, I'm going to promote peace and cohesion in my country, then I'm not going to use those words. I'm not going to be defiant. I do not have to be arrested and taken to court to stop using them. So I think the point we are trying to drive here is not that Kupangwingwi or Kupangwangwa is any big deal, is the attitude of the people in the Kenya Kwanza. It is a group of defiant people, warmongers, hate mongers. In fact, I don't have enough words to describe them. And they have no place in a civilized nation like Kenya. They have no place in a civilized nation like Kenya, where we are seeking to promote cohesion, peace, love, and unity. And I wind up by saying the difference between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza ni kama usiku na mchana. That is my point, Mr. Themba.
And then Julie, I wanted to say something before Themba comes and he has come.
Wekesa, now that you're there, I just want to ask Julia one thing. Okay, clearly we agree to differ on the position of NCIC as far as Sipangungu is concerned. So we agree to differ. I understand where you guys are coming from, but I still beg to differ with you guys, especially on the term of Sipangungu. We can. What is it, Julia?
Remember, we are not differing. Sipangungu is not a big deal. It's anything. I mean, even you can tell me. I can tell you, Themba, I want us to have dinner in Chick-fil-A. And then you're like, no, Julia, you'll not be telling me to be having dinner in Chick-fil-A because I prefer McDonald's. You see, you can use it. Sipangwingi Julia ati unaamko na niambia tukule hapa. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that word. I think most of us agree with me. We only have a problem with the approach that these Kenya Kwanza people took after NCIC. Even NCIC talked about the words Kikuyus talk about. Even the issue of the uncircumcised. What's a big deal of not being circumcised? What is wrong with being not circumcised? There's nothing wrong with not being circumcised. It is your culture, it is my culture. But if I use it to marginalize you or to discriminate against you or to balkanize a community, then it is a wrong thing. So NCIC...
So let's go slowly. What is Sipangwingwi balkanizing?
Okay, then, but why it's Sipangwingwi? All these words, Sipangwingwi or Utadu...
No, I'm just asking...
Mr. Vemba, don't go back to Sipangwingwi. We are saying, can you address the approach this Kenya Kwanza took today? That is what we want to... That is what we are against here. It is not the Spangwingwi. It is not the Utadu. No. Even your kids, then if you bring up your daughter in Kenya, one of these friends atakwambia, Dad, utadu what? What will you do? Will you take her to court? I mean, it's a word that is used by Kenyans, utadu. Even my students in Kenya used to ask me, watadu what? You see, it's a common word. It's not really a hate speech. So my take is, NCIC was just giving guidelines, like if you use these kind of words in public, or if you use this, what is the implication? So I think even the person who sang this song did not sing it with an intention to affect cohesion in this country. But if you use it, if now after what they did today, ni picha gani walitupatia? First, they are rebellious, they are defiant.
Okay, now,
they are defiant.
now Julia,
that's our fight here. It is not Spangwingwi.
Hold on, Julia.
Yes.
Calm down. Goja.
Yes.
In 2002,
Mm-hmm.
the NAC government came to power with the song I'm Unabogable.
Yeah, man, Bogebo.
What's your comment on that?
It's okay because it was not used to incite Kenyans. What is wrong
No,
with that?
did it radicalize people?
No.
What do you mean no?
Because I didn't hear anything like radicalization or
No,
whatever.
they used it. Wait, Julia.
Mhm.
That word, unbogable, was used as a campaign slogan.
Yes.
And unbogable and Sipangungi is one and the same thing.
Yes, even now, Mr. Demba, I'm saying I'll have no problem with you, dear, using Sipangwingwi. The only problem I have...
Actually, unbogable. Wait, Julia. Unbogable.
No, and
Sipangwingwi
Julia
is unbogable in
what happened
English.
after that? Was
Yes,
there
that-
election
remember,
violence or
what
not? You know,
happened
Demba is not telling you the whole truth. Demba is not telling you the whole truth.
No,
They came up
okay.
with that. Nobody stopped them. Yes, but what happened after that? What happened after that?
Wekesa ngoja Julia malize her point alafu tukuje kwako.
Okay, I'm
No,
saying
you
this.
see,
What,
we
Mr.
can tie the
Wekesa,
points together.
what happened after the NCIC released that statement? What did those people do? That's what we have a problem with. We don't even have a problem with Sipangwingwi. People can sing that song and do whatever they want to do. I mean, but how
Julia.
did they the stage? How did they
Julia.
behave?
But
Yes.
Julia, I was also supporting, and I'm saying, after the Anibokepo, what was the ramification after the election? Because they also radicalized people. Let's face it. And there was
No, Wekesa, stop.
Yes,
You
and the
guys,
ball was 202.
let's be serious about this thing and let's not play games. There's Unbogebo did not bring anything. It was elections that went wrong. And Bogebo, everybody was there, giddy giddy, maji, and Bogebo, and we were having the song. And everybody, even the people who are opposed about it. Now, we can also come here and start talking about some things and forget about the things. Sipangwingwi, there's no reason. And I see hata wanafaa kuweka hiyo kitu to be at Sipangwingwi at his heart. What? Go, use it. Sipangwingwi, by the way, hata mi Sipangwingwi, hata Julia, I'm sure Pangwingwi. That's not the whole point of it. Now, what they would have done and what I think should have been done, and I think they were hiding some things. You know, when you want to say something, if you want to kill a dog, you hide. I mean, you spoil its name. They should have come. Kuna vitu kama like Kutairi, which we know where it's going.
Okay, what's wrong with the Kutairi now? Because if you want us to interrogate, we can interrogate everything. What's wrong with being circumcised and uncircumcised?
It's affecting.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. It can only be according to your culture.
A culture is taking a community. It's taking a community. We all know when tukiongea story ya Kutairi, we know who we are talking about and what kind of culture we are talking about. Mtu akisema wale watu wa Jatairi.
If you call that touch, and even circumcision and uncircumcision means
Ndeto, wherever you are, wherever you live right now, majority, almost 90-something% of the people who are born here do not go through that. So don't tell us about a community, because you'll be losing the point here.
Yeah, it's not about a culture. Richard, we know that and we've accepted that. But when you bring it to wait, nani kidogo. But yeah. Richard, what you're saying is something that we all know. But when you bring it back to the reason it touches people, you know, if I walk out to my street right now and say you're uncircumcised, nobody will care about that. But when you're talking about it in Africa and in the context of Africa, and knowing who you're sending it to when you talk about that, then there becomes a problem.
Africa, even in the Bible, Philistine was told you uncircumcised Philistine, and that is what brought the war. So don't tell us it's an African thing. So it has been there even from the days of the Bible.
You see what Ndeto we are picking, and what I'm picking here. For as long as the word is working for you, that's okay. But if it is not working for you, it's a bad one. Because unworkable worked for those who wanted to remove Moi. And it was used to mobilize a particular voting bloc. The young people who were singing to Unbogable. Unbogable was basically making the people defiant. That even if you do what, I'm unbogable. You know, and that is
unbogable is a matter of skill.
Hold on, Wekesa, you don't understand what I'm going. Wait, I tell you. Unbogable is Sipangwingwi. I'm unbogable. There's nothing you can tell me. Unbogable is Sipangwingwi. For now, the young people of today will use the word Sipangwingwi. Sipangwi, I'm unbogable. So when you're going to say unbogable, in fact, what happened? They said that the late Wamalwa Kijana said that he was going to put it in the English dictionary, you know, to start using unbogable internationally. So when you decide that now Sipangwingwi, which is unbogable, all of a sudden a few years later, now Sipangwingwi unbogable is a hate speech.
No, let me ask you. Your argument is very selective. Let me ask you. The word Madoadoa, we have used it until right now it has been banned. And it was even mentioned in
Madoadoa has always, Wekesa, you are using the word. Madoadoa has always been a bad thing. It was used during
it had never been banned in Kenya. That is what I'm saying. It had never been banned. This is the first time they are banning it.
No, it was actually used and it was banned Kitambo. Go back to your history. When the person on the name of Olentimama said that all those people who are here from other places must lie low like an envelope. You remember that time? That thing was banned because he said
they come out and ban it the way they have done like that.
Wekesa bana, stop.
So why are you still using it? Why are you still using it in Kenya?
Hold on, Wekesa, just give me a minute. Let me ask Themba here. The NCIC has come out specifically banning these words. In 2002, before the election, unbogable was not an issue. It had not been banned by anybody. The context of which we are speaking here is a word that the NCIC has deemed to be balkanizing or taken to be hate speech. And in 2002, when Unbogable was sung, If it was in the context of rising against a government, then tungesema hiyo ni hate speech. Lakini saa hii NCIC imekuja ikasema these words ni mbaya kwa sababu zina balkanize watu, zina criticize watu. Then you come the next or even the same day unasema these guys are trying to control how we talk, they are trying to control what we say, and that is why we are telling you hatupangwingwi. It is the context in them, but it is not the word. Hatuna shida na music. It is the context in which these words are put. They are put out to show defiance. And our argument here is not about the words, it's not about the song, it's about the context.
It's like BBI right now, the Supreme Court has ruled that it cannot continue. And then we come out and we say we are continuing. You see? When the courts have ruled, when the law has ruled, it's us to obey. They should use the right channels. They can have a redress. They have their lawyers. They can go and redress and say, why are these words banned? So that we do it as a civilized society. But if we create defiance, everybody else can create defiance. And you are seeking for the highest office. So how are you that you are going to obey?
Richard and Wekesa. Ngoja kidogo nipatie dakika moja tu. Hata sitamaliza. Guys, it's election period. It's okay to say what you want to say regardless of what side you are. Kusema sipangwingwi does not mean anything. Na hata sisi tunaweza kuja na kitu kingine tuseme. As long as it doesn't make people fight or na see a community, you know, at this point I've never been on UDA side. But then they can say atupangwingwi. That's fine. I mean, it's fine. NCIC, the day I see NCIC take someone to jail is the day after they mean anything in Kenya. Now coming to talk about Pangwingwi, I mean, that's just being childish.
Okay, very good, Martin. Demba, just a minute. Yes. Martin, I've said here and I'll repeat again. I, as a person, I have no issue with the word sipangwingwi. I have an issue with the context in which this word is said. Let me ask you a question. Why do we need the NCIC? Kazi ya NCIC ni nini? Why do we need the NCIC?
Now, Richard, that's a very good question, and you should ask NCIC where they have been when Sipangwingwi has been going on for the last 1 year. Up to today is when now they wake up.
No, that's not an excuse, Demba. That's not an excuse.
No. When now you come and the youth have been radicalized when they have already, according to them, it is radicalizing. When they have already been pangwad, wameingia, hawasemi sipangwingwi, then you say, now this one is a bad thing. Now let me tell you, the reason why we do things let me tell you, the reason why they do things next to an election is because the problem we have in Kenya is elections. Our emotions rise. No, we don't have problems. No, we don't have problems.
We have only had violence at the elections, not any other.
Wekesa, you are wrong. We don't have problem with elections. We have problem with electoral process. Electoral process
does not the issue. I know you are diverting the language, but that's not the issue. I'm saying within the electoral process. Within the election period, you can interrupt me, but
electoral process.
The election period, that is when people fight.
No.
But any other time, they don't have issue because we bring up these issues of tribal animosity, and that's why we start using these emotive words.
Pangwingwi has nothing to do with tribe.
Defiance wrong. Is it wrong to be defiant?
There were a list of words there. Why are you just picking one?
Pangwingwi is one of them.
Okay,
Demba. Demba. Is the defiance. Martin, the childishness was not the word.
Unbogable is about defiance.
But what was
I think hold on, Julia, just a minute. Hold on, David. I don't think we have, Demba, unlike you, I don't think we have a problem with elections. I don't think we have a problem with the electoral process. I think we have a problem with the people seeking an elective seat. These are the people who are very, very much into the context ya kutumia majina ambayo yanapingwa, ndio sasa waweze create perception na create anarchy so that they can seek sympathy. Unaona?
Richard, electoral process includes the actors in the electoral process.
The reason why we are having these issues is because these actors themselves ndio wanatumia hizi maneno.
So
and I asked you a question here. I asked you, why do we need NCIC? You told me wanangojea hiyo muda yote sasa wanakuja kusema. I don't think that is the right answer. These people...
No, Richard, what is the role of NCIC, the constitutional role of NCIC?
I don't want to go to the constitution. What I'm telling you here, their mandate is this. These people are supposed to monitor.
No.
Hold on.
NCIC, their work does not come during election.
Hold on. Let me tell you. These people are supposed to monitor, and they monitor the language that is being used by politicians, even during the election. Hold on. Just give me a time. You are heckling them by now.
Okay, I'm quiet, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay. Now these guys wamemonitor hizi language, wamesoma mood ya ground, wamekuja wamesema these are the words zenye tumeona, words zenye tumesoma zinaweza cause chaos kama hazitaangaliwa vizuri vile zinatumika. That is what we pay them to do. Unasikia? That is what they are paid to do. So when they come here na watuambie, that guy is a professor. I don't think unaweza muequate na the person who was criticizing him, the Aisha Juma. This guy anakuja, they have done their research, wanakuja na hiyo report, wanasema these are the words zenye tumeona zinaweza cause nini, zinaweza cause trouble. So when we start antagonizing their research na tuanze kusema they are the people who are causing chaos, then we are not being fair to them. They are paid to do that. That is their job.
NCIC is part of the system. That is from Yuda's standpoint.
By the way, NCIC cannot be outside the system because it's created. And you see, in Kenya, we use a system to mean there's something wrong. A system is not a clandestine thing. It's not a militia. It's us who created the governance system of Kenya. And we need to trust in our own systems and establish them and make them functional. Each and every democracy has a system, my friend. So let's not just use the word system to create a perception as that something that does not exist. Even the UDA themselves confess. In fact, not any other day, today, Wetangula said that imaginary thing called system. So it's not there even according to those who alleges. And they want to use that as an excuse to cause violence. That, oh, somebody has stolen our votes, or the system has done this, but behind their back, they know there is no system. Every government is a system. In fact, in the US, they argue that it was the system that was against the sitting president. So it's not always obvious that there is a system working for a particular candidate. It can even work against you.
I think the job of the NCIC...
Richard, let me ask, I just want to ask the panel. And, you know, this is a touchy situation because
Wait, Martin, before you ask your question. Functions of NCIC: facilitate and promote equal opportunity and relations, harmony and peaceful coexistence of persons of different ethnic and racial communities, and advise the government on all matters therefore. 2, eliminate all forms of ethnic or racial discriminations and discourage persons, institutions, political parties, and associations from advocating or promoting discrimination. 3, enhance tolerance, understanding, and acceptance of diversity in all aspects of national life. 4, promote respect for religious, cultural, and linguistic diversity in a plural society. 6, plan, supervise, coordinate, and promote educational and training programs to create public awareness, support, and advancement of peace and harmony among ethnic communities and racial groups. 5, promote arbitration, conciliation, mediation, and similar forms of conflict resolution mechanisms. 6, investigate complaints of discrimination and make recommendations to the Attorney General, Human Rights Commissions, or other authority on remedial measures to be taken where such complaints are valid. 7, I think, investigate it on its own accord or on request from an institution, office, or person any issue affecting ethnic or racial relations. 7, initiate, lobby for, and advocate for policy, legal, administrative reforms, blah, blah, blah. There are over 8 functions of NCIC. Why do you only want to hear them when now Pangwingwi comes in? They are supposed to have started talking these things kitambo.
They have the
So
powers to ban or recommend
You
whatever.
are the only guys amplifying the issue. They have been working. These guys have been working. You are
Where
Wekesa?
Where?
Wekesa, I was talking to Leah.
When Raila was summoned, when the other guy was summoned, it was kitambo. It's today.
What happened? What happened when they were summoned? Nani was summoned, and then the next day the court throws it away because there's no case. What is that?
But that's not a problem. Even this one.
Ndemba, you are unatuchanganya. Ndemba unatuchanganya leo. You are mixing hold on, Deto. Martin, you are mixing judicial issues.
Richie, let's hear Ndeto. Yes, what is in Ndeto?
I was talking, I mean, let's have some kidogo of decorum. Lakini Wekesa.
Wewe ongea.
Lakini you see, Themba, and thank you always for
Martin, wacha kutusomea. Tutakusomea. We waiting kusomea.
Themba is arguing for and against his own
lakini sawa.
Themba was said here that hata wakisema hiyo words hawafai kukuja wawashe moto. Then the other time anatuambia kwa nini nothing happened. So they are balancing between kuwasha na kusiwasha moto. You're the same. How do you argue for and against your own points?
Wekesa siwache Martin aongee. Martin kishaongea, we start taking our closing remarks. Nafikiri na before we take a Richie, are you ready? Hold on, Martin. Richie, are you ready?
It's a long chapter. Sijui kama nitafanya half or
utafanya tu half alafu kesho umalizie wengine. Haya, Martin Ndeto sema.
So nini unajua kuna I don't have, and thank you so much Themba for always doing this. Na siku hizi umeanza kuwa unatusomea kila kitu inakuwa mahali inafaa kukua, kila mtu anaelewa, you know, when it comes to constitution, when it comes to, you know, we talk about what it is. My only problem I have with NCIC, and I don't know where we have that thing as a part of our government, because I mean, so many people have done anything. I mean, so many things. It's been there for a long time, and mimi nataka mtu mmoja kwa hii panel aniambie mtu mmoja say ashaipelekewa koti, ashaipelekwa koti, one person that has been taken to court and actually being persecuted by the NCIC. But these guys get their salary every time. So that's why I'm on the fence when it comes to NCIC. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. I think, guys, we've hold on, Makasa, hold on. We've exhausted on that. I think we have agreed. There are those for and those against. It's okay. I mean, we have agreed. There are some of us who support, some of us who don't. That's the nature of debate. So let's move on to something else that we normally do in this channel, and we have purpose as a forum and as a platform that we want to try to create awareness. And part of that is we look at people, helping people to understand the symbols of national unity. So we normally do the national anthem as we finish. And the other thing also we started there 2 days ago is about taking the listeners of this platform to try and understand the Constitution. So yesterday we did chapter 1. The other day we did the preamble. So today we are starting on chapter 2. And Richard Makiadi is going to take us through chapter 2. And he'll do part 1, then tomorrow he does part 2. And then Martin, you'll be ready to start.
Wekesa, he's been talking too much. Let Wekesa do the national.
Come down. So you'll be ready to take us through chapter 3 on Monday. So it's a long one. So you'll take us through chapter 3 on Monday and Tuesday. And then Julia will take us through chapter 4.
Both days?
No, Monday and Tuesday.
So both days. So half on Monday, half on Tuesday.
Yes. And
Okay.
then Julia will come with chapter 4 on Wednesday and Thursday.
Oh, Demba, can I do something on Friday because Thursday, Wednesday is my school days, and I don't want to.
Okay, no, fair enough. We'll get someone to do for us chapter 4 on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then you come in after that. Okay, Richard, kindly do that before we take our closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. So we are looking at chapter 2, the Republic, and it begins from Article 4. 1, it says Kenya is a republic. 2, the Republic of Kenya shall be a multi-party democratic state founded on the national values and principles of governance referred to in Article 10. Article 5 says Kenya consists of territory and territorial waters comprising Kenya on the effective date and any additional territory and territorial waters as defined by an act of parliament. Article 6, 1, the territory of Kenya is divided into counties specified in first schedule. 2, the government at the national and county levels are distinct and interdependent and shall conduct their mutual relations on the basis of consultation and cooperation. 3, a national state organ shall ensure reasonable access to its services in all parts of the Republic so far as it is appropriate to do so, having regard to the nature of the service. 7, that is Article 7 of Chapter 2. 1, it says the national language of the Republic is Kiswahili. 2, the official languages of Republic are Kiswahili and English. 3, it says the state shall A, promote and protect the diversity of language of the people of Kenya, and B, promote the development and use of indigenous languages, Kenyan Sign Language, Braille, and other communication formats and technologies accessible to persons with disabilities. 8, there shall be no state religion. 9.1, the national symbols of Republic are A, the national flag, and the national flag, B, the national anthem, C, the coat of arms, and D, the public seal. Number 2, the national symbols are set up out in the second schedule. 3, the national days are A, Madaraka Day, to be observed on 1st June, B, Mashujaa Day, to be observed on 20th October, and C, Jamhuri Day, to be observed on 12th December. 4, a national day shall be a public holiday. 5, Parliament may enact legislation prescribing other public holidays and providing for observance of the public holidays. I'll stop at 9, so tomorrow I'll cover 10, 11, and I think that will be the end of that. And there's just one thing, Demba, that I wanted to know. I didn't know that it is in the Constitution. It says that there is no religion. You know, there's a time I heard William Ruto saying that Kenya is a Christian country and we have no apologies to make. I didn't know that the Constitution actually denies that.
Yeah. And in fact, David Olo says that there shall be no state religion. Yes, the Constitution is clear. Kenya is a secular state. That is.
Not only did he say that, Rigathi Gachagua said we have, for the first time in history of Kenya, we have a church candidate.
Exactly. So that is contradictory in our religion. The president or his deputy can subscribe to a religion, but that doesn't make Kenya a religious state. There's no state religion in Kenya. So the person can subscribe to a religion or may not subscribe. In fact, going to church is not a qualification to be a president. Because Kenya is not a religious state. Kenya is a secular state. So I think we are getting informed and also we are getting aware, and that's basically to increase our awareness of what is used to govern us. Thank you. So now we can start taking our closing remarks, and we'll start with because you want me to finish with you. I start with Julia. I go to David, then Martin, then I come to Richie. I don't know if Selena is still there. and then we finish with the Kesa. Julia, we want to start?
Yes.
Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
I just want to say that the debate today was about, I think, Azimio versus Kenya Kwanza. I think the debate earlier dwelled on the nomination issue and the fact that we have so many aspirants competing in Azimio, that shows the popularity. And this thing that DP Ruto has been holding press conferences announcing this particular aspirant in this seat, I think that to me is some level of dictatorship, or maybe because that coalition is not popular, so it doesn't attract competitive aspirants. So DP Ruto can just point to somebody and say this is the person. So me, the competition in Azimio is very healthy, and the negotiations going on are very healthy. And I think I don't mind that. The other difference between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, we've been discussing here. Now, the difference between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza is like day and night. And as fellow Kenyans, you even watched what Duale said today. The deputy president called a press conference, and all their statements were followed by high level of defiance. To me, that is barbaric, that is archaic, that is uncouth, that is uncultured, and doesn't fit in a civilized nation like Kenya. So I'm urging fellow Kenyans, naomba, sasa the Bible says you will see them they'll come to you under sheep skins, but you'll know them by their behavior. So these are people in sheep skins, these are wolves in sheep skins. So because now you know them by their behavior, naomba tuvuke sakafu, tuje pande ya Azimio, tupigie baba kura. Asante Themba.
Thank you so much, Julia. David, Dekambil.
Thank you, Themba, for the chance. Fellow Kenyans, Kenya is a democratic country. We need to be given time to choose our leaders through a democratic process. Do not allow anybody, however powerful and mighty he is or she is, to sit somewhere and plan for you. Ndio maana tunasema hatupangwingwi. Get out, vote for your leader who can change your life, not the leader who is pushed down your throat. Your decision will determine your life. If what Kimemia is anything to go by, that statement that a president is known 3 years prior to an election is a clear manifestation of Kupangwa. Let Kenyans be given a chance to choose their leaders. And to that end, I want to encourage you that if you want peace, elect Raila Amolo Odinga, but if you want the development and change of your lives, elect one William Samoei Ruto. He's the rightful man to change the lives of Kenya. God bless Kenya. God bless Africa.
Thank you so much, David. Martin, Dekambil.
For me, I just want to say thank you for Mutembe TV, for Themba taking your time, Bernard, Kama Melala Pia, and for the panelists that come over here that even stay until to this time that we come and close. My only thing is just that I'm happy about Africa. I'm happy about the technology that is happening right now, and the fact that we can all sit over here and have this conversation. I come here voluntarily, and as in hata mtu akigongwa, you know you've been here, you brought yourself, nobody brought you here, you know, so it's a good discussion. I'm happy for Africa, I'm happy for East Africa. I'm happy that Congo now is a part of East Africa. I know we haven't spoken about that, but that's something that is really coming to generate you know, good movement in Africa, and the fact that we can always talk about this. Kabla niitwe motivational speaker. Have a good night, people. Love you guys. Appreciate you guys.
But natoa ni fake sana za zingine. Sawa tu. Richi, dakika mbili.
All right, thank you, Demba. I'll pick from Sally Roba from the comment section, and she's asking when are we debating manifestos. I believe, Sally Roba, we've had times when we talked about the 10-point agenda from Raila Odinga, but we have a problem with the UDA because all they tell us is bottom up, and they don't know what bottom up means. So perhaps when we have a person who understand what bottoms up means, then we'll have a chance to debate their manifestos. Finally, Azimio is a big coalition party, and I believe they'll put their house in order. All they need to do is run through the nomination process successfully, and then they will come to a boardroom, some kind of negotiated democracy to try and see areas where we are strong and we can eliminate the issue of infighting. And in areas where we can be vulnerable, then I believe we should be able to front a single candidate. And then in the other front of UDA, these guys keep on saying here our Pangwingi, but all I can see is William Ruto every day coming out to announce single candidates that are running on his party. Even people who are allied to Musalia Mudavadi's ANC party are right now being fronted as UDA candidates. So I still don't understand what Kupangungwa or Kupangingwi means in terms of their ideology. So I'll leave it at that. I wish you all a good night, and those who are waking up, a good morning. See you later.
Thank you so much. And someone is reminding me another word that should be put as a hate speech is bottom up, especially when it is said in Kiswahili. Matako juu, that is not a good word. That is hate speech. So NCIC should be called to come and...
It is not the bottoms up. You are adding an S. Nyinyi kuwaga serious na debate.
No, okay, he said bottoms up. David, is it bottoms up or bottom up? Bottoms up, bottom up. I mean, what's the difference?
Don't add an S. You know, someone said you are writing an SMS. Remember, someone was writing an SMS to his wife and said, "Today we had a good time. I wish you were." Instead of saying here, said, "I wish you were her." So he only missed an E, and it's changing the whole narrative. Adding an S makes it an abuse anyway, but I understand your standpoint. It's not.
Okay, Selina Sego. Okay, so Selina Sego, it was on a light note, David. Why are you taking everything serious? Ama ni kwa sababu umevaa tie.
I know. Sijavaa tie. Kwani nimevaa tie?
Ulikuwa umevaa tie.
I've already changed. I mean, I'm in the campaign.
Remember, tell David that whether there is an S or not, it may still mean the same. Taco na matako, it can be single and...
Wekesa, stop spoiling everything now.
Wekesa, you are on air. You know, you can't talk like that.
Selina, are you there? Okay, Selina is not here. Wekesa, take it away.
Yeah, thank you so much. Guys, maybe we have finished on somehow. Yeah, we were a little bit going deep into the issues, but that's the nature of debate. I just want to say that there was a time, I think there's a time, and I think it still exists in Rwanda, where talking about tribe was made criminal. Don't mention Hutu or the Tutsis. So it may be a normal word. What's wrong with me saying that's my tribe? But when you see some elements removed, there is a history behind it. So the words we say, they are normal words we use, but if there is a reason why we should leave those words, then for the sake of our own nation, we leave them. Some of these things we leave for the sake of our nation. If it means it can cause some tension, if it means it can cause some alignment of thoughts, if it's provoking some negative energy in a country, and we have been sensitized over the same, then we need to leave it. I will also agree with the line of thought of Themba that because they have highlighted it, things are tend towards to go in that direction. So now, what is the role of leaders? If we know that issues have been highlighted, therefore they will cause problems. So the first line of defense as leaders is to help people not go in that direction. But if we are now the people provoking people to go in that direction, and we know that we can end up even in flames, then it shows the nature of leaders we are, that we don't care. I was asking myself that today we have had a ruling over BBI. If we go on and doing like the court ruled nothing, if we go on and start re-examining the rulings and say that the same way we are defying the commission, and start defying each and every judge the way they say it, and we trivialize. Now, the greatest challenge we have had in Kenya is our institutions never grow. Why? We're the same Kenyans who cannibalize them. We don't help them to grow. They are prone to mistakes and they cannot bring out everything perfect. But we should appreciate when they are doing effort and try to build them so that they grow into institutions that all of us will be proud of. It's only in this season that we have had at least as a sustainable IEBC, although half of it went. But every time we go to election, we will normally have a new IBC. That means we are always back to square zero. But we need to move in a place where we can sustain our institutions and they grow and even become autonomous and independent. For me, that will be the hallmark of our democracy. Even our parties, they need to grow such that we don't have the repeated circles we always expect, that we know there will be this in a nomination. We know there will be violence. We know there will be shortchanging in nominations. We know there will be those things that happen in nominations. If we move to that level, then we will understand that all of us are making a contribution towards the growth of our democracy. Thank you for the debate was nice. I was to sleep but usingizi ikakataa, ikabidi niendelee. So wacha nianze kuitafuta. Have a wonderful morning, night, evening, wherever you are. Or daytime.
Thank you, Ekesa, and thank you, everyone. I really appreciate your involvement. I usually like engaging these great minds, David, Martin, Julia, Richie, Selena, and of course, Ekesa. It's always nice us meeting here, and as always, I find myself learning a lot. And from the questions, from the answers, I find that we really sharpen each other. This is what Plato says in his book Republic, that the heaviest penalty for declining to rule is to be ruled by someone inferior to yourself. The heaviest penalty for declining to rule is to be ruled by someone inferior to yourself. If you think you can make a difference, get out of your space and provide that leadership. Now, for us, we have this platform, first of all, to inform, the other way to engage people, to create that opportunity for someone who is not aware of what they need to do. At least they're learning from our availability here. And I thank you all for choosing that great honor to share. I say, someone writes and says that the grave is the richest place because it buries with itself ideas that were never fulfilled, information that was never shared. and a lot of things and dreams that were never fulfilled. So if you go to the grave, you go with all the information that you know. Why don't you share it? Let's come here, let's meet, let's share. Our aim as Kenyans, Kenya is our business, and our business is Kenya. Let us try to share as much as possible so that the person who is listening to us is well informed, well aware of the decision they need to make come on 9th of August. As much as possible, let us choose the path of peace. Know that the neighbor that is next to you, the person that you think you shouldn't like, is the person that you will need post the election that is coming on 9th of August. As much as possible, let us pursue the path of peace. Let us pursue the path of nonviolence. Let us pursue the path of accepting your brothers. Let the brotherhood, the togetherness of Kenya remain as always. When you go to be treated by a doctor, you don't ask them if they are Luya, Luo, Kikuyu. You just want a doctor. If you're asking for blood, you don't ask which blood has it come from. If it has come from a Luya, Kikuyu, you just want, I need type A or type B. It's just blood. So that is the concept through which you should be approaching an election. I say here every day, for lack of another way of getting leaders, we have election. It is not because it is the end of it. It is a means to an end. We need leaders, leaders who are going to help us. So as you go out there, choose a leader that can help you. I always say go out there and give a positive vote. Do not vote to punish anybody. When you vote wrongly, you punish yourself. You punish your generation. You punish many people. We are probably suffering for the decisions that were made by some people when we were not there. So right now that you have a chance, go out there and vote positively for the person that you want to rule. Do not be ruled by emotions. Do not be told that because you don't like so-and-so, you don't like a certain party because they have done nomination that you didn't like, you want to punish them. No. Look for the leader that you think can be able to serve you. At the end of the day, it is the governor, the MCA, and the MP that are going to make a difference in your constituency. Thank you so much, everyone. I want to acknowledge some people who are the comment section: Stephen Mutumbu, David Olo kama kawaida, yeah, Tiara Oscar, Gigi Man, asante sana, Major Cornell, tunashukuru sana, Sally Robert. Yeah, manifestos we stopped because we realized the other guys hardly know anything. In fact, David was yesterday trying to tell them to come to the to the debate, but they have been running away. Meg Odengo, we have seen you clapping down there. Asante. Asilitu TV, you didn't agree with me. It's okay. You know, you don't have to agree with me, and I don't have to say something that you agree with. That is the nature of democracy. Yes, sir.
Ambia Asilia atulize boli bwana, anaingilia watu sana. Mwambie si kuingiliana, ni kuelimishana.
And it's okay for you to pick a divergent view than mine. I don't have a problem with that. You know, we are here to debate, and debating doesn't mean we have to agree 100% of the time. You are here to persuade, convince, and not to cajole. And what is the other word for forcing, Richie? Cajoling and doing what?
I'm twisting.
I'm twisting, yeah. No, we are not here to do that. We are just here to express our views. You can differ with me. That's okay. I could be wrong also. That's okay. I mean, that's how it is. At the end of the day, I will definitely see the sense, and we will, if I am convinced, that's fine. If I'm not, we agree that to disagree. And that.
By the way, hata hizo dini zao, umeona hizi vitu wanakujanga kuweka kwa press conference. Sometimes you can be in a boardroom, there are 9 people, and 5 out of 9 agreed, maybe 4 differed, but because the majority ruled, they came and shared as the commission's position. Yet within them, there are people who are uncomfortable with those words. So it's people don't always agree. You just, yeah. I think that is my point.
Yeah, and also then by somebody, Sally Robert says, some of you stay here for too long. I think you should start paying rent.
Rent yetu ni bundles. Haziishi kama haziishi.
Martin,
Lakini bado kuna room angeingia kama anataka kuingia. Naona kuna room.
Kuna space.
No, don't you worry, guys. Actually, we will start introducing awards for the debater of the month. Now, the people down there will be voting. Kindly start giving us those entries. We'll start giving debaters of the month. Every end of the month, we'll be awarding the debater of the month. We'll also be awarding the worst debater of the month, the noisiest one, the ones who are notorious ones like Mato. The best
na wale wenye wanakuja wana book seat kama wewe na wanaenda.
Nani kama nani Wekesa? Mimi
una book space ndo unaenda, unakanyagia wengine.
Yeah. So we'll start awarding. We'll introduce those awards here so that even wale wako chini wana comment, wanaanza kuvote, and wale wanafaa kuwa banned pia mnatuambia, those who should be banned from Mutembei TV, wale ambao ni watu ambao ni sumbua kama David
na Kasuti.
David, wacha kuongea. David, nakuchokoza, naona
ban, mkatoa ban. Sasa tena nataka kunibana, sijaongea kitu mbaya.
Yeah, David amejaribu. He has been so nice, kind of. I think he should be the Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate instead.
Thought I was bad. You thought I was bad.
Elkana Shibashi, asante. Okay, thank you so much, Daniel Makau, asante. We really appreciate everyone and these people, great ladies and gentlemen. Now, some people think that these people are idle, that's why they spend time here. No, these are very professional people. They have their work, they're doing, they just have the need. You see, David comes here, he says he has just come from, sometimes from work, sometimes from church. These are people who are just concerned. Martin here, there is saying that I'm rushing to work, then I'll be coming. Everybody here has something to do. It's just that they have a concern for our country. So appreciate that they are really... Yes, sir.
Wabie Wekesa ako kambani, si alienda kutembea huko ako job.
Yeah, and Wekesa is also a professional.
Ningekuwa Western.
Yes, Wekesa is also a work. Everybody here is having something he does. It's not that they are idle people. Some people have thought that you guys come here because you are idling. No. In fact, yeah.
Remember wanasemanga, if you want to give someone work to do, give a busy person, because a busy person will create room for you to do your work. But a lazy person never has time for anything.
Exactly. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you, lady and gentlemen. I mean, I cannot say more. Every time I come here, it gives me the motivation to come and engage because I learn a lot from all of us, all of you. It's indeed such a motivation. I think we engage here with a lot of respect. You see, most of us here I've never met any of you before. But our meeting here every day has made me feel like I know you people so much. You guys are like family. This is what we call togetherness. Let's do this. Let's continue with this civility, this respect, this engagement. I say let's keep talking because when we stop talking, we start fighting. And we don't want to fight, let us keep talking. Every day, this studio opens up, especially for this discussion at 9:30 Kenyan time. And when you come in and you find the studio is full, 10 people, max, just wait. Wekesa will be letting you in or Bernard will be letting you in. I come in a little bit late. By the time I come, it's just about 2 hours. So we come in just to highlight. I like it when we have a certain number of people who are remaining so that we even engage more deeper. It's not just about trashing things. So Wekesa, you have seen how we normally finish. It's normally sweet towards the ending, which is what...
You are given more time.
Yeah. It really engages.
Wale wa kwanza wanaambiwanga 2 minutes.
Na wengine wanaanza kuteta tu, huyu ameongea sana hata mimi niwachiwe. Na unajua what people come and do, I've realized what people want to come and do. People don't want to come and debate. People want to come, wacha niseme yangu nitoke niende. And once umetoka wameenda, they are not there to even to follow what someone else said after them.
Yeah, but I wanted David to go home with this motivation.
Yeah, go ahead.
David,
Yes,
David,
nasikiza,
I think
nasikiza.
this motivation is very important. Before Reverend Copia comes and burns bottoms up, we are still using it. Have a blessed.
David umeumwa leo.
Hapana, mimi sijaumwa by the way, hiyo sio mbaya. Kuna wengine hapo inaendelea hapo kando mbaya zaidi, akisema kuongea, sababu kuongea ni kumpea mileage. Anatukana sana huko yes.
Okay, sawa. Guys, subscribe to Mutembei TV, and as you subscribe to Mutembei TV, kindly also subscribe to the channel of September. Nimeshukuru sana muli subscribe, tumefika karibu 530. Tufikisheni 600 kabla hii wiki ijaisha bwana. Tufike 1000 kabla hii mwezi. I will really appreciate you good people. My daughter is really happy. She tells me to say hi to you people. So go there, YouTube, look for Themba and Lulu Show. Themba and Lulu Show. It is a show, a channel for my daughter and I. And we are just talking about stuff that affect life skills. If you have a daughter, you want to learn something that, you know, how you can talk to your daughter. Or maybe you have someone who has a small child or a young daughter, young girl, teenager. We are discussing so many things. You have a teenager, you are a dad, you want to learn how to discuss sex with your daughter, you know, because you are the first male figure that they're looking up to. So if you don't talk to them about certain stuff, then she's going to find someone else to talk to her about them, and maybe they're not going to give them the right information. So go there and learn how to do it. Go there. We are talking about so many stuff. Right now, we have released a video on how to deal with people that you don't like. You know, in this world, not everyone will like you, and you won't like everyone, but you have to get along with those people. So you can go and learn something from there. I'm done with that. Back to here. I want to ask who? Richard, David, Martin, na tumalizia na maombi ya kawaida.
David.
Ule ametoka
Okay,
church.
David ametoka church.
Ako na anointing.
Wekesa. No, David last time alishindwa, lakini Wekesa ama David.
David tafadhali. David sasa umezima hata wezi unmute.
Wacha nifunge hii kitu.
Okay.
Haya, sawa. Maombi yetu ndiyo haya. Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amina.
Amen.
Na unafaa kuelezea kidogo kwa ufupi.
Tunadumisha Ukenya, tunajaribu ku encourage Kenyanhood, upendo kwa nchi yetu. Hata wakati tunapiga siasa tukimaliza, we are still Kenyans, we are still brothers, and we love our country. Asanteni.
Asanteni sana, Mungu abariki, tuonane tena masaa kama hayo saa 3:30 Kenyan time, East African time. God bless you. Until next time. Au revoir.
Mbarikiwe.